Within the virtual world, his name carried the weighty legend of an unmatched assassin. Yet when a deity charges him with the task of destroying another god, his existence suddenly takes on an intensity he has never known before. Suddenly, reality takes hold as he finds himself transported into the real world. In this very place, his skills become a lethal weapon. Whether he can harness his abilities to seize power remains to be seen. Let's figure this out together. A world where fear is the language people speak to each other. Now, the swiftest path to eliminating enemies lies in taking their lives. In the hidden headquarters of the legendary organization, events of great significance begin to unfold. Skilled Knights of Glory. At the table, a colleague quietly revealed some news about herself. News arrived from the spy who had been dispatched not long ago, and a hush fell over the group as everyone held their breath, waiting for the latest updates. Quietly and without drawing attention, the assassin had already been dispatched. Among the Knights of Glory, this woman was known as Master Diva. Seated at the table, nerves prickling under his helmet, he quietly asked why sending the hired assassin before the siege began was considered a problem. Master Divya responded firmly, explaining that words held little weight now. The assassin moved among them. Their opponent operated on a higher plane, demanding the utmost vigilance from everyone present. Suddenly, extraordinary birds began to materialize in the air, swiftly growing larger with each passing second. An unfamiliar threat loomed unexpectedly above their building. Divya urgently called out, insisting they open fire at once. Without wasting a single moment, the Knights of Glory set out to fulfill their mission. On those legendary nights when they soared into the sky and brought down birds, an unbidden thought drifted in. Perhaps their mana was being wasted on such pursuits. Suddenly, the arrow plunged downward with a sharp, unexpected twist. A sudden wave of explosions shattered the silence, engulfing them completely. The world around them became a dazzling cascade of sensations. As a result, countless lives were lost. He believed death would bring you peace. Without the aid of this enchanted relic, events would have unfolded in an entirely different way. Shields its owner from death, stepping in whenever a fatal injury threatens their life. The chance to evade death comes only through such an artifact, a treasure so rare that few ever see it, and its price defies imagination. Their first-hand experience revealed the true danger behind the power of justice. Restrictions placed on life magic artifacts limit their reuse, serving as a constant reminder that caution must prevail. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of an object resting on the floor. Restless thoughts circled endlessly, pondering what might truly unfold next. A powerful explosion shattered everything nearby, sending debris crashing in all directions. The surroundings crumbled into ruins. Severe damage befell the EVA unit. Astonishment filled the air as unexplained explosives appeared, despite every corner having been thoroughly inspected. Perhaps all of this had been planned even during the construction of this building. As those words faded, an insect traced a curious path through the air. At first glance, nothing was as it seemed. DV studied the creature intently, unable to comprehend how such a being could even exist. Lost in thought, she found herself drawn deeper into contemplation. The player positioned on the right calmly assured everyone that the device he had set up was not an explosive at all. More likely, it resembles a device designed to channel magical energy. This time, a bird arrived bearing news of a fresh letter. A sense of satisfaction washed over the hero as the realization dawned that the mission in this world was finally complete. Even when hidden 5 meters underground, buried explosives possess the power to deliver a deadly blow. Burying the explosives deeper, underground changes everything. The force of the blow will be absorbed by the earth. A seasoned player remains unshaken by even the most devastating surge of power, provided that the installation was not completed beforehand. This time, a device designed to inject magical energy was installed. When saturated with a concentrated surge of magical energy, the substance detonates and scatters into countless fragments, dissolving into the air. Clouds of dust swirl in the air as every killing method, no matter how flawless, eventually meets a countermeasure strong enough to shatter any strategy. No defense can hold him back. Unmoved, he disregards every attempt to stand in his way. Whenever a new challenge arises, he invents another clever way to use his crafting skills, always seeing the task through to completion, no matter what the mission demands. Just like before, familiar patterns continued to repeat. The protagonist found himself wondering how much longer this routine would last. A fleeting suspicion about this person drifted through his thoughts. With the power to shrink, the hero found himself able to create countless extraordinary objects. This newfound ability offered him a rare chance to truly feel like a man. Within the immersive world of the VLO game, the role of the killer holds a unique and elevated status. For most players, death signals a simple loss, but here, it comes with an intense and searing sting, making defeat feel far more agonizing and real than in any ordinary game. When a character dies, a level is lost, and a strict penalty bars them from re-entering the game for the next 3 days. Seasoned players see losing a single level as the equivalent of hundreds of wasted hours spent in the game. Even with harsh punishments already in place, an even stricter consequence exists: total prohibition from accessing the game. Imagine during a fierce guild war for dominance, someone suddenly loses all rights to enter the system, stripped of their presence in the virtual battlefield. In the chaos of war, when a guild's main forces are defeated, only bitter failure awaits. Even the mightiest guilds eventually fade, their strength always at the mercy of time. An unspoken rule lingers among guild members. Should the mightiest players fall at an especially critical moment, the guild's very existence might hang by a thread. Yet, in the world of VLO, death remains a rare occurrence. Most often, the gravest consequence is simply losing consciousness, only to awaken again later within the safety of the city. Only the most formidable bosses or fearless rivals pose a genuine threat to the lives of the players. Intentionally seeking out fights with other players simply to meet his end at their hands was never the hero's plan. Besides, many tools and strategies existed to help him escape death when faced with rivals. The most powerful members of the guild possess such items specifically to shield themselves from death. Engaging in a direct fight with an opponent of this caliber offers almost no opportunity to land a decisive blow. At this point, hired assassins step into the spotlight. When fierce wars erupt between the mightiest guilds, they readily bring on dozens of these professionals. As a result, skirmishes between assassins become an everyday occurrence, hardly raising an eyebrow among the locals. Among all mercenaries, he stands apart, truly an extraordinary case in the realm of assassins. Most hired assassins are prized for their combat prowess and specialized skills. An expert archer lands flawless shots from a distance, while a master swordsman carves a path through enemies with ruthless efficiency. Yet the protagonist stands apart from such killers. His true power does not lie in blade or bow, but in the art of potion making and crafting explosives. Relying on unconventional tools, he dispatches his targets with poisons brewed by his own hand and cunning homemade bombs. While his combat skills cannot compare to those of seasoned assassins, and despite his aversion to conflict, the techniques he employs to kill are impossible to defend against. For instance, if an order to eliminate the leader of one of the most powerful guilds had only a 15% chance of success, even that would be considered a remarkable accomplishment. In comparison, his success rate for assassinations surpasses 99.9%. More than 1,000 missions completed, with only a single failure tarnishing his record. Among all the hired killers in this game, no one rivals his confidence. His rate of success leaves every competitor far behind. The moment the new letter landed in the hero's hands, a surge of nervous anticipation bubbled up within his chest. Messages like this were rarely sent, making the arrival of such a letter stand out instantly and draw immediate attention. The goddess Ameses chose to seek help from the protagonist himself. A sudden thought sparks in the protagonist's mind, wondering who this mysterious person could be. This has to be a joke. A list of forbidden symbols and words exists within the game when choosing nicknames, and among them is the word God. The reasons behind the restrictions on certain names remain undisclosed by the developers, who prefer to keep this detail a mystery for the players. No player named Goddess Mrs. appeared in the records. He used the player search function, determined to uncover the true identity behind the mysterious Goddess Mrs. If a player by that name truly existed, it might serve as the key to finding her, as long as she herself was not just a phantom born from legend. Suddenly, the phone rang, and his number appeared on the screen. He missed her presence keenly. Noticing that he had read her letter, she felt a quiet hope stir within. Lost in thought, the protagonist wondered if it was truly possible that one of the players had a name containing the word God. Perhaps the restrictions on using names have simply been lifted. The word goddess was part of her name for a reason. As the creator of this game, there were never any restrictions on her using her own name. Fleeting thought crossed the hero's mind. These people seemed unnervingly strange, as if they believed themselves to be the architects of the game itself. Offering a nod to show his understanding, he requested more details about the mission. With serene composure, the goddess explained that the task involved a contract to eliminate Mazur-Zul, a deity who had entered their world from another reality. A sudden realization flickers through his mind. This is the first time he has heard such a name. Normally, he could recite the names of all the famous players by heart. If this face is a stranger, then this time the target should prove to be easy prey, provided he can uncover where the enemy is hiding. Knowing the exact reward mattered a great deal to him. Without hesitation, he requested payment in pure gold, finding it straightforward and reliable. The goddess approved his choice immediately, recognizing the unwavering value of gold. On that point, their agreement was absolute. 1,000 tons of pure gold lies on the table as an offer. Mentally, he noted that this time the client was unable to speak in the usual way, so it was important to approach the situation with the utmost seriousness. Unable to even imagine the value of 1,000 tons of pure gold, the answer from the goddess came without a hint of jest. The worth of such a treasure stood at nearly 5 trillion yen. No thought of evasion crossed her mind. She was prepared to pay the entire sum, even if it meant transferring the money to the farthest reaches of the world. Lost in thought, the hero pondered whether events truly unfolded that way on the other side of the world. The limits of human madness seemed unfathomable. Suddenly glancing around, a sense of certainty settled within, and he calmly announced his decision. The goddess exclaimed her boundless gratitude to him, her voice filled with sincere appreciation. If only you. All that remained for her because of him was. Regarding his own death, the protagonist wondered aloud if she had forgotten that this was all just a game, and if perhaps she was taking the situation a bit too seriously. The goddess insisted that everything unfolding before them was far from a simple game. Suddenly, a realization dawned. She herself was not merely a piece placed on the board for amusement. At last, the protagonist's gaze settled on the mysterious object. Curiosity sparked. He wondered aloud if this could perhaps be a teleportation stone. Suddenly, everything sprang to life at an astonishing speed, as if set in motion by an invisible magic wand. Magnus noted that the teleportation stone could not function on its own. With a swift explanation that there was no time for conversation, she handed the task over to him without delay. With a shout, the protagonist called out to her, urging her to wait since he hadn't even been given a moment to get ready. Lacking the strength to fight back directly, he decided to prepare in his own way. If only she would provide him with information about the targets, a strategy could be devised immediately. The woman politely apologized, but refused to let him take anything from the room. A soft chuckle lingered in the air, suggesting it was time to act from the other side. More apologies followed, echoing gently around them. A strict prohibition forbade contact with anything in this place. Despair tightening his chest, the protagonist let out a sharp cry, unable to believe he was not allowed to take even the smallest item with him. Such a rule was utterly new to him, its strangeness intertwining with the mysterious name of the goddess Claire. The event served as a gateway to an unfamiliar world, making worry unnecessary. She emphasized that the main character's skills and experience would prove essential in this strange new dimension. Only one deity remained in this world besides her, a sinister god known as Mazur Azul. Through her careful preparations, the protagonist gained the ability to embark on his mission the moment the appointed time arrived. Worrying serves no purpose now. The moment has come to devote all attention to the task at hand. Suddenly. At last, the protagonist found himself standing in the heart of a dense forest. The serene atmosphere of this place invited a sense of calm, making it effortless to unwind and focus entirely on the task at hand. Still, despite everything, an awareness of his surroundings was necessary, so using GPS, he located and unlocked his chest of belongings. An emptiness echoed within. In that moment, realization dawned on him. He was never meant to bring us here. Right at his fingertips lay that very object. Every suspicion proved true. His voice echoed through the emptiness as he called out, wondering aloud about the strange, unfamiliar forest around him. The connection seems to have dropped, but it's time to keep moving forward. At first glance, this place might have resembled VL. Yet when set against this, the image quality appears lacking in vibrancy and detail. Before one's eyes, a vivid landscape seemed to unfold, as if painted by nature itself. The computer he was working on proved incapable of reproducing it. At that time, no computer on Earth possessed such remarkable capabilities. In his search for answers, the boy looks to the goddess and asks whether her words suggest he has truly found himself in another world, transported there by some mysterious power of teleportation. With hurried apologies, Mrs. explained that she was the one responsible for bringing him into this world by means of teleportation. Exhaustion overcame her, leaving no energy to seek out a proper place to make her escape. Curiosity sparked in MC's eyes as he gently inquired what exactly she meant by lacking strength. If that truly was the case, then with the sudden drop in her followers, she lost the ability to harness her full strength. The heroine asked if Mrs. draws her power from the faith of her followers. Mrs. confirmed that a deity's true strength springs from human belief. Once mortals utterly lose faith in their god, the deity inevitably withers away, fading entirely from the world. With this disappearance, even the faintest memories of the god vanish from people's minds, as if erased forever. A fleeting thought crossed his mind that perhaps even gods faced hardships. With careful words, he inquired if she might be hinting at sharing a similar fate. The lady responded with nothing more than a smile, remarking that she appreciated his perceptiveness. Incidentally, all the gods she knew had perished at the hands of the malevolent deity Masri-Zul. With a heavy sigh, the protagonist realized he had likely been summoned for the sole purpose of saving this person. Poised on the thin edge between life and death, the goddess summons her final reserves of strength to shatter her greatest foe. Addressing the goddess, he subtly wondered aloud if only the two of them remained, while all other gods had perished. His wife simply nodded in agreement, confirming his suspicion, yet her expression suggested there was even more to reveal. Zurizula is known by countless aliases, though only two are truly her given names. Curiosity sparked in the protagonist, wondering if she herself ever went by anything else. With a calm demeanor, the lady assured him she had never used another name. Divine power does not grow stronger through faith if people worship a false name. With curiosity, the hero posed another question, seeking to understand why the evil deity possessed so many different names. It is important to understand that all these actions are taken to decrease the number of followers devoted to other gods. Their goal is to invent new doctrines in order to lure believers away from rival faiths, and for this purpose they are willing to go to any lengths. Cruel tormentors continued their violence, unwilling to stop until their victims either renounced their beliefs or converted to another faith. Meanwhile, the protagonist contemplated that the only way to erase God was to either annihilate all his followers or force them to let go of their blind devotion. This needed to be taken into account. Suddenly, the device the protagonist had been using for the conversation erupted with an insistent noise and a series of sharp vibrations. With a raised voice, the main character called out. Time slips away. The goddess offers a sorrowful apology, revealing that her strength is nearly depleted and she can no longer maintain their connection. The protagonist. With a solemn tone, he declared that she must not say she was leaving him alone in the heart of this forest. Once their connection faded, God concluded his forgiveness, adding a quiet condition, if only he could. As soon as the task was complete, she would reward him generously. A bitter realization settled over MZ. Here in this forest, true solitude had finally claimed him. Glix causes plenty of trouble, yet hardly anyone mistakes the creature for a human. No trace of offense lingered in Grid's mind, for never before had he been entrusted with such thrilling tasks. Before taking any further steps, personal safety must come first. Only then is it possible to move forward. Upon conquering the rocky hill, his gaze settled on. All traces of human presence had vanished from the surroundings. While unable to bring physical objects from another world, there remained the possibility that this restriction might not apply to his unique power. Lost in thought, the young man activated the enemy search function. As it turned out, he had the remarkable ability to harness the powers of VLO. This newfound skill finally granted the main character the opportunity he had been waiting for. Monsters prowl nearby, presenting a moderate level of danger. Clearly, this forest offers little sanctuary for him. With those words, the time had come to begin his trial of survival. He gathered pristine, crystal-clear water into his palm, focus sharpening in his eyes. Tasting the potion brought a surprising realization. With magic now accessible, the main ability could finally be put to use. After securing some water, surviving no longer seemed like such an impossible task. At least, that was what he believed in that moment. No obstacles will appear along the way, yet precious little time remains for preparations, prompting a need for haste. Facing monsters unarmed spells certain doom. As he examined the stones, a thought crossed his mind. Could this be metal? After careful inspection confirmed his suspicion, a wave of excitement surged within him. Luck had favored him. He had discovered bauxite. Noticing the lack of iron sand in the local soil, the protagonist realized this method would be futile. Another solution would have to be found. Perhaps it was time to consider a different approach. Magic flared to life in his palm as he began to draw aluminum out from the ore. After assembling the cube, he immediately noticed something unusual about it. About half a kilogram. After that moment, his transformation began. After carefully estimating the amount of aluminum, the hero turned his full attention to forming just the right amount of ice. Taking into account the magical energy required to create and refine any weapon that could be produced under these circumstances. It turned out his physical attacks lacked strength, but a method existed to boost their force. Bending down for a closer look, he suddenly noticed something astonishing, a deadly clump of grass stretched out before him. With practiced precision, he severed the root of the poisonous plant, then carefully coated the tip of his stinger with its lethal sap. In this way, a makeshift weapon came into being. Faced with a formidable opponent, such a weapon would quickly prove useless. Hidden within this person's chest lay an aluminum cube, the perfect place to secretly slip in the poisonous sting. A troubling thought began to form in his mind. The posters displayed before his eyes matched exactly those he had pictured in his mind. Such a weapon promised immense usefulness. A spark of curiosity ignited within as he considered the possibilities of how it might be deployed. Fighting posed no issue for him, but every attempt to bring up the status window proved futile. A wary glance swept the surroundings in search of a statistics menu, yet the screen remained stubbornly blank, offering no hints. The unsettling thought crept in that this might not be a game after all. Venturing further into the unknown, the young man suddenly realized how empty-handed he was. Not a single belonging, not even the most basic item, had come with him, leaving him almost powerless to test his abilities in this unfamiliar world. It seemed that his only option was to call upon his powers. Without warning, the hero steps up to the tree and delivers a blow he calls his devastating technique. With a single powerful strike against the tree's trunk, the hero confirmed that every technique still worked as it always had, and his strength remained unchanged. Apparently, his abilities matched almost exactly those he possessed in the game. The hero once confidently proclaimed that survival here was a simple feat, fully assured that nothing could threaten his safety. An aluminum cube sat before him. A sudden realization struck. The days were slipping by at an astonishing pace. Resolute, he decided it was time to set hesitation aside and begin building a home of his own. In an instant, the cube morphs into a sharp saw blade, sending chaos rippling through the air. Swiftly gathered all the essential materials needed for construction. In the form of timber. Several hours slipped by before the protagonist finally found a moment to savor some well-deserved relaxation. Home at last, a sigh of relief escaped him. It seemed as though everything had come to an end. Stepping inside, he disappeared from view. The fresh scent of the new apartment immediately caught his attention. Eyes scanning the room, he took his time examining every corner with careful curiosity. Within just a few hours, the work had transformed and now looked quite impressive. The dwelling seemed far too spacious for just one person. For now, though, securing food took top priority. The memory of magical stones suddenly surfaced in the boy's mind, prompting him to explain that artifacts are objects brought to life with enchantments, their power drawn from these very stones. The power of magic stones shifts dramatically depending on who possesses them. Yet, the most formidable stones are not easily obtained, for only the body of a true monster conceals such rare artifacts. Thoroughly prepared, the protagonist declared with unwavering confidence that every path of retreat had been cut off. Dusk settled over the street, casting shadows that signaled it was the perfect hour for the hunt. Saw in hand, he stepped out the door with determined purpose. Gathering a few more logs seemed like the perfect plan. Realizing the need for even greater preparation before facing the monster, he made up his mind to secure some extra supplies. With so little aluminum at hand, crafting a proper blade seemed out of reach, and that poisonous concoction made earlier would only ruin the food supplies. Grasping a sturdy block of wood, suspecting that this object might be used in tandem with magic, he pieced together a logical conclusion. In a swift motion, his face transformed once more, and a gleaming new bow appeared in his hand. Understanding dawned naturally, revealing that the next logical step was to craft a bowstring. Now, attention could shift to this essential task. After carefully studying the vine, a confident declaration escaped his lips. Nothing would suit better. Drawing together every ounce of resolve, he acknowledged that the hardest part still lay ahead. Once more relying on his magic, the hero drew countless sturdy fibers from the surrounding plants, as long as these fibers remained intact. With remarkable chemical prowess, he enchanted every thread that came into his grasp. No matter how many found their way into his hands, they seamlessly merged into one, instantly amplifying his power. After finishing the task, the protagonist gazed with satisfaction at the pristine pages of the newly completed book. Every necessity had already been arranged. Arrows, crafted well in advance, lay ready for use. Only one task remained, setting out for the hunt. While searching for rivals, it suddenly became clear that the clue had mysteriously vanished. The enemy lay in wait at the second hour. For now, he decided it would be best to simply observe from a distance. His eyes landed by chance on a gigantic monster toad, and a fleeting sense of relief swept through him. How fortunate it was to be counted among monsters. Stumbling upon a patch of something edible, the aroma drifts up, hinting at a modest meal hidden beneath the leaves. With unwavering precision, the hero struck the target. The first arrow soared straight into the frog, yet the objective remained unfulfilled. A fleeting realization passed through the protagonist's mind. It seemed true that strength was lacking. Instantly, the toad pinpointed the origin of the gunshot and tracked its destination. Growing admiration and curiosity now surround the main character. In an instant, the young woman leaped and landed gracefully in a tree beside the one who had wronged her. The main character noted to himself that her leaps were astonishing. From this advantageous vantage point, he was able to take his shot with full force. In the next instant, a hail of arrows rained down, unleashed by the hero toward the frog, leaving it no chance to escape. He also made it clear that if this power should prove insufficient, he would forge something even greater. Keeping track of every shot fired remains crucial. The final shot rang out, marking the mission as complete. The plan came to fruition only after the front line was pushed forward. Home eyes drifted toward his cat. The frog meat tasted remarkably similar to chicken, making it unexpectedly delicious. The very first day brought an unexpectedly bountiful catch, fortune favoring him with abundance. Food, drinking water, and safety, all were well secured. Still, a touch of cunning would be required when the time came to share the spoils. While examining the frog's body, the hero noticed a small, poisonous sac hidden inside. A single monster frog possesses around 10 venom glands. A single rupture would unleash the poison in an instant, flooding the entire body. Extreme caution is absolutely necessary. Each time a new sac was sliced open, he announced with delight that the materials had arrived. Lost in thought, I tried to discern what kind of magical stone lay before me. Judging by the might of this beast, its magic stone promises to be equally valuable. The power of the monster reflects in the worth of its stone. Clutching the object in his palm, a wave of unshakable confidence washed over the protagonist, certain that with this item at his side, every door would open before him. As a reward for defeating the formidable beast, a magical stone and a generous supply of provisions found their way into his possession. Yet beneath the surface, his true objective remains singular: to eliminate that man. The infernal deity Mazar-Zul remains a source of constant torment as doubts continue to gnaw at him. Is this sinister god a living reality, or nothing more than a myth woven by old tales? The question of the goddess Mrs. is equally troubling, for the truth of her divine nature refuses to reveal itself. Still, none of this stirs the slightest interest in him. With a new mission in hand, all other thoughts fade quietly into the background. The primary objective is to strip away any sense of purpose from the target's life. At last, the long-awaited moment arrived, as the protagonist declared with excitement that the time for action had come. With the task of crafting the artifact before him, the young man began his work, and everything proceeded effortlessly. The artist explained that the artifacts he crafted possessed a remarkable sensitivity to magical energy. Directly employed in the practice of witchcraft, both monsters and beasts possess a unique kind of magical power. In truth, only humans possess the ability to master magic, for that reason. Instantly, the instrument's response reveals the true essence within. Nearby stood someone with the power to wield magic. While working on a new tool, the protagonist suddenly noticed something unexpected. The needle acted as a unique antenna, greatly heightening sensitivity. Regarding the artifact, it can be said with confidence that this quote, "The true value of intelligent artifacts emerges from the necessity for their existence." In addition to enabling transformations, the needle also interacts with magical stones, harnessing their mysterious powers. By channeling its own magical energy, the creature imbues the object with enchantment. Shape emerges from its influence. Objects of this kind are recognized for their lightness, though their forms frequently remain imperfect. Counterfeit items surrounded him. As he examined the tool slowly taking shape in his hands, a sense of cautious attentiveness settled over him. A sudden surge of magical energy gathered within him, its intensity impossible to miss. Vic examined the results, noting that this was the peak performance these materials could offer. An unbreakable bond and resilient strength dwell within. With his task complete, the protagonist confidently concluded that the magical detector was now ready for action. Judging by the information gathered, the effective range appeared to stretch about a kilometer. The main character studied the results, pondering what this might mean for him. The moment had come to put his plan into action. Pouring water into the enchanted glass, after tasting the drink, the hero noted with calm certainty that every sensation remained unchanged. His body functioned just as it always had. The reason lay in the fact that the detector instantly registered the use of magic. Nearby, something stirred, subtle yet unmistakable. The moment the main character stepped outside, it became clear that everything was unfolding right here. The hour for lunch arrived. To prepare his meal, he selected frog meat, gathered leftover kindling from building the house, and in place of a spit, made do with a hammer. The idea of making a campfire vanished the moment my eyes landed on the energy gauge. Too much mana had already been spent creating materials. Only a short stretch remained for him now. Now the gentle warmth of the forge served his purpose. Ignite the flame. Once more, the moment to act arrives, as magic merges seamlessly with motion, creating an exhilarating current of unfolding events. A scatter of salt spread across the table, transforming its surface into a layer of white crystal. Breaking eye contact, he gently blew on the piece of food before taking a small bite. Suddenly, his face transformed in an instant. The young man believed that frog meat was something entirely different. At first, it seemed like a simple task, but soon proved to be something entirely different. The filling he had hoped for was nowhere to be found. Yet the salt alone failed to bring any real flavor to the dish. Undeterred by any obstacle, an unyielding hunger propelled him to keep eating. They say that nothing enhances the flavor of a meal quite like a hearty appetite. Gazing at the untouched meat, thoughts swirled through his mind as he pondered the best way to make use of this remaining supply. The thought of saving food for later certainly has its appeal, but the lack of magic stones rules out any hope of conjuring up a fridge or freezer, and the last thing anyone wants is to tangle with wild animals. Suddenly, a memory burst to life in his mind, vividly recalling. Startled by an unexpected curiosity, the hero examined the unfamiliar objects, pondering whether they were truly what they appeared to be. Doubt gnawed at the mind, pondering whether the meat would spoil if tucked away in the storage supplies. The moment had come to finally settle the question. As he stepped into the bedroom, the man quietly acknowledged to himself that it would be a shame if everything unraveled now. Still, nothing remained but to see how events would unfold. Without a second thought, the boy sprawled out across the bed. Thoughts spun in a restless dance, weighing the possibility of finding someone who might help escape this place. Yet uncertainty about the locals brought a prickle of unease, and venturing into unfamiliar territory without proper preparation seemed far too perilous. First, preparing the potions took top priority. The day before, he had rushed into battle without the essential brews and firmly resolved not to repeat that mistake. Morning greeted him within the hospital walls, marking the quiet beginning of a new day. Only after a minute did his attention finally register this detail. After enduring a night on a bare bed frame, dull aches settled into every part of his body as morning arrived. Another challenge stood before him. There was still more to be done. Immersed in the heart of the forest, his voice rang out, echoing through the dense thicket. Stumbling upon something intriguing revealed a stash of medicinal herbs, perfect for brewing potions. There might be even more of these useful plants growing nearby. The healing herb known as Maya ranks among the most delicate of plants. Yet, when paired with magic, its restorative powers grow remarkably stronger. This ingredient forms the foundation for second-tier potions. The protagonist replenished his stock, gathering an even greater quantity of this rare material. All the items were carefully gathered together, forming a sizable pile. At last, back within the quiet walls of his own home, the tension melted from his shoulders as he let go of the mask he had worn throughout the day. With everything prepared, the young man realized it was time to begin brewing the potion. The first step required carefully grinding the herbs while channeling his magical energy into them. Now the real work could start. The resulting liquid must be combined with water and brought to a boil over the fire. Next, the mixture needed some time to settle. Once that was done and we finished our task, as a barely perceptible shadow, the hero moves and acts. At last, the second-tier potion stood finished. Fortunately, crafting these milder elixirs required little effort. Elite players rely on level 11 elixirs, whose sheer potency is astounding. These brews are 500 times more powerful than those of level 2. One way or another, running out of elixirs entirely is an even worse predicament. Ideally, it's best to have all the essentials close at hand. Brewing elixirs of 4th level or higher would have to wait for another time. The flask with the infusion is lifted carefully from the fire. Apparently, no suitable vessel for the potion could be found nearby, yet a solution presented itself. Drawing upon the art of transformation, he crafted several containers with his own hands. Into this vessel, he carefully poured the elixir. After examining the outcome, the hero announced with delight that no battle would ever fright him again. Stepping outside, he paused in thought, wondering if the choice he had made was truly the right one. Hunting nearby monsters could be worthwhile. Along the way, it would offer a chance to gather materials for crafting artifacts. The journey began with unwavering determination, each step driven by the pursuit of something elusive. Quiet contemplation settled over him as he wondered just how many magical gems he might be able to claim. At last, the most exciting part began as the protagonist faced off against wild beasts, skillfully caught fish, and gathered mushrooms, earning magical stones for each feat. On the evening of his return home, the protagonist suddenly realized something unexpected. With simple materials like these, he had managed to craft a remarkable variety of objects. Above all else, shock grenades were what he needed most at that moment. Armed with his own magic and the enchanted stones he had gathered, he set the stage for a true display of sorcery. Channeling all his strength into a single fist, Lee pressed forward with unwavering resolve, crushing anything that dared to stand in his way. Wasting such valuable materials felt unfortunate, yet there was no other way to craft a flashbang grenade. After many determined attempts to crush the obstacle, success finally came. A small mound of shimmering powder would soon serve as the foundation for magical gems. At that moment, he called upon the power of light magic for aid. Countless times, the shards of magical stone absorbed energy, but the effect was fleeting. A faint glow flickered across the fragments, only to vanish almost instantly. Amid the dim glimmer of a million scattered fragments, a sudden and dazzling radiance burst forth. Naturally, the powder proved remarkably finicky to handle, causing trouble nearly every time it was put to use. In the end, he managed to carry out his plan, accomplishing it just as everything was coming to a close. Once the work was complete, the hero applied the concoction, resulting in the creation of a blinding grenade. Upon crafting his first attempt, the protagonist immediately sensed it was far from sufficient. Determined to make a difference, he set his sights on crafting at least 3. At last, the task was finished. Confidence in his abilities faded as he soon discovered that crafting even 3 bombs by hand proved far more challenging than he had first imagined. Crafting objects of exceptional quality demands significant effort and dedication. The protagonist noticed the sudden signal from the magic detector. A thought flickered through my mind, wondering why all this was happening to me when I wasn't doing anything at all. It seemed to sense the presence of unfamiliar magic in the air. Spinning around in a sudden motion, he snatched up the magic detector. In a flash, the bow was loaded with flashbang grenades, and he darted out of the house. Racing forward, a realization struck him. He did not truly know who this person was. Yet, regardless of any threat or hostility, a powerful urge compelled him to witness this individual with his own eyes. The magic detector rested lightly in his palm. Plunging into the dense forest, the hero navigated along hidden trails known only to a few. Right before their eyes, he suddenly began to change. A warning cry pierced the air, reaching his ears with sudden urgency. The antagonist had already climbed the tree, poised for his next move. Realizing that the destination was now just a short distance away. Without pausing, he leapt from branch to branch, gliding through the forest tangle like a squirrel in full flight. At long last, his journey brought him face to face with the girl he had pursued for so long. Leaving father and the pumpkin behind felt impossible. Every fiber of my being resisted the thought. Known as Siso, I embody the fierce beast and the spirit of Yang together as one. From above, the people below clustered together, as if drawn to a celebration, their gathering resembling a festival unfolding in the streets. A brutal bear attack left the man with wounds so severe that they proved to be fatal. Unable to break up the fight, the girl watched as the knight remained steadfast at her side, determined to protect them no matter the cost. A gunshot wound marked the bear's shoulder, but the most intriguing detail was that this creature had already died before. Deadly poison shimmered on the tips of its claws. The hero made a solemn vow in his heart if he could not. Had they failed to act, all 3 would have faced death within the next 5 minutes. Should fate allow any of them to survive, he intended to extract the crucial information from the survivors. Descending swiftly, the figure makes their way down to offer assistance. Taking advantage of a well-timed release technique, support was quietly secured from the shadows. Sensing the fresh scent of blood, the immense bear tensed, ready to charge at the wounded knight. The protagonist arrived at the perfect moment and swiftly turned the situation around. Time slips away as a sudden burst from a flare slices through the darkness. An unreadable expression settled over the bear's face. An explosion shattered the night, sending tremors through the air as darkness responded with a resounding, echoing wave. Lost in confusion, glanced around, uncertain of what was happening. The enemy surged forward, channeling every ounce of strength toward the main character. With a bold glare, Oldley dared to challenge the beast, doubting whether this towering creature truly believed it could simply flee unscathed. Without warning, a venomous stinger materialized in his hand. Piercing through the air, the blow lands squarely in the monster's gaze. As the attack succeeds, the mightiest fighter instantly draws every eye. Now the creature channels all its wrath and inhuman strength towards this single opponent. Compared to all the other monsters faced in the past, this bear appeared far more powerful and menacing. A single strike from the poisonous stinger would certainly not be enough to bring down such a formidable foe. This time, the battle promised to be much more challenging than any previous encounters. Achieving the desired outcome will require an even greater dose of poison. With his own hands, the protagonist carefully encrypted the arrow. The deadly concoction grew even more lethal as poison and fire were added to the mix. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the bear. Then, spinning around to face the girl, he barked an urgent command, warning her to stay perfectly still if she wished to avoid meeting the same fate. Although, the arrow pierced straight through the monster, leaving no doubt of its deadly force. The bear remained a looming threat, ready to attack at any moment. The protagonist's cry shatters the silence, leaving everyone around frozen in place. With only a small step remaining, the protagonist stood at the threshold of the success he had long pursued. Generously coating his arrows, he blended 3 distinct types of magical substances, ensuring each shaft pulsed with potent enchantment. Only once did the venom of the mirror truly reveal its power. Poison crafted from killer's grass delivers wounds of unmatched severity, holding the power to end a victim's life in an instant. Hematoxylin toxin, drawn from potent mushrooms, drains strength even from beasts immune to neurotoxins. Its lethal effect earned it a rightful place in every mixture. Parallelus acts as a poison. Crafted from the venom of frogs, this particular blend forms a unique pair of poisons. Recognizing the true victim, the individual cunningly bides their time, allowing other poisons to reach their intended targets. Paralysis causes many of the body's systems to lose their ability to function normally. Despite the structure of its nervous system, the monster experiences almost no pain. Pain, subtle and silent, creeps in with such stealth that its victim remains unaware of the deadly poison until the very moment of demise. The mighty beast collapsed, defeated by the protagonist's hand. Shaken and wounded, the knight, breath ragged and voice unsteady, murmured, still trembling from the ordeal, "What was that, our first encounter?" A sudden burst of brilliant light flooded the protagonist's eyes. The creature collapsed, utterly defeated. Was this truly his doing? Calmly, the protagonist confirmed that it was indeed he who had brought down the bear. Considering Knight could still move, I concluded the bear's poison spread at a sluggish pace. Sometimes, even misfortune has its silver lining. With a swipe of its powerful claws, the bear tore open his chest, and from that moment, nothing could hold back the beast's fury. Blood loss is outpacing the effects of the poison, leaving precious little time. Without immediate medication, saving him will become impossible. A lone knight, still standing despite the chaos, barred the protagonist's path and demanded that he halt. Although his actions had ensured their survival, he remained a stranger in their eyes. With calm composure, the protagonist met his gaze and quietly repaid the debt. No matter what happened, still it seemed certain that if the boy dared to act, everything would end for him. The knight gradually faded away, giving way to the first signs of mourning. As his gaze settled on the protagonist, a low murmur escaped his lips. These were not mere strangers before him. His eyes narrowed with menace, and his words took on a razor-sharp edge. "Who are you calling a kid? Do you even realize who stands before you?" But the protagonist would not let the insult hang in the air. Stepping in felt like the only honorable choice. Leaving him to die alone simply wasn't an option. For a brief moment, lost in thought, the knight cast its gaze. Hope flickered in his eyes as he asked if saving him was possible. The protagonist admitted he could not offer a definite promise, yet assured that he would do everything within his power. With these words, he handed over a vial of potion. The man explained that these were medicine, and it was the knight's duty to deliver them to the injured person. In the hush of night, medicine was taken with careful caution. While studying him, caution guided every interaction, never hastily trusting a stranger at first glance. The main character offered yet another flask, but none were accepted. 2 bottles rested on the table, and a decision had to be made between them. The protagonist must taste the one chosen by the knight. Doubts still seemed to linger in his mind. Knight confused the vials and handed one of them to the protagonist. With unwavering resolve, the hero uncorked the bottle and drained it in a single gulp. Everything felt so natural, the knight slowly receded, giving way to something new. Spinning around, he handed the girl a small vial. The girl rushed to her wounded father's side. Stepping into the doorway, the girl announced that she had brought the medicine. The moment she handed him the potion, the tension between them reached its peak. A heavy silence settled in the air as the wounds around their eyes slowly closed, gradually fading from sight. Swiftly, even before the knight had a chance to settle. This very moment, without a doubt, shone as the true highlight of the entire story. The protagonist uncorked a small vial of potion, a decision destined to alter the course of his story. An air of genuine surprise settled over them, as though they had stumbled upon something entirely unexpected. In the blink of an eye, their time ran out, leaving them no chance to react. Apparently, using potions to boost their levels was not a habit they had formed. The hero called out to the knight and offered her his energy, suggesting that he, too, should sample this elixir. The night watchman humbly explained that he was just a guard on duty and suggested reserving the potion for those in greater need. Pressing the vial of potion firmly against Knight's lips, the protagonist urged him to swallow without hesitation, assuring that there was no shortage of such remedies in his own collection. Hide the Knight in a glass and savor it slowly, enjoying every last drop. Realization dawned that a debt remained unpaid to the protagonist, yet a firm warning followed. The assistance was far from over, a fact not to be overlooked. As the bear's venom continued its relentless spread, mortal danger still loomed. The need for escape grew more urgent with every passing moment. The darkness coughed, shattering the night's stillness, and suddenly in a booming voice demanded to know if he possessed an antidote. The hero froze in contemplation, his gaze locked with the presence of an unseen force. A curious glance fell upon him, as they inquired if he had noticed any changes within himself, wondering whether the poison had taken effect or caused any noticeable reaction. Darkness studied his palms intently, a sense of anxious tension wrapping around his body like an alarm of impending danger. A slight numbness tingled in the soles of his feet, yet overall he felt fine. Everything unfolded perfectly. An invisible shackle seemed to grip the body, its chill tightening with every passing moment. Left unchecked, this freezing spasm would reach the heart, and when that happened, it would be the end. In response, he remarked that creating an antidote here was out of the question, so he decided to return home. At the same time, he ordered the knight to bring that so-called uncle to the spot. Once again, the knight bristled at such an overly familiar term, but the man calmly advised him to hurry, warning that his noble relative might not survive otherwise. If you can't manage, I'll carry him myself. By the time they reached the house, the knight had already wrapped everything around them in deep darkness. Peering inside, curiosity sparked regarding whether the house truly belonged to them. Amid the dense thicket of the forest, nothing stood out, only the familiar hush and the green cast of shade. Noting the ordinariness of the place, the hero suggested they remain there and wait while he set out to find medicine himself. Knight, her gaze edged with curiosity and suspicion, asked whether his skill in preparing medicine meant he was a doctor. In reply, the protagonist explained that he had no medical degree and was not a physician, though he possessed the know-how to craft effective remedies. Remarkable in his own way, lacking formal education, yet somehow possessing the ability to craft an antidote. The main character assured the knight that if the idea of creating medicine worried him so much he suspected poison instead of a cure, he could oversee the entire process himself. The knight gently asks for a little more time. Together, they gently lifted the injured man and settled him onto the bed. A salve intended for a wounded man. Without warning, he began drinking from the very source. The main character now steps onto the stage. Agnosti, his voice edged with concern, asked what had happened. Concern flickered in his eyes as he inquired about the poison, pressing for any new symptoms. Knight confirmed her entire arm had gone numb. He asked if there was still time to brew an antidote, the one by her side. The pagan observed that this sacrifice was absolute, for only the knight's arm had gone numb. It appeared that this was the very point of the ritual. Their movements unfolded with deliberate slowness, allowing ample time to prepare the antidote. In endeavors like this, the true difference always lay in the quality of the final product. Naturally, the outcome was far from perfect. However, with careful blending of every ingredient, the result held the promise of something truly remarkable. The result turned out quite well. Crafting the potion from such poor quality ingredients required considerable effort. A single type of amulet would have sufficed, yet necessity forced them to make do with whatever was available. As the protagonist silently focused on mixing the potion, the knight kept a vigilant eye trained on him, watchful and unwavering. Suddenly his announcement echoed through the room. Everything was ready. The young woman and the knight, filled with excitement, draw closer to the bowls brimming with antidote. Later, the knight realized he needed to check for any signs of poison. For now, patience was required, and waiting became his only option. A short while later, after swallowing the antidote, tension slowly melted away from his body. Remarkable changes began to take hold of him. The girl turned to face the knight, a darkness that carried the name Pumpkin. Everything was going well for him. Astonishment colored his voice as he remarked how the poison had vanished in an instant, as if by magic. A friend, could that even be possible? The hero noticed that the antidote did, in fact, neutralize the poison's effects, an outcome with no hint of the supernatural. Yet, something lingered in the air. Doubt crept in again, leaving uncertainty about whether this elixir truly served as an antidote. With a sigh, the protagonist recognized that the time had come to hand it over to the other boy. An even greater dose still lingered, poisoning his body. Even the slightest hint of doubt would have rendered all his efforts meaningless in an instant. The antidote has already been delivered. Suddenly, his light began to shine brightly for all to see. The protagonist grasps the situation with complete clarity. As soon as his wounds fully heal, he will finally awaken from his slumber. The poison's effects had completely vanished from his body. Veginus turned to the girl and warned her that if she noticed anything troubling about him, she should not hesitate and immediately return it to him. Extending a small vial of potion toward him, the girl expressed her gratitude and graciously accepted his gift, having already made sure he was well fed. At last, a chance to speak presented itself. Eagerness flickered in the character's eyes as curiosity surged. Who were these people, and what had drawn them to this place? Gazing intently into the uneasy night, the girl extended an unexpected offer. Curiosity sparked within her as she wondered about their true identities. She asked if they would be willing to reveal who they really were. The reason for their arrival became clear once the father regained his senses. Acceptance of this dawned slowly on him. The main character assured everyone he had no objections and suggested they discuss everything that the knight had just revealed to them. Gord served as the personal bodyguard to King Mrs. himself. The main character paused in thought, pondering whether a royal family truly existed among them. In response to her friendly greeting, the stranger introduced herself as Rumia, the daughter of the 14th king of Messes, none other than Leus Messes himself. The situation unfolding before the protagonist seemed almost unreal. Always one to steer clear of negotiations with those of higher rank, he now found fate placing him directly before the king himself. Everything was supposed to proceed without interruption. Suddenly, a wave of surprise froze him in place, leaving his thoughts scattered. Something unusual was unfolding before him. Clearly, there were hidden factors at play, secret circumstances influencing the scene. Two members of the royal family, including the king himself, travel with only one guard between them. The circumstances appear notably suspicious, hinting at something amiss. Allow me to ask that you keep this information confidential. Nodding with confidence to show he understood everything, the protagonist clearly stated his name, emphasized his own correctness, and warmly expressed his pleasure at making the acquaintance. At first, he pointed out, it would be wise to wait for the king to recover before moving on to discuss the plan. A wave of surprise swept over the girl as the word plan slipped from his lips. That meant he genuinely intended to offer them his help. Lost in thought, the protagonist wondered if his presence and support were truly needed in this place. Sharing a delicious meal while engaging in lively conversation. Next, the hero retrieved a piece of meat from the chest. It was impossible not to notice how everything here seemed so fresh. The thought flickered through my mind. Surprisingly, the food stored in the chest alongside other belongings remained perfectly fresh, showing no signs of spoiling. The hero busied himself with preparing a meal. Curious, Rumia couldn't help but ask what he was up to. Once life unfolded along a very different path. Claire, the heart of this tale, remained unaware of the ordeals destiny had prepared for her. He suspected that the plate before him held fried frog meat, but identifying the exact species of the creature proved impossible. With curiosity, Rumia wondered aloud if it was safe to eat the meat of an unknown monster. The main character calmly assured everyone that poison held no threat for him, as he had already prepared an antidote in advance. The girl immediately took note of his boldness and, settling comfortably beside him, she pondered the thought that perhaps this truly was folk wisdom. Never before had she encountered anything like it, and the mystery only fueled her curiosity. These words made him pause and reflect, for he had never imagined hearing something like that. He expected the girl to complain about the strange taste of the dish, but events took an entirely different turn. Suddenly springing to his feet, he assured his lady with a bold declaration that no trickery would ever deceive her while he stood by her side. Despite his humble origins, he would never have dared to taste the flesh of an unknown creature. The protagonist, however, stood apart, remarkably different from people like him. Amya once again asked if he was being truthful. Gord assured her with conviction that he had never used an antidote to treat his stomach. The protagonist busied himself with the repetitive task of producing salt, each batch blending seamlessly into the next. After generously seasoning the meat, he dug into his meal with hearty enthusiasm. As expected, the meat delighted with its rich juiciness and generous marbling. Speaking his thoughts aloud, he remarked how truly enjoyable the flavor was. Deep inside, he reflected on his thoughts. Yesterday, he believed that meat tasted good simply because hunger sharpened his senses. Now he realized there was something more to it, something beyond mere appetite. As Ford delivered his lecture to his beloved, her gaze drifted to the piece of meat prepared by the protagonist. The young rascal leisurely teased the girl with his treats, savoring every bite himself with evident delight. Lost in thought, the protagonist grew uneasy, wondering if they had remembered to stock up on food before setting out on this journey. Casting a doubtful glance at the meat, he quietly remarked that the princess might be better off avoiding that particular dish. Unfortunately, they had absolutely no provisions with them. The main character explained that he had set out on this journey alongside the royal family, but they had neglected to bring any supplies. Night deepened the sense of how extraordinary and unprepared their adventure truly was. Following this, the protagonist proposed the idea that, in that case, others join the group and decide to give it a try as well. Driven by curiosity, the desire to witness everything firsthand takes hold. Unable to resist any longer, he decided to sample the meat. The moment his teeth sank into the first bite, understanding dawned on him. The dish turned out to be incredibly delicious. After sampling countless exquisite dishes, a longing still lingered within him. Never before had such divinely delicious meat touched these lips. Gord, his curiosity piqued, asked aloud what kind of meat it was. The hero replied casually that it came from a mysterious breed of frog. Intrigued, Gord insisted that they find out the creature's name, determined to seek out the delicacy once more upon returning to the capital. Following these words, the pianist turned to the lady with a question. This was his true nature revealed. Rumia had noticed how deeply Gord delighted in delicious food. Often at royal banquets, he ignores all formal greetings and heads straight for the lavishly set table. The main character can't help but wonder if he might be something of a gourmand. A request is made to Gord for permission to give it a try, and Knight immediately grants approval, assuring everyone that it's perfectly fine to proceed. The meat looked perfectly fine, so she confidently claimed a piece for herself. Before taking the first bite, he paused to ask if they had. At the heart of the story stands Plate, a hero stripped of. Word, let yourself be transformed. The table is neatly set with silverware, creating a quiet sense of anticipation before dinner. Applause fills the air as curiosity sparks, prompting the question of where this event is unfolding. Gord's gaze suddenly fixed on the table from which the plate had just been taken. Sensing this unexpected interest, the protagonist anxiously asked if perhaps a mistake had been made. Everything seemed flawless. Meanwhile, the princess moved with effortless grace. As the first bite touched my lips, a vivid cascade of the warmest memories flooded my mind. The flavor lingered, rich and unforgettable. The meat proved to be exceptionally delicious, its rich flavor spreading smoothly through every corner of the mouth. The protagonist asked Gord if he wanted more, but Gord simply shrugged his shoulders. As a knight devoted to his duty, he made it a point to never waste supplies and used only what was absolutely necessary. Despite everything, the main character generously piled even larger portions onto his plate. With a warm assurance, he declared that there was still plenty of meat left, so everyone could eat their fill without worry. In the unlikely event that supplies ran out, he promised he would surely bring back more. Joy lit up Gord's face as he declared that after such a feast, he would surely be in their debt. Delight swept through everyone present, leaving no one untouched. Knight confessed that not even the royal banquets had offered such exquisite meat. With curiosity sparking in her eyes, the girl turned to the hero, who calmly replied that before her was frog meat. It never crossed her mind that he spoke the absolute truth. Plump little frogs really did exist, and perhaps this was the legendary galleon frog. Knight cast her gaze toward the printer. Our new acquaintance remarked that preparing galleon frogs posed quite a challenge, as their meat was hardly suitable for campfire cooking. In response, Rumia smiled, recalling past adventures, and added that despite all the obstacles, these frogs tasted almost identical to ordinary dishes. Upon first hearing about galleon frogs, the protagonist wondered if these creatures were truly as finicky to prepare as people claimed. Long ago, the king himself ordered a dish to be prepared from their meat. The royal cooks received nearly 100 frogs, yet only a single one found its way to the banquet table. Curiosity piqued, the protagonist inquired about the challenges they faced. About 10 venomous sacs lurked within their bodies. Disturbing even a single one during preparation meant the deadly poison would swiftly spread through the entire creature, rendering the meat entirely inedible. The bags turned out to be incredibly fragile, barely maintaining their shape at even the slightest touch. Producing the frog's head he had discovered earlier, the protagonist presented it to those gathered and inquired whether it resembled the creatures they had been discussing. Gordon explained that what stood before them was a galleon toad. Doubts flickered over whether he could truly prepare this meat without anyone suffering harm. As the main character gave a silent nod of agreement, the knight itself seemed to urge him to unveil the long-guarded secret. A quiet knock sounded at the door. Outside, the darkness pressed against the window, suspended as if time itself no longer moved, and the endless night refused to give way. The band of antagonists began to ready their weapons, fully aware that a battle could break out at any moment. In the depths of the forest, no visitor ever arrives by chance. In the deep darkness of night, the knight drew his sword and firmly commanded the princess to stay where she was. A flicker of suspicion crossed the princess's mind. Could this be Larsel? After all, he was the one sent to fetch reinforcements. After turning around, the knight pondered the words he had just heard, finally admitting to himself that there might indeed be a grain of truth in them. Gord strode up to the door and called out in a firm voice, wanting to know who waited on the other side. A voice called out from behind the door, introducing itself as Larsel. At that moment, the protagonist hid quietly behind the corner, watching everything unfold from the safety of his cover. Knight granted silent permission to enter, leaving the doors conveniently unlatched. Larson entered the room and offered a polite greeting to everyone present. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he spotted the princess among those gathered, an eyebrow arching in silent inquiry. A wave of relief swept over everyone when it became clear she was unharmed. Curiosity led to an inquiry about whether he had managed to get the help he needed. In response, Reversal regretfully announced that the search had yielded no results. Fate led him to the home of some locals, where, to his surprise, he managed to find them. Gord expressed his gratitude to Larsel for scouting the area, but Larsel simply shrugged, hinting that thanks were unnecessary since he had returned empty-handed. Thus, Gord found himself facing a difficult question. What purpose had brought the princess to such a strange and perilous place? Curiosity about this place stirred within, and memories of the old house began to surface. Its appearance and purpose lingered in thought, painting a faint picture of what once stood there. The master approached the protagonist and carefully explained that this place was his very own home. Larsel encountered this name for the first time, and it struck him as something entirely unfamiliar. The possibility that this person could become their ally filled his mind with uncertainty. In his own mind, he considered himself an ordinary person, yet in truth, he was anything but ordinary. Outraged by these words, Lars bursts forth, demanding to know if the knight truly had the audacity to bring the princess into his own home. Gord hurried to defend himself, but the princess swiftly cut him off and turned her attention to Larson. Their hero had just saved them. Larsel brought up the matter once more, yet what he heard seemed utterly unbelievable. At first, the hero swiftly dispatched the monster that had attacked them, then carefully tended to their wounds, healing each one with his own hands. Dato explained that the king was currently resting in the adjoining room. The monster's poison had clouded his mind, but the protagonist had already administered the antidote. The medicine had worked. Recovery will soon follow, bringing relief and renewed strength. Suspicion clouded Lars's mind as he began to question them, determined to unearth their true intentions. Fate led you to arrive at the exact moment when the monster attacked them, and by sheer coincidence, you happened to carry the very antidote they needed. Perhaps he had merely been pulling their strings all along. The danger in this place felt overwhelming, leaving only one clear choice: to get out as quickly as possible. The main character found himself completely lost, unable to grasp a single thing being discussed. The princess emphasized that the forest swarmed with terrifying creatures, and this humble hut remained the only true sanctuary in the vast, perilous wilderness. Approaching the savior in such a manner, to whom they owe their very lives, carries a weight of deep significance. At last, the protagonist entered the conversation, his presence subtly shifting the mood in the room. She noted that the option remained open for him, should he choose to make use of it. Surely no one truly expected him to stand by, while intruders wandered freely through his domain. The door stood slightly ajar, not even locked. Addressing the protagonist, he confessed with fiery passion that only the nighttime gourd kept him in check. Without that peculiar object, the prisoner princess would have long ago fallen into his hands. Suddenly, the main character realized his oversight. Eliminating 4 of them would have been effortless for him, accomplished without so much as a second thought. Not even that managed to stop him. There simply wasn't a trace of interest within him. His words carried only truth, without a trace of deceit. Every move the opponent made unfolded with such predictability that eliminating him would have posed no challenge at all. Without hesitation and right then and there, Gorda was always considered the stronger of the two. Should he choose to eliminate his opponent, the entire ordeal would scarcely last 10 seconds. Veins bulged angrily on Larsel's forehead as he pressed for clarification, asking if they truly dared accuse him of violating the honor of the night. The protagonist simply shook his head, his sincerity evident and unclouded by any trace of deception. Without a moment's hesitation, Lars draws his sword and charges forward in a swift assault. The princess instantly diffused the tension, issuing a commanding order for everyone to halt. Lars attempts to persuade her, but his efforts meet with little success. A faint edge in her voice left no room for doubt. Her words were nothing less than a command. The sound echoed, carried swiftly through the depths of the night. Should Larsel dare to defy her orders once more? Execution by beheading was the price for betrayal. Unshaken by this grim decree, Horda simply replied with unwavering calm, "I hear and obey." The blade of the sword presses firmly against Larsel's throat. With sincere regret, offered a heartfelt apology. Falling to his knees, the Portuguese desperately begs for mercy. To be honest, even after learning the truth, a lingering sense of fear remains while watching all of this unfold. Once, she seemed no different from any other girl, but now her harshness toward him is nothing short of astonishing. Larsen's appearance might suggest remorse, yet in truth, his heart remains untouched by regret. Watching the doubt still cloud his eyes, uncertainty flickers within. Perhaps this conversation would be better saved for another time. The young man called out to the princess, politely inquiring about her well-being and eager to hear how she was doing. The prince proposed a duel with no rules, as if they stood on a true battlefield, and the princess accepted the challenge without hesitation. The beginning unfolded with Lars addressing the main character, curiosity etched into his expression. He insisted that this was the very person everyone had been searching for, as if the endless riddle had finally discovered its elusive answer in this singular individual. Dispatching 4 opponents of his caliber would have posed no challenge at all. Not even a blink of an eye would betray the effort. It would hardly have cost him even half his usual strength. Shatter his illusions into pieces. It seemed that facing him head-on, knife in hand, was the only viable option. The situation had turned against him. No matter what world he found himself in. Still a killer slipping through the shadows in search of a clandestine meeting. The hunt had already become a fierce contest, long before this very moment arrived. As he shared his plans, he painted a vivid picture of each step, making it clear what he truly hoped to accomplish. Yet his intentions never included taking the life of his enemy. Deep down, he never intended to take his opponent's life. This was meant to be nothing more than a display duel. A single clash could have revealed much about his opponent's abilities and intentions. In the end, though, the risk of taking the life of the princess's guardian was a price far too steep for him to consider. Achieving this without any bloodshed became the goal. The princess, intrigued, asked if he truly felt confident in his intentions. At Gord's request for clarification, Rumia explained her reasoning. The royal family, she said, carried the solemn duty of training knights. More than anything, she wished to spare Gord any unnecessary trouble. The main character expressed a desire to clear up all the misunderstandings. At that moment, the princess joined the conversation. Possessed an unbreakable spirit and remarkable resilience. Though the title of true knight hardly suited him, his talents were beyond question. Gord acknowledged that the princess had been right about everything. Counted among the 3 most powerful elite guardians of the royal family, his abilities should never be underestimated. Silence settled over the battlefield as the warriors advanced onto the arena, each step echoing through the stillness. Larsel inquired whether there were truly rumors circulating about something extraordinary expected to happen soon. Ruthless battles raged on, stripped of any rules or restraints. Z gave a brief nod, signaling his complete understanding. There were no restrictions on weapons or techniques. The only rule was that the fight would continue until one of them fell. The main character pulled out a small bottle and noted with a smile that he had brought it along. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she inquired about the object. The princess simply responded with a mysterious smile. The potion appeared to be merely of the first level. A genuine wave of astonishment washed over Larzal. Could something like this truly exist? Could it really be true? First-level potion. The young man came from humble beginnings, just an ordinary commoner. Gorg admitted that he once shared the same opinion. However, it seemed the protagonist still had a long road ahead before reaching that understanding. A humble commoner could spend an entire lifetime at ease, earning a living by selling handmade medicines. The events of the night confirmed his profession as a doctor. After all, he was the one who prepared the antidote for them. The potions he concocted revealed considerable expertise, suggesting that in the past, this man might have served as a personal physician in some foreign country. Larson pointed out that no country would ever let go of a doctor skilled enough to craft top-class potions. While listening to these conversations, a thought might cross your mind. Could potions truly possess such immense value in this world? Potion makers go by the title of doctors here. In the game, this craft was referred to as alchemy, but judging by their words, both names seem to point to the same profession. Only a select percentage of physicians possess the skill to craft first-tier elixirs, and even then, an alchemist must have reached at least the 10th level of proficiency to create such a potion. Gorg reluctantly acknowledged the truth. Not even a personal physician would dare to smuggle first-tier potions out of the country. Furthermore, the man in question lived deep within the mountains, making it quite likely that he was on the run from somewhere. Lars will certainly agree, since this is entirely within reach. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be that they truly saw him as a doctor in hiding? Discovering this brought a quiet satisfaction, far preferable to the sudden realization that he hailed from another world. Suddenly, the protagonist interrupted their conversation, bristling with annoyance as he demanded they remove their hands from his back. Settling disputes alone leads nowhere. The prospect of a true duel offers a far more captivating solution. Curiosity arose about placing trust in someone who remains stubbornly silent about their own past. According to the protagonist, that was precisely why they needed the duel. Seizing the moment, Gordon volunteered to serve as the judge. The ceremonial introduction of the instrument's use commenced, marking a significant moment. As the story begins, the protagonist stands at the threshold of fresh adventures, ready to step into the unknown. A sudden flash of light slices through the darkness. With a steady squeeze of the trigger, he released the bomb, sending it hurtling forward on its ruthless trajectory. Blinded and disoriented, Larsel stumbled helplessly, unable to locate his enemy. Suddenly, everything made sense. The true nature of what had happened became clear. Nothing out of the ordinary caught his eye, so he simply took note of the peculiar tools he carried with him. In the darkness, not a single trace of the opponent emerged. Yet, any hope for an effortless victory quickly faded, as such an adversary would never surrender without a struggle. Amid the assault, the protagonist noticed something about himself. Before us stands a true warrior, courageous and unwavering in the heat of battle. Genuine surprise froze on the boy's face, the kind that comes when reality defies all expectations. Blindness did not stop Larson from skillfully fending off the attack. Seasoned warriors possess an uncanny ability to sense their enemies, even when shrouded in utter darkness. Lars cast a glance. Nearly 20 years had passed, and that time had been enough for him to reach staggering heights. Overcoming an opponent was no longer a challenge for him. In this duel, victory itself matters less than overcoming your opponent and revealing the full extent of your true strength. The gap in their strength revealed itself unmistakably. In this situation, the protagonist. Only one path remained, declared Larzal with unwavering confidence. With a firm grip on the sword, the time had come to shatter his confidence. With newfound strength, the hero charged forward, his voice ringing out loudly as he declared that victory hovers just within his grasp, yet in a sudden display of skill, Lars deftly parries his opponent's assault. In the thick of the duel, Larsal realized he had been observed. With a faint smile, the hero replied that, "Still stands strong, never losing confidence." She stated with confidence that none of the plans would succeed. Sheer force alone cannot solve this problem yet. Another wave of the protagonist's attacks surged over the enemy. Astonishment swept across the hero's face, reshaping his features with sheer disbelief. Taking advantage of his transformation, he swung his sword, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. In mere seconds, the enemy's weapon shattered into countless fragments. Clearly, mastering this weapon was not an ill deed after all. The protagonist's magic blossomed in full splendor. Larson found himself defenseless and armed with nothing more than a wooden stick in place of a sword. He stands utterly exposed. Lars cannot bring himself to accept what has happened, while that very same person A self-satisfied smile lit up his face. Suddenly, Gordon's loud declaration echoed through the room, announcing the winner. Yet with those very words, everything finally fell into place. Morning unfolds in the house just like any other, yet an inexplicable tension cuts through the air. Subtle glances flit from one to another, silent words hang heavy in the silence, and a sudden sense lingers that this day might alter the course of their lives forever. Something in his palms draws the eye irresistibly. None of his own actions make sense to him. Every decision feels shrouded in fog, leaving him unable to grasp his true motives. Perhaps it was nothing more than an illusion, a fleeting vision dissolving into the shadows of memory. The hero realized that wielding this gift demanded considerable strength, making the technique unsuitable for extended use. Lights flickered in the distance. This time, only a dull ache lingered in his muscles. Had he tried such a maneuver against a stronger adversary, he would have found himself cast into oblivion long ago. Fortune favored him now, for instead of a formidable threat, his opponent was simply Larson, not the most dangerous of them all. Larson glances around in confusion, trying to piece together what just happened. His sword now lies in ruins, its one-sprout edge battered and broken. Turns out this was a unique swordplay technique. Such moments arose every time opponents tried to parry his thrusts. It all appeared to be nothing more than an elaborate ruse. In truth, he had conjured up an illusion simply to break his own sword. His expertise extended only to the most basic techniques of fencing. Observing the protagonist's movements suggested a lack of any refined technique, yet the question lingered, was he truly that powerful? The thought flickered across their minds. Perhaps Larsel possessed a special sword. The knight answered with a simple nod, confirming their suspicion. Yet a fleeting thought crossed the protagonist's mind. Upon touching that object, there had been no sensation at all. Crafted by the legendary blacksmith Lamies, this sword holds a unique history. Records indicate that the master forged it especially for Larson to commemorate his induction into the royal guard. Upon hearing this, the hero approached the broken blade and noticed how simple it would be to piece it back together. Restoring the sword to its original appearance was within his power, yet despite every effort, the true form of the blade remained stubbornly elusive. A strict order arrived, forbidding any hand from reaching for a sword. Even the mere thought of it was declared off-limits. With a swift cut to his palm, he paved the way for the ritual to begin. With unwavering determination in his voice, he declared his refusal to accept the current state of affairs. With failure now behind him, he moved away from the battlefield, determined to never look back. Given that he had agreed to a duel with the protagonist by mutual consent, she decided there was no need for punishment. However, his behavior after losing that night crossed the line and could not be tolerated. Unacceptable behavior unfolded as, rather than acknowledging defeat with dignity, the man not only insulted his noble rescuer, but also dismissed even the most basic respect. Such conduct from a royal guard casts a shadow of disgrace over the entire kingdom. Approaching the protagonist, she offered a sincere apology and took full responsibility for her subordinate's disgraceful actions. Princess Gord hurriedly asked her to lift her head, giving her a moment to reflect on her own situation. The princess turned toward him and asked what he thought should be done with Larsel. Gord paused, letting the question linger in the air as he considered his response. He stubbornly disregarded her orders, and after the match, his conduct slipped even further into disgrace. Actions like these undermine the authority of the royal guard. According to the law, the death penalty awaited him. Overhearing this conversation, the stranger. In Agnes's thoughts, the truth emerges. Despite Rumia's royal title, the girl before him is only 15 years old. Most likely, she cannot bring herself to end the life of someone with whom she shared so many unforgettable hours that night. Thoughts swirled in Gorda's mind as he wondered if there might be another way to punish. While most organizations might simply expel a wrongdoer from their ranks, the code dictated a far more severe response. The only option remaining was the death penalty. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted. Deciding whether to take action now became the pressing concern. A thought crossed his mind that perhaps sending it was simply impossible. To harshly punish someone for just a handful of careless words. In the end, this world stands in stark contrast to everything familiar. Protecting the royal family remains the royal guard's highest mission, so strict rules here are both natural and essential. Nevertheless, Rumia has no intention of carrying out the sentence. If the king learns that one of his knights died because of him upon waking, it would hardly encourage further dialogue. There is no real reason to protect Larsel yet. Perhaps this time fortune would finally favor him. So in the end, he was the only one who got hurt, wasn't he? Still, he sees no real danger in the situation. Gord nodded in agreement, admitting that while it was true, there were times when things proved more difficult than they appeared. The statutes of the Royal Guard were forged with a single purpose: to protect and defend. Established with unwavering resolve, the Royal Guard stands as a shield for the realm, a homeland that disgraces its own honor. Nothing struck more fear into a king than disgrace. For this very reason, the code of the Royal Guard remained harsh and unforgiving. At last, the main character realizes the truth. The matter hinges entirely on honor. The realization that he and Rumia truly belonged to the same circle brought an unexpected warmth of understanding. Concealing the truth keeps the world shrouded in ignorance. This event he would keep hidden from the world. Rumia, too, would remain silent about it. The princess nodded in quiet agreement. For a moment, Gord drifted away into deep thought, lost in the quiet world of his own reflections. Should the protagonist agree to this, the weight of responsibility for Larzal will rest squarely on his shoulders. The princess made a request. Gordon explained that in the code of the Royal Guard, there is a special clause stating that in exceptional cases, the execution of a sentence for a guilty person may be postponed if their presence is necessary for duty. This is what it means to take responsibility for someone. The protagonist wondered whether this meant Larzal could avoid punishment until his service ended. Curiosity prompted him to ask if continued duty on Larzal's part would let him postpone his penalty indefinitely. Gord noted that this was exactly how things were done. Both the victim and the responsible party had to give their consent. Korg jabbed a finger at his own chest with unshakable confidence, declaring that he would take charge. After making this bold announcement, the room fell silent. After fulfilling all the conditions, he announced that he would determine Larzal's punishment himself, studying him intently. A shiver ran through Larzal as cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Silent words clung to his tongue, but at last he bowed deeply before Gord, offering his gratitude. Gord issued a stern warning, declaring that next time he would execute Larzal without hesitation for any offense. At the same time, he made it clear that he expected unwavering loyalty and a firm resolve to restore his honor. Bowing deeply and without pause, Larzal promised to do whatever was required. Gord shifted his gaze to the main character and cautioned him that should he have a change of heart, he must speak up immediately, otherwise the sentence would be carried out. This was Right's right. The main character lowered his eyelids in silent agreement, showing he understood everything. The gaze slid over to Larzal. He let out a heavy sigh, straightened his back, and for a brief moment seemed revived. A frown creased his brow as he glanced to the right. Almost instantly, his hand clenched into a fist, the motion nearly automatic. His jaw clenched even tighter and the crease on his forehead deepened. Without hesitation, he turned and strode toward the exit. Rumia prepared to intervene, but in an instant, Right extended his arm, blocking her path. With a curt command, he told her to look. The moment Larzal vanished beyond the horizon, realization struck him. His entire fate now rested in the hands of the main hero. Bewilderment washed over him as he wondered how things had reached this point, when all he had ever wanted was a chance to prove his strength in battle. An hour slipped by, and with careful hands, Right lifted the small vessel brimming with water. Placing the glass on the table, he announced that it was pure water. Sitting beside Leus, Rumia offered Right a heartfelt thank you for his kindness, noting how many times he had come to their aid already. A faint smile appeared on the protagonist's lips, suggesting there was no need for gratitude. Here, every bit of help was as precious as gold, and willing hands were always in short supply. Out in the yard, Larzal and Gord worked side by side, splitting firewood together. Falling silent as he awaited the next topic, Right paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on Rumia. Carefully dipping a soft cloth into clean water, she gently wiped away the dirt from Leus' face, her every movement filled with tenderness and care. At times, his actions bordered on excessive harshness, as if he made no effort to restrain his strength. Yet, such severity did nothing to serve justice. Without uttering a single word about it, he simply stepped closer to the bed, pressed the mattress a few times with his fingers, and thoughtfully wondered aloud if Rumia found the bed a bit too firm. Settling herself on the edge of the bed, Lumia pressed her palm against the mattress. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered aloud if the protagonist truly meant it when he said the bed felt a bit too firm. A wave of genuine surprise swept over him, making him instinctively step back. Memories surfaced of slowly furnishing this house piece by piece. As for the bed, more precisely, the mattress, it had been assembled from whatever materials happened to be at hand. In that very instant, a sweet smile lit up Rumiai's face as she earnestly admitted that she considered the furniture in this house to be the epitome of refined quality. At first, surprise rooted him to the spot, then gradually his eyes fluttered shut. Admitting that the idea of crafting a new bed from finer materials had crossed his mind, he wasted no time summoning the chest and rifling through its contents in search of anything interesting. Meanwhile, Rumia, intrigued by his sudden proposal, asked for clarification on what he meant by finer materials. Suddenly stumbling upon exactly what he had been searching for, a spark of excitement lit his face as he declared it was just what he needed, then pulled out the fragment of Larsel's sword. The memory of taking that fragment from Larsel as punishment resurfaced, drawing him into a wave of recollection. Back then, Larsel's face had been etched with profound despair, yet he did not dare to defy Rumi's order. With a heavy heart, he surrendered the fragment for recording. After a brief moment lost in thought, Wright stepped out of the room, with Rumia hurrying after him, curiosity evident as she asked if he truly planned to make something from that fragment. Wright flashed a grin and told her he would turn it into a mattress. Frozen as if gripped by an icy chain, he asked with a trace of skepticism whether the protagonist was aware that torture was forbidden. His words cut off abruptly as he turned sharply toward Rumi. Silence lingered a moment longer, with Rumia breaking it to note that, with the royal family's permission, everything would proceed without issue. Still, uncertainty lingered in her eyes. She could not grasp the reason behind Wright's actions. Tilting her head thoughtfully, she studied the protagonist with careful attention. Exactly so, make it clear that he never would have agreed to this. After confidently asserting that a sword could be turned into an ordinary bed, he set the weapon's fragment on the table and began weaving his magic. Yet before shaping the mattress, he paused for a moment, closing his eyes to picture Rumia imagining a bed with jutting blades. Such an unusual vision struck him as odd for someone so young. Harnessing the power of transmutation, Wright began forging springs from the very same metal used to craft the sword. Meanwhile, Rumia carefully selects one of the trophies laid out before her. Curiously examining the spring and pressing it in her hands, she wondered aloud about its purpose. The protagonist calmly explained that this spring would help them craft a comfortable mattress. His confidence in his ability to make whatever they needed seemed unshakable. Above all, Wright earned his living as a contract killer, so the art of making beds was utterly foreign to him. Compelled to rely on hazy memories from long ago, he pieced together a makeshift frame for the mattress. At last, the structure stood complete. After discovering what the mattress was made of and unlocking the chest, a careful examination of the sword fragment revealed that the materials on hand would not suffice. The lack would have to be made up with iron. At that very moment, Lars will walk past the window of the room where Wright is busy crafting a mattress. The world stands still in the moments when you are gone. The broken fragment of Larsel's sword, clenched tightly in the protagonist's hands, immediately drew his attention. Yet there was no time to mourn the lost weapon. Gord called out to Larsel, his voice commanding, and ordered him to bring the shard closer to the tree. Shutting out the commotion outside, the lid of the chest was lifted once more. From within emerged a cozy knit, a straw mat, soft cotton, and coarse felt. From his actions, this phenomenon began to spread relentlessly across the world. Spheres began to form across the fresh web of interconnected springs. With deft fingers, the craftsman wove delicate threads together, ensuring every detail remained secure and steadfast. Pay special attention to stitching the sides of the mattress, ensuring every section is securely fastened together. The edges were skillfully wrapped with patches of fabric, enhancing the piece with a charming appearance. At the same time, a newfound gentleness began to emerge. At last, once every layer of fabric settled perfectly into place, the protagonist moved on to the next stage of his task. Once more, sturdy threads secured the edges, binding everything together so the mattress grew even stronger and more resilient. Every detail had been attended to. Wright gently set the mattress onto the wooden frame and took a moment to carefully assess the newly assembled bed. Brushing his hand across his forehead, he caught my gaze. Settling onto the bed, the thought occurred that this would be far more comfortable. With a finger pressed thoughtfully to her chin, she leaned in closer and asked with genuine interest if Wright had truly crafted this from a sword. Curiosity sparked. She reached out and touched the mattress lightly. As the protagonist sat up, he confirmed her suspicion and offered to let Rumia try it for herself. Wright's proposal first sparked surprise in her eyes, yet a moment later, a cautious wariness settled into her thoughts. Landing on the mattress, a struggle to keep balance unfolded, yet it ended in a slip and a clumsy fall onto its soft surface. Fear gripped her, urging her to squeeze her eyes shut, yet she left them ever so slightly open. Springs formed the core of the mattress, lifting it gracefully above the surface. Rumia rose to her feet and paused for a moment in the silence, her hand gliding across. Noticing Rumia's silence and her struggle to utter a single word, she gently took Rumia's hands and softly asked how she was feeling. Eyes wide with amazement, she exclaimed it was a true marvel and confessed earnestly that, despite being born a princess, she had never seen such a soft bed. The main character quickly noticed Rumia's delight at the sight. Enthusiasm sparkled in her voice as she described how Wright could not only craft medicine, but had also designed an extraordinary bed. Her genuine admiration for Wright's talents did not go unnoticed. The main character, listening intently, rested a thoughtful hand on his chin and mused that launching mass production might prove profitable, or perhaps inspire the creation of something similar. Shaken from his thoughts, Wright shifted his gaze toward him. Resting on the mattress, a figure sits, eyes wide with surprise and wonder, completely captivated by the fascinating object before them. A long silence hung in the air, lingering before anything else happened. Announcing his departure from the room, he declared in a clear voice that he would refashion every bed in the house to match a single style. This statement prompted Rumia to ask whether the protagonist was truly certain about such a decision. Wright calmly reassured her, adding that he had more than enough time to see it through. After leaving the room behind, moved quietly toward the next bed. Approaching the door, a mounting tension pressed on him with every step. After making sure the right one had already left, with quiet care, she closed the door behind her and continued on her way. Kicking off her shoes, she set off on her way. With a cheerful grin, he bounced onto the bed. The leap came with a burst of energy, sending the landing onto the mattress into a noisy crash. Without warning, a button slipped free from her blouse. Rumia paid no attention to any of it, her eyes squeezed shut in sheer delight as she continued to bounce joyfully on the mattress. Stretching her arms above her head, she twirled effortlessly across the mattress a few times before rolling over to the other side. This time, however, her amusement took on a slightly different form. Immersed in an effortless game, she savored each moment until fatigue set in and a deep sense of satisfaction washed over her. Completely spent, she collapsed onto the bed, greedily drawing in each breath. Exhaustion had claimed her body, yet an unfamiliar joy shimmered quietly within her heart. As the protagonist glanced into the room, that single moment altered the course of everything. Noticing his presence nearby, Rumia flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly clutching her open shirt and turning her gaze away in hopes of concealing herself. Shame coloring her cheeks, she quickly smoothed down her hair. Utter anything you wish, but only after swallowing this pill. For his journey to Rumi, he chose to take this very treasure with him. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Rumi leaned back slightly and squeezed her eyes shut. Eyes flew open in surprise upon discovering a soft pillow cradled between her hands. Her face disappeared into the pillow as her fingers tightened their grip, holding on with growing intensity. Noticing Rumia's behavior, he simply waved goodbye and quietly slipped out of the room. For a long while, motionless silence enveloped me as I drifted deeper into my own thoughts. Clutching the pillow, laughter bubbled up, and with a carefree whirl, he spun across the bed. Weariness soon washed over her once more, prompting her to settle gently onto the ground with a relaxed smile, now and then. Several minutes passed before the main character finally opened the door and entered the room, carrying a ladder. Without hesitation, he placed it against the wall. By this time, Rumia had mostly recovered from her shock, gradually regaining her composure. Settling on the edge of the bed, she ran a brush through her hair, quietly tidying her appearance when suddenly, clutching the pillow tightly, she pressed it close and buried her face in its soft surface, fumbling for words to give shape to her feelings. Noticing Rumia's hesitation, he turned to her and gently asked what was wrong. With a shy confession, Rumia finally summoned the courage to voice her request. Clearly struggling to voice her request, she seemed reluctant to impose on a guest held in such high esteem. Summoning her courage, Rumia finally ventured to ask if she might have the bed taken to the palace. Resting her hand gently on the mattress, she promised that she would make sure to pay for it. For a fleeting moment, Zai stood frozen, trying to make sense of the chaos unfolding around him. With the right materials on hand, as many of these beds could be made as necessary, at Rumia's request, he agreed to let her take one with her when she next set out for the castle. A genuine smile of happiness lit up Rumia's face at those words. Hugging the pillow, silently grateful for this rare moment of tranquility. Nestled comfortably on the bed, she noted with quiet satisfaction that her newest purchase had turned out to be an excellent choice. At that very moment, somewhere else. Outside, Larsel suddenly dropped to his knees beside Gord, pressing his palms against the wall in despair over the fate of his sword. Without missing a beat, Gord noticed and sternly ordered him to keep working. The following day, Rumia suddenly called out Lias's name. A gentle smile blossomed across her face as her gaze found him. Gordon McS drew nearer, closing the distance between them. Leus returned to the room, pressing his palm cautiously against his chest, unsure if he truly remained alive. Upon waking, Az makes his way to the room and pauses beside Rumia, whose face glows with a radiant smile. Laius notices this right away. His gaze drifted slightly to the right, accompanied by a weary sigh. It seemed almost impossible to believe he had emerged unscathed after everything he had endured. During the struggle with the bear, it was this creature that delivered him a fatal wound. Without breaking eye contact with his own reflection, Leia intently examined the appearance of his backside. A genuine belief in that dream took root, yet it was Rumia who managed to offer true conviction. In truth, survival became possible only because of a miraculous potion, which turned out to be his sole hope. A look of surprise lingered on Lias's face as his eyes stayed fixed on Rumia. He repeated his question, persistent yet gentle. Rumia, flustered by his attention, could only avert her gaze, embarrassment coloring her expression. During the performance, the main character introduced himself and recounted how Wright had healed Leos's wound using a rare first-level potion. Introducing himself, he mentioned his profession as a doctor and as wide-open eyes shimmered with awe and wonder. A deep furrow forms between his brows as sudden realization dawns. Odom possesses the uncanny ability to see straight through the fabric of his entire existence. With genuine gratitude, he expressed his heartfelt thanks for being saved. Curiosity led to a search for Lei, who had been standing on the right side. For a few moments, silence lingered in the air, finally settling at last. The manner of conversation stirred a hint of irritation in Laius, yet in the end, a broad smile broke across his face as he admitted that, in truth, none of it bothered him in the slightest. Etiquette remained a mystery to most adventurers, and their ignorance often grated on those around them. Leius understood why it bothered others, yet he had to admit such things never concerned him in the slightest. For a brief moment, silence enveloped Lei's as a wave of emptiness washed over him once more. Careful eyes traced the smooth, unblemished skin, now free of any trace of the terrible wound. Scanning the room with a careful gaze, taking in every detail in silence. Admitting that when he asked the question, uncertainty lingered in his own mind about the answer. The focus rested on unveiling the true character of the protagonist. Off to the right, a reminder slipped in. He had called himself a doctor. Meanwhile, Lias thoughtfully stroked his chin, his eyes fixed intently on the unfolding scene. Curious faces turned to ask if this was truly Wright's residence, and the protagonist answered with unwavering confidence. Raising a finger toward the ceiling lamp, Lias beckons its glow, letting the light bathe the entire room in a warm, steady radiance. The room's attention centered on him. Amidst all the other objects in the room, that enchanting lamp commanded the most attention, casting a gentle, even glow. Leos knew that lamps like this fetched a steep price and could only be found within the royal palace itself. Curiosity overcame him, prompting him to ask how the doctor had come into possession of such a treasure. Wright's gaze settled on Leo's, silently acknowledging the unwavering determination that could not go unnoticed. Resting a hand over his chest, he recalled with a pang of bitterness that the wound was far too severe, and no first-level potion could save him now. With this in mind, the young man concluded that the potion's quality truly surpassed expectations. His gaze shifted to the right, silently awaiting the other's reply that would determine everything. Spotting the vial of elixir, Leos nodded with growing certainty. His suspicions had been correct. This was indeed a second-level potion. Rumia and Leia's froze in place, their eyes fixed in astonishment on the bottle clutched tightly in Wright's hands. At last, Leia's found his voice and managed to speak. The second-level potion came from Gorda, who was also in the room and overheard the conversation, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. With calm resolve, the main character announced that he had managed everything on his own. With a thoughtful sigh, Lias pressed his palm to his forehead, lost in contemplation. Once more he repeated the words, his entire body trembling with excitement. A burst of laughter escaped him, laced with mockery, as he wondered aloud whether Wright could possibly be serious. Calming his nerves, he carefully smoothed his mustache and offered to demonstrate his skills on the spot. In any case, a slow blink answers in silent agreement as his gaze lowers to the floor. Perhaps Laius might be persuaded to reveal how the royal family ended up in this place, provided something is offered in return. The question struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Even Rumia fell silent, unable to break the heavy hush that settled over the room. Instinctively, the gaze drifted toward Gord, prompting him to grow instantly alert. A sudden gravity settled in Leiu's gaze as he asked whether the protagonist truly believed he could lay down terms before the king. No objections surfaced as Rai demonstrated that this was purely an exchange of crucial information. seamlessly taking command of the entire situation. A gentle smile blooms across his face as he agrees and promises to reveal the entire truth. Breaking the silence, he stated that the main character must first prove the ability to craft second-level potions, and Wright nodded in agreement to this condition. Rumia fixed her gaze on Laius, silently questioning whether he truly stood by his decision. Laius rested his palm on Rumia's head, confidently settling on a decision. Without the backing of their allies, their efforts would falter, and having a healer skilled enough to craft second-tier potions would provide invaluable support. Rumia, annoyed by the gesture, wrinkled her nose in displeasure, brushed off Laius's hand from her hair, and gave his chest a gentle punch with her fist. Not a flicker of response crossed his face. In no time, he headed for the kitchen, carrying a handful of carefully chosen herbs. With a handful of herbs passed to Laius and Rumia, he explained that these were just ingredients, and that he would now prepare the potion right before their eyes. After a careful inspection of the grass, a voice broke the silence, surprised and questioning whether this truly was the famed media grass. The main character nodded in confirmation, explaining that this particular plant was indeed the most common one found in the area. Mediciana grass consisted of carefully plucked leaves, gently removed from the branches. That's right, place it into the designated mixing container. Equipped with another essential tool, he began to carefully grind the herbs, working with meticulous attention. Over time, sap and moisture gradually seeped from the leaves. Without a single moment of distraction, unwavering confidence fuels the careful grinding of herbs, every movement of each hand tracked with sharp focus. Watching the protagonist intently, Laius took note of the skillful movements of his hands. Every gesture revealed the touch of a true master, a clear display of genuine craftsmanship. Once the leaves were thoroughly crushed, extracting the juice seemed effortless. After pouring the liquid into a different cauldron and setting it over the fire, the only task left was to bring everything to a boil. Some time had passed, and at last the potion was finished. At that very moment, the main character, Laius, couldn't help but feel captivated by the vivid crimson hue of the potion that suddenly came into view. Meanwhile, Wright studied the vial intently, quietly noting that the deep ruby color signified a classic second-level elixir. With a calm and composed demeanor, he poured the potion into vials and carefully soaked the fabric with it, betraying no trace of emotion. Armed with lids, they announced that all preparations were complete. With careful hands, Laius picked up one of the small bottles of potion. After expressing a desire to give it a try, the companion turned to the main character for permission. The protagonist offered no objections, though quietly noted that there were no wounded here. Laius noted that it wouldn't be long before the wounded began to appear here. Eyes drifted toward the small dagger hanging at the waist, its blade barely visible beneath the sheath. The weapon was drawn in a smooth motion, and the keen edge slid across the palm. Stunned beyond belief, the group stood frozen as Rumi's startled gasp broke the heavy silence. Even the protagonist, though equally unprepared for what had happened, managed to keep his expression unreadable. Astonishment overtook Gordona Rumia, and she called out to Laius, who responded with nothing more than a quiet reply. An outstretched hand calms the surrounding noise, and everyone falls into silent anticipation. With deliberate slowness, he lifts the lid from. The potion bottle rested gently on Lee's stomach, like a secret patiently awaiting its moment to be revealed. The wound healed almost instantly, leaving behind only the memory of pain. Witnessing this scene, Lei softly spoke. The scene was truly striking. There seemed little doubt that this was the very potion they sought. Wright glanced over at Laius, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he wondered how the monarch had dared to test the concoction on himself. Massaging his palm, Laius wondered aloud if it was possible to make someone else take his place in this task. With a gentle twist of his mustache, he noted that the protagonist's potion was genuine, assuring everyone there was no cause for concern, no harm had been detected. At last, relief washes over the right side, and before long, everything will fall into place. Settling at the table with Rumia, and Laius brought an immediate sense of familiar comfort. Nearby, Gordon leaned against the wall, quietly watching as Laius absent-mindedly intertwined his fingers, lost in thought. Setting the item on the table, he spoke with a grave sincerity, declaring his firm belief that the protagonist truly possessed the skill to craft second-level potions. Keeping his promise, he then turned to Wraith to reveal the real reason behind their visit. Dempster requests that this information be kept in the strictest confidence. Wearing a look of deep concentration, Wright assured everyone that he understood everything perfectly. For a brief moment, Laius stood frozen, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he weighed how to guide him gently through the reality of what had occurred. With a heavy sigh and a furrowed brow, he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. At last, he revealed the reason for their gathering. An attempted murder had brought them all together. Stunned by the unbelievable scene before him, the hero couldn't help but ask again for confirmation. Starkus confessed that, as a sorcerer serving in the prince's personal guard, he himself had tried to assassinate Leos. To carry out his plan, he resorted to a teleportation spell. The group wondered aloud if this meant Starkus had transported them directly to the monster. Leos nodded in agreement, confirming that was exactly what had happened. Memories of his skill with a sword halted his thoughts mid-sentence. Pausing in the quiet, he recalled wandering the forest alongside Rumi, Gord, and Larsley. A faint shadow of contemplation crossed his face as those moments resurfaced. With a wave of his hand toward Larsel, he ordered him to call for reinforcements. Wasting no time, Larsel rushed off to carry out the command. Meanwhile, Lies and Rumia sat on a nearby stone, their patience thinning as they waited anxiously for Larsel's return. Sensing a sudden movement behind him, Lias spun around and found himself face-to-face with a massive bear. Rumia noticed the tension radiating from Lias and glanced back as well. Without wasting a moment, Lias drew his dagger, positioned himself protectively in front of Rumia, and launched himself at the beast. The bear proved quicker, its paw slicing through the air in a flash to deliver a brutal blow to Leo's. Blood burst upward in a vivid spray. Lowering his arms, a trace of bitterness shadowed Leo's gaze as he realized how swiftly it all unfolded. There had been no time to react, and he had narrowly escaped with his life. A realization settled within him. Someone had been killed using teleportation. He locked this suspicion firmly in his memory. The teleportation spell reached its conclusion. On its own, this ability poses little threat. However, when paired with a carefully prepared trap, it can inflict significant harm. That was Wright's strategy. He would lure formidable enemies into places where a deadly snare already awaited them, eliminating even those opponents who would have been impossible to defeat by other means. Suddenly, the protagonist's train of thought was interrupted. The video resumed its playback. Without warning, Gordon dropped to one knee, his head bowed in humility, and pleaded with Leos for forgiveness, convinced that he should have done more to protect his friend. Though he laid down his own life for the sake of others, his journey did not end there. Resting a firm hand on Gord's shoulder, he ordered him to rise and stated with absolute certainty that no knight would have enough time to come to his defense. Lias voiced her thoughts with surprise, reflecting on how it was Gord who had defeated the monster and saved her. Rising to his feet, he admitted to himself that the true slayer of the monster was not among them. Lias froze in astonishment, his brows furrowing as he stood motionless. With a wave of his hand, he indicated that Larsel was to blame. However, Gord swiftly dismissed this theory as well, assuring everyone that it was incorrect. With a decisive gesture, he pointed to the right and claimed responsibility for the act. The protagonist calmly raised his hand, silently acknowledging his guilt. Leus, puzzled by the conversation, asked if Wright really wasn't a doctor. Amused by his confusion, Rumia turned away, hiding a playful smile behind her hand. Producing a small glass vial filled with a clear liquid, the protagonist explained that he had managed to defeat the monster. The victory, however, was not won through strength. He had relied on poison to bring the creature down. With a spark of curiosity, Leist cast another glance at the small violin. Placing his hand on his chin once more, he inquired whether Wright had truly crafted it on his own. The protagonist assured him that he had put everything together himself from simple ingredients, emphasizing that the key lay solely in getting the proportions right. Lias understood perfectly, no further explanation needed. The realization that Wright possessed knowledge of poisons heightened the tension in the room. Leaning in, he approached the tiny vial with keen interest. Meanwhile, Gord, mimicking Leos's posture, suddenly recalled that the protagonist was not only a skilled healer, but also a formidable fighter, having defeated Larsel in a duel. Upon hearing this, Lias swiftly turned to Gord and pressed him to repeat exactly what he had heard. Despite the youthful features that still softened Larsel's face, unmatched skill with a sword set him apart from all others. Gord never denied this, recalling the unforgettable image of Larsel, once leading an entire squad of wounded soldiers safely off the battlefield. Yet swords alone could not outmatch the law. Under Rumia's command, Larsel now focused his sharp mind on investigating the situation in the teleportation zone. In addition, Gord noted that the protagonist shattered Larsel's sword with an incredible technique, leaving the onlookers genuinely astonished. Meanwhile, Lias shifts his gaze toward the protagonist. Curiosity led to a question about whether he had truly succeeded in breaking Larsel's sword. As proof, Sibley presented a spring, crafted from the very fragments of Larsel's weapon. Lias ran his hand over his head, utterly stunned, as if struggling to believe what had just happened. Leaning back in his chair, he suggested postponing the conversation, convinced that now was far from the right moment to revisit this topic. Eyes fixed intently on the table, he stroked his mustache with his fingers and with utmost seriousness asked if the main character was willing to assist him. Various possibilities present themselves for him to support Lias, whether through offering sincere advice, lending a helping hand, or simply standing by his side when times grow difficult. Lias calmly explained that he had come to the protagonist, seeking help to return to the castle. Danger had long haunted the nearby forest, yet confidence glimmered in Leia's eyes. With an experienced doctor at their side, hope of reaching home felt within reach. Arms folded across his chest, Rai closed his eyes, quietly attentive, as Leo spoke with the conviction that returning to the castle would instantly dispel all his troubles. The main character remained puzzled by the meaning behind the words, prompting him to ask for clarification. Still keeping his eyes closed, he asked once more if Leos truly believed that the Mage Starkies, the very one who had abandoned them to the mercy of the monster, would simply leave Leos alone. A trace of challenge in his voice, he wondered if Leos wanted to know what awaited him upon his return. A somber expression clouded Lias's face as he watched every event unfolding in the room with wary attention. A brief glance passed between the boy and the pumpkin, conveying more than 1,000 words ever could. Suddenly, everything took a sharp and unexpected turn. Eyes closed in deep thought, he noted that Starkey should already have been executed for his actions. Such suspicious behavior offered more than enough justification, especially now that Leos' disappearance had given rise to even greater doubts. A piercing gaze slid toward Leos as the protagonist quietly wondered if the suspicious man might have some connection to the royal guard. The question hung in the air, rooting Rumi, Leia's, and Gord to the spot as wide-eyed astonishment swept over their faces. For a moment, Lies found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to respond. Terror seized him as he caught sight of the mark on his forehead and understood it was no illusion. With a pale and trembling voice, he asked how Starkies had ended up among the goat guard. Startled, a hand flew instinctively to her lips, while Gorda immediately asked why he had acted that way. All the while, a faint shimmering glow began to gather around the trio, curling like mist, though none of them noticed its presence. Brow furrowed in determination, he drew even closer to the heart of life itself. Leos wondered aloud if Starkus might be hiding something. Frozen in place and staring off into the distance, Leos barely whispered his agreement. Memories surface, mysterious deaths kept occurring one after another around Starkies. Whispers spread through the city as well. Some claimed that Starkies had slipped something into Leos' food. A hand slammed down on the table with all its strength, the fingers barely managing to stop their trembling. Lees inquired whether he had truly assigned Starkus to Kosis's guard. In a sudden moment of clarity, it became clear that a wiser decision would have been to hire seasoned adventurers. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he speculated that Kosis might be a prince. After voicing this suspicion, he wondered aloud whether Starchus at least deserved to be dismissed for such a matter. Shadows seemed to gather around him, as if swirling currents of dark energy wrapped his figure. Leia understood without doubt that Starkies should have already been facing execution. Frozen in place, his eyes widened in shock, trembling hands gripping his hair while cold sweat trickled down his temples. At last, his composure shattered and he screamed, demanding to know why, after everything, Starkies had only been sent to wash dishes instead of receiving the harsh punishment he deserved. Strange noises suddenly filled the room. Darkness gently envelops Rumia, while within Lee, a quiet power begins to blossom, growing stronger with each passing moment like a remarkable pumpkin vine stretching confidently toward the light. Amidst the chaotic rumble of this aura, the protagonist suddenly discerned clear commands, stern instructions warning him to stay out of the matter. Pausing to listen more intently, he fell silent for a brief moment, then inquired whether truly not a single person in Lios' circle had attempted to criticize Starkies. Lios searched his memory but found no recollection of anyone speaking up. Not a word was uttered, not even from the advisor who was usually quick to grumble. For this time he remained silent about Starkies. Orders echoed more frequently, with MCF growing increasingly insistent. Should the rumors prove true, and everyone actually holds the Mage Starkies in contempt? The Lion, with a voice brimming with confidence, affirmed that this was indeed the truth. In that moment, he reinforced his words, emphasizing that everything was unfolding just as it should. At that very moment, a mysterious wail echoed from within the dark aura, resonating through Wright's entire being. The voice rose even louder, making it clear that no one would be allowed to interfere in this matter. Out of the dense darkness hanging above the trembling boys, the figure of a mouse slowly began to take shape. From the eerie mist emerged a colossal giant, fashioned entirely from bones. Raising its massive arms high above the gathered crowd, the monstrous figure spread its enormous palms, revealing what they concealed within. Tendrils from the beast wove downward like serpents, becoming the very means by which the monster controlled Lus, Pumpkin, and Rumia. Instantly grasping the workings of the Magister's sorcery, the protagonist fixed his gaze on the beast suspended in midair. The creature reiterated its demand, its tone sharp and accusing, questioning the audacity behind his actions. As the hero studied it with increasing scrutiny, a startling detail caught his eye. The monster possessed not just 2 arms, but many more. Upon closer inspection of the delicate threads extending from the creature's fingers, Wright at last understood the truth. He was standing before a true masterpiece of manipulation. The spell carried an extraordinary danger. Its strength matched the power of the caster, yet persistent challenges to the victim's memories could gradually unravel its hold. Suddenly, the creature jerked its hand several times, then crept closer, slowly reaching out toward the main character. Witnessing the scene, the main character paused, curiosity stirring about the creature's intentions. Meanwhile, the beast drew closer, its silhouette twisting and contorting into bizarre, unnatural shapes. The body transformed as the upper section of the finger lifted and split apart, revealing a gleam of sharp tips in the newly formed gap. Without warning, these points shot forward, breaking free with swift motion. The matter approaches cautiously, stretching out across the expanse. Shimmering threads trailed behind them, weaving through the air. A dazzling flash bathed everything in brilliant light, yet the threads failed to harm their opponent. Instead, the creature itself suffered an injury, staring in disbelief at its half-ruined hand. The protagonist, genuinely taken aback, admitted he had not anticipated this outcome and voiced his surprise. Whether the creature still tried to cast magic remained uncertain. As the dust from the impact slowly drifted away, an unusual scene unfolded. Perched comfortably on Wright's shoulder sat a magical artifact known as Mouse. This robot, crafted in the likeness of a tiny mouse, sported a combat apparatus mounted on its back. From the weapon's chamber, a delicate plume of smoke lingered, evidence of its recent activation. With a steely gaze, Wright fixed his eyes on the monster and asked it bluntly if it truly believed that, unable to defeat him physically, it could shatter his mind instead. The illusions failed to touch him. The beast would never claim what it so desperately desired. Guided by an unyielding sense of justice, the mouse surrendered her stubborn will. Her eyes began to glow with a vivid light, and her tail slowly lifted, gradually transforming into an unexpected and remarkable shape. Shards burst apart in an instant, splintering into fragments that shot toward the bone monster like arrows, mercilessly embedding themselves in its body and dealing visible damage. As the monster's remains crumbled to the ground, the protagonist's eyes flashed with a hint of arrogance. In a cool, steady voice, he wondered aloud if the creature had truly believed it could defeat him this way. With a dismissive tone, he suggested the opponent should return only after becoming 1,000 times stronger. The string snapped, sending several vials, each displaying the faces of Rumii and Gordon Leos, crashing to the floor with a resounding clatter. Only a single day had passed. In addition to the vials hanging from the branch, the spacious chamber lay draped in a dense web, with countless other vessels dangling delicately from fine threads, tokens of all those conquered by the magic of subjugation. Settled comfortably into a high-backed chair, Starkey's instantly recognized a sign among the falling vessels. Perhaps the spell had abruptly unraveled at that very moment. Yet, something else quietly loomed on the horizon. Rising to his feet, Starkey's wondered aloud if the magical protective seals running loose in his room were to blame. He also guessed that someone must have arrived to aid Leas. With the book in his hands, Stark made up his mind completely. Nothing else mattered, for nothing, and no one could stand in the way of his desire to win over Lura Summers. In Starhus's view, had Leah survived to witness this moment, bitterness and hopeless suffering would have been his only remaining companions. Drawing closer to the window, Starkus watched the city intently, taking in the quiet spectacle below. Every soul seemed silently entwined in invisible threads descending from the heavens, subtle strands that guided minds and commanded obedience among the people. Leia interrupted his thoughts with a sudden, brooding scowl and an unexpected question, asking whether everyone truly hated the mage Starkus. In response, he said, everything unfolded just as expected until, alongside Rumia and Gord, he suddenly froze in place, caught completely off guard by an unforeseen twist. With a hand pressed lightly to the bridge of the nose, a subtle gesture signaled for the protagonist to pause, suggesting a brief moment of patience. In silence, eyes gently close, not a single word escaping the parted lips. Memories resurfaced of Stark's rough, almost barbaric behavior, yet within the castle walls, he was always treated with warmth and camaraderie, welcomed like an old friend. With each passing minute, despair tightened its grip on Lias. Struggling to keep his composure, he finally managed to ask if Starkey's, together with the others, had plotted a scheme to drive him out of the castle. Arms crossed over his chest, the protagonist calmly posed a question. Was Leos truly such a terrible king? Leo shook his head in denial, and while admitting that boasting was hardly an admirable trait, few monarchs have ever demonstrated such genuine concern for the fate of their subjects as he did. Since Laius ascended the throne, the royal family's expenses had been slashed by half. Some costs, of course, remained unavoidable due to matters of state, making it impossible to eliminate the budget entirely. Ordinary folk saw things in their own way. Lively conversations filled the streets as some voiced their outrage, others clung to hope, and most kept a watchful eye on unfolding events, all trying to grasp what the future might hold. This time Gord answered, emphasizing that Leos truly was a favorite among the people, and any passerby would have confirmed it without a moment's hesitation. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, as he closed his eyes, the realization struck him. Everything unfolding was clear evidence of a mind's manipulation. His suspicion only deepened, certain now that Starkey's had already seized control over everyone in the camp. Laze's eyes widened in astonishment as Wright spoke of mind manipulation. The hero nodded at Laze's guess, explaining that this rare form of magic had the extraordinary power to bend a person's very consciousness. In the digital realm of online reality, magic truly existed, yet only a select group of unique antagonists, disconnected from typical gameplay, possessed the ability to wield it. Ordinary players found themselves strictly barred from accessing any supernatural powers. Out of nowhere, Gord wondered aloud if this magic was the reason no one ever responded to Stark's actions. The main character agreed that this was most likely the case. Hearing this, Rumia pressed a hand over her mouth in shock, unable to find words to express her feelings in that moment. With a scowl, Leias demanded to know why Starkis had chosen to teleport them by force rather than simply handling the situation alone. This decision puzzled Leias, who couldn't understand why Starkis hadn't resolved the matter himself. The Right made it clear that neither the royal family nor seasoned adventurers are easily swayed by magic, which is exactly why Starkis decided to cast Laius out of the castle. At last, the puzzle fit together perfectly, everything truly made sense, and a single unifying thought settled over the group. Starkis had to be stopped. Rising with determination, Leos pressed his palms firmly against the table. With focused intensity, he declared that if Wright's claims about mind manipulation were true, Starkis possessed the power to bend the entire kingdom of Leos to his will. Still, the deception lingers in the air. Confusion gripped him, and a sense of helplessness swallowed his soul whole. With a subtle gesture that caught Leos' attention, he announced that breaking this spell was a mere trifle. Leos could not hide his astonishment. To emphasize his point, he explained that the magic would dissipate the moment the spellcaster was defeated. He drew 2 fingers sharply across his throat, a vivid imitation of a killing gesture, and concluded that once Starkis was eliminated, every problem would vanish. His gaze lingered on the protagonist for a long while before weariness overcame him. Eyes closing, he let his hand rest against his forehead, seeking a moment's respite. Maintaining a professional composure, the doctor could not hide his surprise, for eliminating Starkis was far more difficult than it appeared. In response, the main character quietly asked whether another path existed, given that easy solutions were nowhere to be found. The palace stood under such tight guard that slipping past the sentries seemed utterly impossible. Observing the guards escort the mage who could manipulate minds, he quietly admitted to himself that everything had turned out to be far less complicated than he had first imagined. The voices swirling around forced tension to tighten in every muscle of Leiu's body. With a furrowed brow and a steely gaze fixed on the protagonist, he briskly demanded to know what a doctor could possibly understand about such matters. In a raised voice, he declared that only a true killer, one who could slip into the castle unseen and eliminate the enemy, would be up to the task. Yet Leah had no hope of contacting such an assassin, while everyone remained confined within the castle walls. Suddenly, darkness wrapped itself around everything, prompting Gord to tense and instinctively tighten his grip on his sword. Rukia and Leah froze in surprise, while Wright, his expression grave, calmly inquired what should be done if he had already chosen someone in particular. Liza felt those words strike deep, shaking her to the core. Wide-eyed with astonishment, he exclaimed that it couldn't be true. Could the protagonist really be acquainted with hired assassins? Yet the protagonist only smiled and pointed out that it wasn't so strange to have such connections. He also reminded them of his skill in crafting second-level potions, a talent not easily forgotten. Layla had no choice but to admit that, viewed from this perspective, it all began to make sense. Although there was some truth to it, he insisted, making sure his point was clear. Normally, a mercenary would never stand a chance of easily killing Starkist. The fortress of Laos was renowned for its impregnable defenses. The walls of this place have faced countless assaults from the most dangerous assassins and vile criminals, yet none have ever managed to breach their defenses. For a moment, he stood frozen, then quietly wondered if this truly meant an unbreakable fortress stood before them. Referring to this spell as an unbreakable wall, a barrier that nullifies magic, and even a volatile blockade in space, he raised 3 fingers and silently asked if that would suffice for complete protection. In his mind, he recalled how he had just listed some of the strongest defenses from the virtual world, knowing that these spells, when woven together, formed an insurmountable barrier for anyone daring enough to attempt breaking through. Silence settled over the group, and only then did Leas solemnly declare that all these obstacles were none other than the legendary barriers. In their world, such things were simply unheard of. All around, a veil of protective wall magic settled over everything. Instantly, the mind conjured images of its shimmering power, wrapping the world in silent defense. In his mind, a scale took shape where the power of spells rose vertically, with the weakest clustering at the bottom and the mightiest reigning at the top. The 3 barriers he mentioned stood proudly at the summit of this list, while defensive charms barely scraped the lower edge. Out loud, he wondered what other defensive structures this castle might be hiding. The windows, in particular, piqued his curiosity. What could they possibly look like? Lee assured everyone that the windows carried no trace of magical protection. The spells simply couldn't reach that far, making any enchantments unnecessary. The protagonist couldn't recall the last time he had received such a straightforward task, and promptly stated his intention to hand it over to a friend. Despite all the warnings, every issue was resolved through personal effort. His tone made it clear, only a worthy reward would justify taking part, otherwise there was no point. Frustration pushed Leas to ask if Wright was even listening. He reminded him sharply that their ultimate goal was to bring down the powerful sorcerer hiding within the fortress walls. Yet the protagonist insisted that anyone unable to handle such a task had no right to call themselves an assassin. Whenever someone truly has the means to help, he agrees without hesitation, ready to accept any condition. At this moment, he genuinely stands a chance to defeat Starkas. The main character declared with unwavering confidence that he would complete the task and claim the reward only after achieving success. The king, unable to hide his surprise, asked again to confirm if that was truly his intent. Realizing this, he stood ready to risk his life without hesitation for the sake of his own success. Desperation drove him to promise any reward just for the chance to be introduced to this killer. With an unexpected suggestion, he asked if perhaps they could begin right away. Suddenly, a single swift turn of the face was enough to transform everything. The main character gradually unveils the true nature of the events, shedding light on hidden details that were previously overshadowed. In truth, his talents extended far beyond the confines of medicine. At that moment, a hired assassin moved silently through the shadows. The helper artifact, shaped like a little mouse, nimbly scrambled upward. Before long, he found himself serving the heroes. Once more, the main character reminded everyone that the infamous assassin they knew was none other than himself, and the moment had come to discuss his reward. The king's astonishment was plain, as he demanded to know the youth's true identity and origins. Indeed, the main character noticed how the path from healer to killer can be astonishingly short. Even the simplest ingredients, when combined with intent, can be turned into a lethal poison capable of ending a life. The king observed that Starkey's truly seemed prepared for this moment. The protagonist nodded in agreement, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. The unsettling thought of something entering his body refused to leave him. The poison remained undetected. The king inquired about his plan for dealing with the situation. The protagonist not only admitted to possessing such knowledge, but also explained in detail the deadly poison he could concoct, precisely the kind that could be dispersed over the fields supplying food to the castle's table. The artifact rises into the clouds, where the poison melds seamlessly with the falling rain. Starhis will suspect nothing. The king repeated the question in astonishment, uncertain that such a thing could even exist. Doubt flickered in his eyes, for forging an artifact of that caliber seemed an almost impossible feat. So the hero drew something from his belt. The invention that would alter the course of history emerged at that very moment. Suddenly, the device on the table sprang to life, its mechanisms whirring into swift motion. Without wasting a single moment, we smashed the cups we just held into pieces, relics that maintained their original essence within the canon. Seeing it firsthand brought a sense of satisfaction to the main character, who took note with quiet approval. From the very beginning, the protagonist understood that sending him to the other world would pose no difficulty. A vibrant and persuasive demonstration captivates the client, while attentive, high-quality service lays the foundation for successful negotiations. With practiced skill, positioned himself advantageously and found the odds shifting in his favor. The moment arrived to discuss the reward. The cup slipped and landed with a dull thud on the floor, the breath of everyone in the room caught in silent anticipation. The king noted that should he truly succeed in bringing down Starkey's, a generous reward awaited him, granted without any restrictions. The protagonist longs for something beyond ordinary desires, relentlessly pursuing a hidden goal that fuels every action and decision. His true purpose, concealed beneath layers of daily struggles, guides him forward along a path known only to himself. Taking the first steps in this business always comes with its share of challenges. Land presents no issue. The real concern lies hidden behind his talk of confidentiality and collaboration. I explained that it was in his best interest to keep his past as a killer hidden, far wiser to let only trustworthy individuals in on such dangerous skills. Working side by side, combining their strengths. The first approach centers on cooperation, where both sides stand as equals. Each may seek assistance when needed, yet both retain the freedom to decline without obligation. The king noted that his request was as vast in scope as an entire kingdom. The main character pondered whether there could truly be anything wrong with this proposal. The situation placed no obligations on him whatsoever. With regal solemnity, the king announced his acceptance of the proposed terms, while the main character affirmed his willingness to undertake the mission. Their agreement was sealed by a firm handshake. Resolute in his decision, the hero set his sights on a new target, the Mage Starkey's. The promised reward included a plot of land for his own workshop, guaranteed complete confidentiality, and the prospect of ongoing collaboration. The king inquired about the number of days required to complete the task. The protagonist explained that if they chose to douse the field with poison, the process would take at least a month. On the other hand, launching a direct and straightforward assault promised a much swifter conclusion. Perhaps it was wiser to act quickly and bring everything to an end as soon as possible. A faster approach tempted him, yet only one opportunity presented itself. Choosing a method that promises absolute success seems ideal, yet doubts linger about whether he can truly achieve it. The hero realized that everything hinged on the adversary's level of defense. First, a thorough explanation of each of the castle's defense mechanisms was necessary. It is important to consider every possible option, but most crucially, never overlook the magic that Stark employs. After pausing for a moment to collect his thoughts, he set out to explain everything clearly and precisely. Defensive arrangements might have shifted during his absence from the castle. With unwavering confidence, the protagonist promised that anything truly significant would not escape his notice. Though agreeing, Leia made sure to remind him of his promise. The realization dawned on him that this secret was meant to be kept to himself and no one else. After some time, Larson emerged from the forest and handed the king a sheet filled with crucial information. Late into the evening, Lies, Gord, and the main protagonist continued to pore over their strategy, determined to find the best possible solution. For that reason, Gorda invited Larson into the bedroom. A tiny kitten settled at the edge of the bed, sinking into the fluffy pillows and marveling at the unbelievable softness surrounding it. Eventually, it dawned on him that these sources existed for this very purpose. Outrage flared within her once more as she witnessed the protagonist's actions. The sun had just risen above the horizon, painting the sky with the soft hues of morning. The princess slowly opened her eyes, emerging from a deep and restful slumber. After a refreshing dip in the water, she slipped into fresh, clean clothes with brisk efficiency. At the bustling worksite where the men toiled tirelessly, the king revealed further information and, as time passed, shared several other crucial details. The hero shared everything he knew about the palace and Starhus, leaving nothing out. Fully aware of the daunting nature of the task ahead, he recognized that carrying out the order would be nearly impossible. Rumi cheerfully greeted everyone with a bright good morning, and each of the heroes responded warmly to her salutation. For a moment, the king paused in thought before turning to the protagonist, his voice gentle as he asked if he truly believed their plan would succeed. Glancing over the finalized plan, the protagonist confidently noted that if his understanding was correct, it had been a long time since he encountered a task this simple. Artifacts alone would suffice for the preparations. At that very moment, Gorgon. Once the dishes had been served to everyone seated at the table, the protagonist turned back to the king and remarked, "Everything began with a murder carried out through the use of ancient artifacts. only one hope remained, the possibility that nothing inside the castle had changed since the time of his departure. In the end, the conclusion became clear on its own. Mastering the intricacies of contract killings was still beyond his reach, so it would fall to the protagonist to devise a plan. Before parting ways, the main character made sure to express sincere gratitude for the assistance received. Once breakfast wrapped up and Gordon began washing the dishes, the main character turned to him. He asked if the distance to the capital from here was roughly 3 hours. With complete composure, he replied that everything was correct. They were indeed not far from Lean Raleigh. A thought flickered through his mind. With all the necessary materials gathered, this order could be completed in a single day. Buoyed by this certainty, he turned around, ready to set off. The task can only be completed by gathering 500 magic stones, 30 kilograms of iron, and 10 kilograms of bronze. The uncertainty remains whether he will be able to obtain all these materials. Rising to his feet and brushing the dust from his hands, Stord noticed that the main unit of both the crew and the Trade Alliance was stationed in Leniralia. This realization assured him that help would come from the leader of the crew and the Alliance. Delivering the materials to the site posed no challenge. The process was clear and straightforward. However, doubts lingered over whether the protagonist had enough funds to see it through. After rifling through the pockets, the Lord announced grimly that this was the end of it. Suddenly, everything vanishes, leaving him with nothing. After speaking with the others, the hero discovered their pockets were just as empty as his own. This realization forced him to finally admit the truth to himself. Not a single coin rests in his pocket. He inquired whether payment by check would be acceptable. In response, Gord explained that this method was indeed allowed, but cautioned that if a member of the Royal Guard used a check, the details of the transaction would immediately reach the central headquarters of the Order. News of its existence breaking out would plunge everything into utter chaos. Taking these words to heart, the protagonist understood the risk was far too great and agreed that caution was the only choice. Wondering if it was possible to acquire materials without direct interaction, thoughts focused on securing bronze and iron above all else. Stones for personal use seemed obtainable through hunting monsters. If the matter concerned something trivial, there would be no questions. But when it comes to 30 kilograms of iron and 10 kilograms of bronze, that is no small request. Such costly materials demand more than a simple transaction. A personal agreement becomes absolutely necessary. Suddenly, the value of bronze became clear. It stood out as a rare and precious material. This remarkable creation brought that truth to light. On his home planet, extracting iron was a challenging task, as technological progress remained limited. However, accomplishing this mission would require both iron and advanced technology. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It was time to be on guard. The possibility of receiving other materials in exchange lingered in his mind, refusing to let him rest. One suggestion was to sell a batch of second-level potions. The king pointed out their immense value, but at the same time advised against parting with them too easily. Such elixirs, he recommended, would be best kept in reserve for when they might be truly needed. Was it really profitable to sell them at that price? After all, this potion could easily be passed off as an ordinary remedy, fetching a much lower rate. After considering this, after a moment of thought, he voiced an unexpected suggestion. Perhaps it would be worth trying a higher-grade infusion. With enough time at his disposal, he could prepare a potion of the 4th tier. Larson's expression showed pure astonishment at the idea, while Gordon Leo's appeared completely unable to accept such a possibility. Gord noted that he likely had a real talent for creating them. The king emphasized that potions above the 2nd level carried such great value, they would inevitably draw interest from many quarters. A surge of surprise washed over the hero, who wondered if these items truly possessed such value. Meanwhile, Leia's had already begun his explanation. Potions above the 2nd tier remain an exclusive treasure, reserved only for members of the royal family. Their rarity is astounding. Sometimes, after 3 years, only a single dose can be produced, if any at all. In contrast, several bottles of 1st-tier elixirs are crafted each year. In the past, the thought of acquiring a single elixir vial in 3 years seemed utterly insignificant to him. Such a meager amount hardly counted as an achievement. Yet, unexpectedly, this very vial turned out to be a true treasure. The 0-level potions impressed the king. He praised them as excellent, yet not so rare as to arouse suspicion. Relief spread across the protagonist's face, and with new confidence, he could finally set to work. Grabbing a handful of 2nd-tier potion vials, he swiftly tucked them away in his backpack. Mix them together with water. A stunned silence fell over the crowd as everyone froze, unable to believe what they were seeing. Observing everyone's astonished faces, and then asking each of them about it, reveals their true reactions. The secret remains hidden from them that diluting elixirs with water diminishes their potency. Amazement sparkled in their eyes as understanding dawned. Whether the hero truly grasped the magnitude of his actions remained unclear. With calm assurance, he explained that he had simply added water to the potion and now held a level 0 concoction in his hands. Surprise colored his voice as he exclaimed in disbelief. Apparently the man hadn't heard him. This elixir, rare enough to appear only once every 3 years, had been carelessly diluted with water, reduced to a powerless tincture of the lowest grade. With calm assurance, the hero noted that brewing such a potion required only 2 minutes for him, leaving no reason for concern. In his view, the future of the nation now hangs in the balance, the monarch observed. Without a doubt, this was true. Yet, never before had anyone appeared in his life able to brew such potions with such effortless ease. The marvel of it all still lingered with him, refusing to fade. The protagonist reassured his companion, promising that, in time, the strangeness would become familiar. Not much time had passed. Meanwhile, the zero-grade potions stood ready, prepared in advance and waiting patiently for their moment to be called into action. When Gordon was asked if he was sure he could sell them, he replied with a confident smile, assuring them they could count on him. Conducting trade with these goods under the cover of night promised greater profits. The protagonist, curious about the delay, asked why the wait had grown so long. Gord realized that stepping outside now would be far too dangerous, with royal guards patrolling the area. It was nearly impossible to tell friend from foe in these tense times, so caution dictated keeping a low profile and avoiding unnecessary risks. The logic behind this conclusion stood out clearly, yet he assured everyone that he could offer assistance. Extending the enchanted stone toward Gord, the man offered for him to take it along. Curiosity sparked within Gord as he asked about its nature. The hero explained that this was a magical artifact, crafted with a specific purpose in mind. The boys tore him apart and cast him into the void, where he was transformed into. Laius immediately noticed that this man bore no resemblance to Gord. Larsel, too, observed the striking difference in their facial features. As Gord studied his new face with meticulous care, an unfamiliar sensation gradually enveloped him. The man handed him a mirror, its surface already marked by signs of corruption. Gord looked into its reflection. Disbelief flooded his eyes as he took in the scene before him. Was this truly within his power? Strangely, even those around him noticed one peculiar detail. The young man's voice remained exactly the same, untouched by any change. As the time came to bid farewell to Gordov, a thought flickered through the hero's mind. Perhaps it would be wise to offer him an escort back to the city. After all, carrying 500 magic stones alone sounded anything but easy. Gordon noted that Larsel, who had also altered his appearance, would take on the task of carrying their belongings. Both of them possessed the skill to deftly avoid monsters, so concerns about danger barely troubled their minds. The protagonist nodded in acknowledgement, but reminded the group that while their looks had changed, their voices remained the same, making it preferable to avoid running into acquaintances. Gordon agreed, admitting that negotiations would go more smoothly with a familiar face, though he wondered how they would eventually restore their original appearances. The protagonist explained that by simply whispering the word, "Stop," he could instantly reclaim his true face. After checking everything thoroughly, they moved on in silence, wasting no words. The promise of a swift return lingered in the air, while the protagonist offered heartfelt wishes for their safety. Upon their return home, the boys were instantly enveloped in the familiar comfort and warmth that greeted them at the door. The thought flitted through my mind. This house offered no space for crafting magical artifacts. Everything would require a complete overhaul. Set out to gather the remaining materials, only for the camera to suddenly whir to life at that very moment. After finally managing to approach him, the protagonist spoke up with care, admitting that he was actually looking for an opportunity to discuss another important matter. The artifact has captured his interest, as this remarkable object grants the ability to assume the appearance of anyone. The moment the protagonist laid eyes on him, it became clear in his mind that this man was a true schemer. In response, the other man remarked that while it would take some time, the task was certainly achievable. Perhaps he already had a few ideas in mind. Laius confessed he had none at the moment, though he acknowledged the usefulness of such an invention. Afterwards, he inquired, completion of this task will grant him the opportunity to request these artifacts. The protagonist replied that it was entirely possible, though it would require a certain fee. Arranged everything in a way that allowed her father to easily grasp the situation. Meticulously ironing Tagonist's clothes, little Maki transformed each garment until it looked freshly bought from a store, yet in the very next moment most likely, their conversation was interrupted, but Leah assured her that the discussion had already come to an end. Addressing the main character, he remarked briefly that they would discuss the matter in detail once the task was completed. Meanwhile, as Laius crossed the threshold of the house, the daughter inquired about their conversation. In response, Luz explained that he had approached him with a request. At that very moment, the protagonist approached the pile of gathered supplies and realized it was time to construct a workshop, even if it would be a modest one. Armed with newfound spells, the protagonist set to work on the construction. Fresh ideas were already taking shape in his mind. No thoughts of murdering Starkies clouded his mind. Someone else entirely stood as his true target. He had come here to topple none other than Master Zul, the god reigning on the throne. This world, the order to kill, and the alliance with the king, these are just stepping stones on the path toward his true goal. The true purpose behind his actions remains shrouded in mystery, much like the will of the god of the kingdom, which no one has yet unraveled. Support can only help him as long as his strength holds out. The strength of a god rises or falls according to the faith people place in them. Across the entire land, not a single place existed where he could not track down whatever he sought. Building strong bonds with these individuals lays the foundation for continued mutual benefit. Lost in these thoughts, he was nearly finished with his task. In the midst of the bustling construction of the new workshop, Gordon Larsel made an unexpected appearance. Gord's gaze settled on the monarch, and in that instant, the truth became unmistakable. He was standing face to face with the king himself. Upon their return, Laius couldn't help but acknowledge the brilliance of their work, yet an uneasy suspicion crept in. Perhaps someone's shadow had followed in their wake. After a quick mental calculation, the protagonist realized that both of them. A hefty load weighing 140 kilograms. With care, he opened it. The moment his eyes took in all that wealth, amazement flickered across his face. Could they really have carried so much treasure with their own hands? Gordu had to admit, this team worked in perfect harmony, as if united by a single, powerful force. With remarkable physical prowess, the character effortlessly lifts 3 heavy metal discs at once, displaying impressive strength and control. Although the quality of this iron leaves much to be desired, it should prove more than sufficient for the task at hand. Glancing in this direction, everyone's attention shifted to the main character, who now found himself in. After all, these very objects lie at the heart of the entire matter. His grip holds all 30 kilograms with unwavering strength. With curiosity piqued, the hero picked up the mysterious plant, eager to discover its nature. On the way here, Larson took the opportunity to gather medicinal herbs, as Gord explained. It occurred to him that these items might prove useful. Bringing the materials to the workshop, he instantly noticed that everything essential had already been prepared. Larson's responsibilities awaited him, appearing much sooner than he had anticipated, and so, a promise was made to seal every door and window with protective spells, ensuring no danger could slip inside. Should any threat arise, all were instructed to call to him from outside. Gordon wondered if the eerie silence in the room was due to the strict secrecy surrounding the methods of crafting instruments of death. The protagonist explained that while secrecy does play a part, the real issue lies in the danger these people pose to those around them. Gord found it difficult to comprehend how this could cause any harm. The protagonist asked whether he truly believed crafting instruments of death was a harmless pursuit. Gord took a moment to consider, and after some thought, he ultimately conceded to the argument. By volunteering to keep watch at the door and alert them of Larsel's approach, he earned the genuine gratitude of the protagonist. The main character assured him that he could handle things from there and encouraged his companion to take a well-deserved rest. She neglected to mention that the very next day, they would set out for the castle. Meanwhile, he had prepared an open-air bath for everyone, offering each person the opportunity to enjoy this small luxury. With only one chance ahead, complete readiness was essential for what awaited them. Gord, his voice trembling with anticipation, explained that they were really leaving as soon as tomorrow. There was no doubt that all these materials would be put to use by morning. The protagonist nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the task would indeed take all night, especially with such a large amount. A word of thanks followed. No time could be wasted. The cast had to be brought back as quickly as possible, all while regaining control of the situation. After expressing his gratitude for the help, Gord quickly made his way out. The hero sets to work, determination written in every movement. From the box, he swiftly pulled out everything he needed and put it to use right away. With each newfound skill, a subtle transformation coursed through the hero, signaling the arrival of unforeseen adventures that lay ahead. Suddenly, countless windows swung open, and the entire world spun into a frenzy of motion. Mechanical arms jutted out haphazardly from within the structure, giving it a chaotic appearance. A distinct hum arose from the mechanism as it stirred to life and began its task. The protagonist observes that this place has turned out to be a genuine workshop. Expert maneuvers guide the hero to a cavern, where a torrent of 1,000 monkeys surges and swirls like a living waterfall. While others lounged in leisure, he toiled tirelessly behind the scenes, hidden in the shadows. Weapon crafting began at dawn, with everyone eagerly setting to work. Everyone except the protagonist had gathered inside the house. Suddenly, a crack split the wall as an intruder burst through the opening, only to begin perishing instantly. Moments before the assault, Gordon Larsel stood fully prepared. A mysterious iron bird emerged from the sky, acting as a shield from above. Just as the outcome seemed certain, the main character suddenly emerged and, with a mere snap of his fingers, brought everything to an abrupt halt. With a quick apology, he explained that the invention had unexpectedly broken loose during testing. Gord inquired if everything had been completed. The protagonist responded with a gentle nod and a faint smile, signaling that his task was done. After announcing that everything was ready, he assigned the task of loading the crates of weapons onto the wagon. Lost in thought, he wondered whether he had truly managed to accomplish everything he had planned for the day. The agreement has been noted and acknowledged. Each item is carefully packed, so if anything falls, responsibility now rests with you. An eerie tension filled the air. At that very moment, the king appeared, accompanied by his daughter. The house brimmed with the anticipation of departure. The heroes sensed that the moment to set out would soon arrive. Lyaz admitted that this was indeed the truth. Knowing that today marked his first time carrying out an assassination contract in another world, he decided to check once more if the others still remembered the main objective of their mission. Gord noted that they would change their clothes and slip into the city under cover, then wait for him in a safe spot with Vebin. Once the mission was accomplished, he would give a predetermined signal, and the team would be able to leave quietly without drawing attention. He promised to handle the situation himself once Starkas had been eliminated. Everyone received enchanted tools for transformation, tools that needed to be put to use at this very moment. Each person selected a stone and declared with quiet determination that it was time to begin. It became clear that yesterday's transformations had taken on a different nature. The main characters observed that all the necessary tools were prepared and within reach. Now, only careful action remained, for they needed to proceed without attracting unwanted attention. At last, consciousness returned as the room filled with tense, silent anticipation. The princess, above all, understood that failure in this task would cause their grip on the entire kingdom to slip away. Curiosity flared at the thought. Could this artifact truly grant the power to change one's gender? The heroes immediately turned to discover what had sparked such a question. Yesterday, peculiar notices appeared around the city. Someone was looking for a woman and 3 men. This odd search could be the work of Starkey's guards. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, it seemed one of their group might need to disguise themselves as the opposite gender. With unwavering confidence, the protagonist replies that anything is possible. Yet 4 men together might arouse unwanted suspicion. Gord pointed out that a group of 4 girls would look just as unnatural. Larsel reasoned that pairing 2 men with 2 women would likely blend in best. MS suggested dividing the roles. Gord would play the mother, Larsel would take on the part of the father, and the king and princess would pose as their children. This makeshift family would disguise themselves as traveling merchants. Since they planned to pose as merchants, it seemed only natural for him to take on the role of the father. Based on yesterday's information, it is highly likely that he is currently the subject of an intense search. Join our channel for updates. Achieving a voice that perfectly matches one's natural speaking style remains impossible. However, assigning it a role completely unlike its usual function might lead to unexpected results. The king paused in deep thought, questioning whether it was truly necessary to consider every detail to such an extent. Turning to Larslan Gerda, the question of his opinion was met with a prompt and approving response. By pressing the button on top, one can instantly switch their gender. Gord had already completed this task. Transformed into a woman, she appeared before the king. At that moment, the ruler noticed with astonishment that her size seemed unusually large. Larsal assured them this would only draw even more attention. The main character calmly explained that he could alter his height and build, then requested the artifact. At this, Gord grew cautious and asked if something had happened. At that moment, a gentle smile blossomed on the princess's lips. With complete sincerity, offered an earnest apology. The assurance that there was no reason to worry sounded utterly convincing. A young helper named Maki, loyal companion to the main character, took me under her wing. Turning to another assistant, the gaze shifts smoothly back to the conversation partner. The princess suggests bringing him along, thinking he might prove useful on their journey. With a gentle smile, End bowed his head, expressing his gratitude to the protagonist while meeting his gaze directly. Each character took great care preparing for the journey, and the protagonist proved no exception to this ritual. At last, everything had been settled. The time had come to reclaim what was lost and to mend the mistakes of the past. An endless stream of monotonous orders flooded his thoughts, granting not a single moment of respite. Dreams lingered behind him, nearly 1,000 victories in his wake, yet the true summit remained hidden from sight. An endless horizon, shrouded in the darkness of an entire era, stretched before his eyes. Gazing into the distance, he spoke quietly. This time his target might be God himself, perhaps. At last, the moment will arrive when everything around begins to change. Those words gave him the courage to finally open the door. The chest finally unlocks. With intense focus, Roden Sinai watches every movement closely. Without warning, the birds abandoned this place. At C's command, the group pressed forward. Their presence did not escape his notice. The command system functioned smoothly, operating without a hitch. Every detail about the target had been meticulously recorded in the system. Total combat readiness has been established. The idea firmly emphasized that truth endures, immutable and steadfast. At first glance, the villagers appeared. Yet in truth, their eyes lacked even the faintest spark of life, their gazes clouded, as if unseen strings guided their every movement. Her gaze settled on a random man passing by on the street. Turning around sharply, he replied to her with a curt and abrasive tone. It seemed as if everyone had fallen under a spell, captivated by an unseen force. Turning to Larzul, ask if he has the part you need. Not even God could accomplish such a feat. Taking a few coins from a pouch, the person handed them over to the man. Swiftly climbing inside, he immediately dashed away. A brief glance fell upon Larzulu as the others cautiously inquired if that was truly the case. Though faint embers of anger toward the protagonist still smoldered in his heart, Lars would admit that he no longer held a grudge. As events unfolded, unchecked emotions threatened to unravel everything. Even a minor argument could jeopardize the carefully constructed plan. Moments like these demand unwavering focus, leaving no room for distractions or emotional turmoil. The protagonist has already crafted new equipment specifically for him. All that remains is to wait patiently, eyes sharp, for the perfect opportunity to put it to use. Lars turns to the king and wonders aloud if staying in such a modest place is wise, hinting at the possibility that it might not be entirely safe. Laius assured them of his understanding, yet spending the night at an upscale establishment might draw unnecessary attention their way. For now, no shelter offers them greater safety than this haven in Yaboni. From a bird's-eye view, the world unfolds before the protagonist in a completely new light. The castle's aerial domain stretched wide, unveiling a breathtaking panorama. First, they need to determine the exact location of the place they are looking for. With unwavering precision, he summoned the power of magic to his aid. A seasoned mage faced with a corner assault unfailingly responds with precise anticipation. A force exists that surpasses all magical energy and power, and it is this strength that can truly be discovered. Decide on your destination. While admiring the birds, an unexpected problem suddenly emerged. Most likely, events will unfold in this very manner. Lately, the obstacles that once blocked the path seem to dissolve one by one. Breaking it apart from within proves far easier, while breaching it from the outside borders on impossible. No matter how insignificant it may appear, its true strength lies hidden below the surface. No matter how tight the castle's security, it was unlikely anyone would bother guarding the sewers. The diameter stretches to 30 centimeters. A query fit only for the smallest of rodents crept into the conversation. Fortunately, Gordon reached out to the main character himself, seeking more details about the situation. At last, their journey brought them to the spot where they would spend the night, and he announced their arrival to his companions. Stay here, the main character asked if everything was ready. With quiet confidence, Gordy confirmed that all was in order and inquired about how things were going for him. Unaware of the protective barrier covering the castle's windows, the main character admitted that this was a new challenge for him, yet assured everyone of his ability to overcome it. Meanwhile, tension lingered around the castle, with danger lurking at every turn. An uneasy sense had already settled over the protagonist. Throughout the city, an uncanny trance seemed to hold everyone in its grip. Even the children, could they really be lying too? Not even the boldest imagination could have conceived that Starkey's would resort to such sophisticated manipulations. The awareness of the future, if he truly possessed abilities like that, why had he only chosen to use them now? Suggested that perhaps he had been waiting for the right moment. Upon hearing these words, a contemplative silence settled over the king as he pondered why he had waited so long. Now, however, such questions no longer mattered. Turning his attention, he addressed. The antagonist is asked whether he remembers this. Just before departure, the memory of the question he had asked the day before resurfaced in his mind. The task fell to him to watch over Prince Kosis should the prince appear. Memories flare vividly within his mind. Laius immediately noticed the precision and elegance in his calculations. Hope flickers in the hero's eyes as he urges them to move with greater caution. A sudden knock shattered the silence. Instantly, the man turned toward Starkus, for daring to disturb his peace. In that moment, a sudden clarity washes over the protagonist. A sudden realization illuminated his mind as he recognized the rare opportunity unfolding before him. Almost revealed the true nature that was meant to stay hidden. The defensive magic cloaking the door began to crack under the relentless pressure. In circumstances like these, the only option is to test one's skills in long-range combat. Sadly, Starkey's is simply not the right person for this. From that spot, catching sight of this was simply out of the question. At first glance, the room appears perfectly ordinary, yet its design cleverly thwarts any attempt at foul play, making even the smallest scheme nearly impossible to pull off. Refusing to rest on his laurels, the man inquired about the progress of his religious mission, eager to learn how his efforts were unfolding. Missionaries set out for 10 different cities, energetically teaching the local residents the fundamental principles of their faith. Just yesterday, their dedicated efforts brought in 246 new followers. Starkus felt as though 246 simply wasn't enough this time. Curiosity stirs about what kind of appeal to faith he has in mind. It appears he seeks to transform the very nature of his devotion. After having secured leadership over the entire nation, thoughts now seem to turn toward matters of belief. The man explained that they're missionaries. Every effort is made to challenge long-standing beliefs, yet giving up the gods people have trusted for generations proves incredibly difficult. Change moves at a glacial pace. Starkey's noticed that his mental influence falters in these circumstances, leaving results that fall far short of expectations. The order came down with stern authority, push even harder, for the fall of the country could no longer be averted otherwise. Starchus held firm in his belief that only the deity Luris Mars could save them now. The warriors, their resolve unwavering, raised their voices together in unanimous support. The name of God lingered in the hero's thoughts as he pondered whether this world held any other deities besides Midza and the sinister Mazaraka. Casting a sharp glance at his subordinates, Starkus urged them to hurry and reminded them of the proper way to deal with anyone bold enough to defy their orders. Those swayed by Sarkis argued that dissent must be silenced through whip and fist. With this belief, they formed a squad of inquisitors, set to begin their campaign the very next day. Watching the scene unfold, Marcus couldn't hide his admiration and encouraged the men to remain steadfast in their faith. In response, the group unanimously voiced their support for Starkey's efforts. Genuine words shape authentic lives. The truth of the situation revealed itself in an unexpected light. Behind the fabricated name lay an attempt to forge a new religion, a deception that instantly brought to mind Misa's warnings about Mazura's usual methods. Persuasion seemed absent, replaced by pressure and intimidation, reminiscent more of torture than any benevolent sermon. Turning to the device designed to connect him with Rumia and the others, he inquired whether Gord was present on the other end. Once his identity was confirmed, the protagonist solemnly announced that he had an important question, then asked if Gord was familiar with the god Luris Mars. Settling onto the sofa beside the device, Gordon remarked that he was familiar with this faith. He explained that it was a relatively young religion, existing for just over 30 years. Drawn by the clear benefits it offered its followers, many people had joined its ranks in recent years. The word benefit immediately stood out, drawing particular attention. After a follow-up question, Gore offered an explanation. Followers of this faith hand out free bread to believers who attend church and uphold similar traditions. As Gore recounted these details, Laius and Larsel remarked that women ought not to sit in such a relaxed manner. Only then did Gore, who had once more forgotten that he now inhabited a woman's body, realize he had unwittingly taken a typically masculine posture, legs spread wide. The words of Laius and Larsel sparked new revelations within the storyteller. God continued to unravel the essence of this faith, emphasizing that its foundation rested on compassion and support for ordinary people. Yet a mystery lingered. The source of funding for such generous charity remained unclear. Despite the doctrine's widespread popularity, troubling rumors and dark suspicions swirled around it. With a thoughtful hand resting beneath his chin, he pondered how admirers managed to win people over with gifts, yet the true source of their funds remained an enigma. Suspicion thickened when Gord suddenly mentioned that they even had their own goddess, Mrs. His words set nerves even further on edge. Most residents over the age of 30, including Gord, upheld their faith in Midsis, while the younger generation tended to gravitate toward the worship of Luris Mars. By that time, the men who had visited Starkey's office had already stepped into the hallway and begun to go their separate ways. Gord wasted no time in asking why such questions even needed to be asked. In response, the protagonist merely mentioned that it was simple curiosity guiding him, then turned his attention back to watching his animal companion. At that very moment, a dark and menacing aura unexpectedly crept out from beneath the door of the office where Starkey's was staying. At that very moment, Starkey's invoked the spell and pressed his palm forward. The friends exchanged cheerful glances and began welcoming the guests. A bright smile spread across the boy's face before he called out Stan Bat's name in a clear, ringing voice. The ruler watched in awe as waves of magic surged beyond the castle walls, curiosity sparking within as he wondered about the source of such extraordinary power. Wasting no time, they used the device to send an urgent warning to Gord and the others, alerting them to the danger that awaited after their cover had been blown. A sudden alarm swept over the group, and icy paralysis seized Lias, Larsel, Rumia, and Gord, trapping them in a frozen moment. Suddenly, the room filled with the force of unexpected blows as the wall burst apart, sending debris flying while an intruder forced their way inside. Gordon and Rumia also fell under the spell's influence, yet deception. Alarm etched across his face. He shouted their names with all his strength, desperately trying to make himself heard above the turmoil. Once their camouflage vanished, they sprang into combat formation, gripping their weapons at the ready to fend off the barrage of flying stones. Blazel stood face to face with Leus, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he tried to discern who lingered nearby. No response came. Instead, the sudden whistle of an unseen object sliced sharply through the air. A heavy blow shattered the silence, rattling the doors. An explosion echoed through the corridor, and Larson Leas turned his head toward the swirling cloud of dust. Silhouetted against the fading light, two young men emerged from the haze. One of them grinned and, with playful curiosity, tossed out a question about who they had stumbled upon. His eyes settled on a familiar face, and recognition flashed, his own teacher, Leas. With a teasing glint, he wondered aloud if the man was still alive. Laughter erupted from his companion, who called out to Starkey's with cheerful enthusiasm, declaring that everything was going perfectly and confessing to an overwhelming rush of energy. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Lias as he glanced at Stygian Bat, silently acknowledging the flawless execution of their plan. Yet, one thought lingered in his mind: how had they managed to track them down? Without waiting for a response from Stein or Bada, Larsel strode forward with determination, placing himself between Leus and the others. In a clear, commanding voice, he announced their affiliation with the Royal Guard and admitted openly that he had no doubt Starin was indeed their true leader. Placing a hand firmly on his chest, he spoke with conviction, declaring that there was no comparing them to the marionettes from the castle, for they possessed true freedom. Before his friends could finish speaking, the other boy cut in with a grin, declaring that now two rivals stood facing them. That was when the second night quietly descended. Despite his companion's shouts, he pressed on, confidently declaring that they were the chosen ones. Yet interruptions kept coming, the other unable to stay silent. A sudden realization had struck him. With only two opponents left, he recalled how earlier a single blow from him had toppled two enemies at once. That moment brought a rush of exhilaration at his own strength. In that instant, Bada struck Stig and sharply ordered him to be silent. The force of the blow sent Sterling stumbling backward, yet he made no attempt to strike back. In that very moment, without warning, Marcel appeared behind Buddy and launched a swift attack. Bada swiftly seized the broken blade that Larsel had been wielding and boldly stepped in his path, demanding to know where he was rushing off to. Enchanted butterflies glimmered into being all around, breaking free from his spell. Gripping his blade tightly, Bada wondered aloud if anyone ever dreamed of discovering the truth. It seemed strange to him how they had learned of Leos and the others' presence. He suggested taking a closer look at the magical mark belonging to the old man from Carwin. Upon hearing those words, Leus asked for clarification once more. With a furrowed brow, Larson warned Leos to remain cautious and not fall for any tricks, insisting that the leaders of Kuru and the Merchant Guild would never ally themselves with the enemy. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, the head of the Curuan Merchant Guild would have instantly grasped the true meaning behind these events. The final words caught in Larsel's throat as his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Sensing something amiss, his senses sharpened in an instant. At that very moment, Sting flashed beside him, appearing as if from thin air, his magic at work. A playful smile danced on Sting's lips as he teased that Larsel, as always, moved far too slowly. A magic tube materialized beside his hand, soared through the air, and hurtled toward Larsel. Struggling to hold his ground, Larsel reeled back but managed to deflect the attack. Meanwhile, the authorities reported that Bada had quickly sold 100 low-level potions of mysterious origin, raising suspicions of a planned escape. Yet, the very next day, this group left the enchanted forest and returned to the kingdom. Laius acquired a new item, but soon couldn't resist asking how they managed it. Together with Larsel, he quietly observed their opponents, carefully studying every move and nuance in their behavior. Turning slightly to the side, Bada fell into thought, realizing it might be wise to uncover whose support was making their success possible. Brow furrowed in annoyance, he asked who might be aware of this situation. With caution, he suggested that the lumberjack could possibly be the one in question. Yet Bada remained silent, offering no response to anything that had been said. Without warning, Laius spoke up. A surge of curiosity swept over him as he wondered what had truly compelled Bada and Sting to join Starchus and support his bid for the throne. Their motives eluded his understanding, though it seemed likely that promises of wealth or a thirst for power lay at the heart of their decision. For a moment, Sting and Bada froze, caught off guard by the sudden and unexpected question. Bada extends his fingers forward with unwavering confidence. A steady hand pressed against a forehead as eyelids fluttered shut, frustration flaring in a sharp exclamation. The simplicity of Leo's thoughts had grated on everyone's nerves. Sting, no more satisfied, tilted his chin upwards and called Leo's an old man, chiding him for his ignorance. Larsel, catching the insult, demanded an explanation in outrage, but both Bade and Sting paid him no mind. At that moment, Bada turned to Leo's and asked what he believed the people from the messenger's camp needed most. At the same time, with a commanding tone, Sting declared that what they needed now was strength. United in their persuasion, they insisted that humanity was far too fragile, and that only a mighty ruler could offer true strength and protection. This powerful source was meant to grant people freedom, enabling them to conquer the world around them and seize whatever they desired from their opponents by force. For this reason, Bada and Sting had no intention of defending a king so easily overthrown. Seeking to demonstrate his dominance, Bada pointed to a gaping hole in the wall, revealing the ruined chamber beyond. Through the jagged breach, wounded figures could be seen sprawled on piles of hay, casualties of the recent explosion. Surprise crept across my face as I turned to Bada and Sting, needing to clarify something important. Before he could utter a single word, Stinjan Badak had already bared his teeth in a predatory grin. Suddenly, a strange apparition enveloped them both, cloaking their forms in a smoky haze. Only gleaming eyes and sharp smiles pierced through the mysterious mist. Yet this illusion swiftly fades away. In an instant, Sting and Bada appeared before Leus and Larsel, Sting's smile still brimming with self-satisfaction. Utilizing their magic, they conjured a circle of enchanted weapons around themselves. With unwavering confidence, Bada declared that everything was unfolding as intended. Very soon, under Luris's leadership, the kingdom of Messes would rise again. Springing into a fighting stance, Bada readied himself for the approaching assault. In an instant, however, a blade resembling a sword shot up from beneath the floor, piercing his leg. Stunned, he stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. For a few brief moments, his gaze remained fixed on the sword that pierced his leg. Larsel seized this fleeting pause, swiftly closing the distance to Bada and pressing his foot down on the injured limb, pinning his opponent firmly in place and leaving no room for retreat. A fierce scowl carved across his face, Larsel swung his sword at the bat with deadly intent. Nearby, Sting braced himself, ready to shield his companion. He called out urgently for Larsel to come closer and began weaving a protective spell. Refusing to leave Larsel alone in peril, Leia sprang into action, grabbed the nearest chair, and hurled it forward without hesitation. With a swift kick, Leia sent the chair hurtling forward at breakneck speed. Sting noticed the danger just in time to grit his teeth, but the blow struck before he could dodge, slamming him hard against the wall. With a scowl darkening her features, Bates shot a displeased glance at her partner. Lars immediately muttered that they had caused far too much commotion. Shaking off the last traces of enchantment, he had not even reached his chamber yet, but had already ordered that the enemies be brought before him. Larson swung his sword once more, landing a precise strike as he called out to the bat. With a mocking tone, he added, "Hey, you scoundrels and cheats." Blood spurted from the wound dealt by Bada, but the torrent slowly tapered off until everything around fell into silence. Batty's cries pulled Larson's attention away, his gaze darting sharply toward the entrance and catching something he wished he hadn't seen. Gorda lingered for a while, openly admitting that just listening to Stig and Bada's speeches left him feeling queasy. Pausing in the doorway with Rumia, he quickly cautioned Larson about the looming danger. If Larson managed to escape alone, he should immediately head straight to the third floor. Ignoring Gordon and Larson's playful banter, Lars dashed headlong toward Rumia, calling her name as he ran. Wrapping his arms around Rumia, he quietly confessed just how overjoyed he was to see her safe and unharmed. Tears shimmered in Rumia's eyes, yet he managed to keep his composure. The joy of reunion faded quickly. As Bada attempted to rise, a sharp cry escaped him as pain surged through his body. Pain and fury surged within him as he broke free from the scream. The question of how Larsel had managed it gnawed at his mind. An unstoppable curiosity mingled with despair, and for a brief moment, it felt as though another had taken possession of his body. In that instant, everything crumbled to dust, and it became clear to all. This was no figment of imagination, but a vivid illusion woven by the magic of projection. In an instant, Bada appeared beside them, completely unharmed and brimming with laughter. Unable to resist a teasing remark, she cheerfully warned Gord, Larsolias, and Rumia not to expect an easy or carefree escape from this place. With a wicked grin, Bada announced his plan. He would skin the culprits alive and hang 2 of them at the gate to serve as a warning to all. The hides of the liars would be turned into a carpet, while those of the Rumians would become a travel bag. His eyes gleamed with madness as he asked whether anyone could deny the brilliance of such an idea. Brow furrowing in concentration, Laius leaned forward, ready to strike, yet just then a sharp command halted him, ordering a step back instead. Gord steps forward, positioning himself squarely between Rumia and Laius, blocking their path, rather than. Without breaking eye contact with their opponents, they calmly analyze every movement with unwavering confidence. Gripping it with ease, the weapons settled comfortably into their palms as the opponents brandished them and assumed fighting stances. With fierce determination, they promised to show Buddy and Stig, those scoundrels, as they called them, exactly what loyal followers of King Laius could do. Before they could even react, a powerful gust of air crashed over them. Sting had broken free from the chair's trap and launched his attack. Against all odds, Gord and Larsel held their ground. Fueled by determination, they surged forward, breaking through the enemy's fierce onslaught. With a powerful swing of his sword, Larsel once again cut a path through the final line of defenders. With agile precision, he surged forward and quickened his pace. Drawing closer to Batty, Larsel swept his sword through the air, tracing vivid star-shaped patterns that shimmered in his wake. In that moment, he unveiled the royal palace of Messi's secret technique, known as the Radiance of 2 Stars. Suddenly, stars burst across the room, each one reflecting the sharp flicker of blows aimed at Larsel. Despite the shimmering defense, a handful of attacks slipped through the barrier. Larsel narrowed his gaze in concentration and deftly dodged them. Realizing that Bada was wielding the power of butterflies, he cursed under his breath, knowing that their winged magic held a genuine threat. However, a knight who relied solely on spells and the supernatural never managed to unsettle Larson. A sudden realization flashed through Bada's mind. Could these truly be his thoughts? Extending his hand, adorned with a heavy ring, he focused intently on the trembling shadow of a butterfly that danced above the ornament. Bada hailed Larsel as the most gifted among the royal guard, yet he immediately emphasized that it was Starkey's who granted them newfound strength. Soaring into the sky, Bada boldly declared that those whom Larsel considered weak had been transformed. Behind him unfurled spectral butterfly wings, shrouding his form as he unleashed a furious cyclone from them. Ethereal butterfly wings burst forth and hurled themselves towards Larsel with stunning speed. Yet undeterred by the obvious peril, Larsel charged ahead without missing a beat, relentless in his advance. Laius frowning stared intently at the oncoming assault, astonishment lighting his features as he tried to unravel the source of such overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Rumia, her concern apparent, kept her eyes fixed on Larsel and quickly urged him to be more cautious. Alongside them arrived Larsel Frown, a mysterious guest whose very name seemed to carry an air of unsolved mysteries. Positioned to the side, he lunged forward with intense focus. Bada unfurled his wings, which suddenly stretched and transformed into tentacle-like shapes crafted from countless magical butterflies. Yet Lars skillfully dodged every strike, moving with remarkable agility. Channeling his magic with expert precision, Larson approached Bud. A sly smile played on Bud's lips as he greeted Larson's challenge, his tone carrying a hint of mockery as he wondered if Larson had truly managed to survive. Although Bud conceded that Larson's survival was impressive, he quickly warned him that the real ordeal was only just beginning. Despite the tension, both opponents radiated unwavering confidence. Calling out for Stig with a commanding voice, he made him burst out of hiding, laughter spilling from his lips. Behind Batty, a fresh danger began to form, another magical assault gathering strength in his hand. Currents of air spiraled around Sting's palm as he raised his arm, declaring that while Larsel had managed to dodge the last strike, his luck would run out here. Without warning, Sting thrust his hand toward Larsel and activated the nail gun. A razor-sharp blast of compressed air, spinning into a deadly vortex, shot forth with a piercing whistle straight towards his foe. Larsel's eyes widened in shock, his brows knitting together as a faint chill of fear swept over him with the enemy's sudden, rapid attack drawing near. A memory surfaced of a moment not long ago, when he had stood in this very spot. A look of surprise lingered on Gordy, who was holding something out to the main character. At that moment, Gordy suddenly announced that he had remembered something important, explaining that this object was meant for the protagonist. Although still unclear about its purpose, curiosity took hold as the protagonist accepted the unexpected gift and began to examine it more closely. A quick glance reveals an immediate and striking impression. The sandwich, neatly wrapped in special paper, became the focal point of the morning. With a wide grin, Gordon reminded everyone that Wright hadn't eaten at all yesterday, then firmly announced that breakfast was his this time. Larsel and MS exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond to such a bold claim. Before long, the conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Lias. Drawing closer with a look of quiet determination, he asked if Wright had remembered his request. Wright nodded, assuring him that everything was ready, and politely asked Lias to wait just a moment longer. Confusion flickered across Lias's face as he failed to grasp what Wright was aiming for. Curiosity prompted him to ask what had happened. The main character, still clutching the object concealed beneath the cloth, suddenly whisked away the covering and suggested they begin with the pumpkin. An additional piece of armor was fastened onto Gordy's gear. With a few eager sweeps of his hand, he examined the new addition, his eyes shining with curiosity. The fresh component turned out to be a shoulder guard, enchanted with basic protective magic strong enough to deflect enemy blows. Etched into its surface was a magical inscription declaring its power to halt enemy attacks. Even without this latest enhancement, Gordy had already earned a reputation as a worthy adversary. In addition, a memory surfaced of protective spells cast upon the artifact. At this moment, the object remained securely shielded by a motionless barrier and a layer of magical enchantment. Stepping in front of Larsen as enemies closed in, he shielded him with his own body, creating a barrier between his comrade and the looming danger. A careful inspection of the defensive structures inside draws attention to every minute detail, each feature silently revealing its purpose. A gentle smile crossed Gord's face. Memories resurfaced of the first time he received a shield, when he'd asked whether an immovable barrier counted as a simple form of magic, at least in the protagonist's opinion. The correct answer inspired the protagonist to suspect that Gord wanted a crest. Wasting no time, he carefully etched the emblem's design onto the surface of the shield. Concealed in the shadows as the attack subsided, Larsel offered heartfelt thanks to Gord. The gesture left Gord utterly unmoved. He responded only with a stern warning. Sting and Bada were no longer the people they once appeared to be, and Larsel needed to stay vigilant. At last, the force of Sting's attack faded away, leaving him frowning in frustration. His jaw dropped in astonishment when he realized that neither Larsel nor Gordy bore so much as a scratch. The sight defied all logic, and with a trembling finger pointed in their direction, he demanded to know what kind of shield had protected them. With a steady hand resting on Stig's shoulder, Bada urged him to remain calm and warned that no shield could stand against his magic. Reaching out his hand, he conjured in the air above the ring a delicate, ghostly outline of a butterfly. In an instant, the number of butterflies multiplied dramatically, filling the once spacious area with a vibrant flurry of motion. With unwavering confidence, Bada declared that it mattered little how strong Gorda's shield was. All that truly counted was choosing an attack that couldn't be parried. This, for Bada, was the essence of true strategy, so he wasted no time and immediately directed his butterflies toward this critical point in the game. In the same room where Rumia and Leos lingered, tension thickened the air. Leos grew wary, sensing an unfamiliar force pressing in. At that instant, Larsel realized the truth. This was no ordinary assault, but the fractured remnants of the world itself. Suddenly, one of the butterflies veered off to the side, almost as if it wished to speak to Leos. Rather than alarm, a gentle calm washed over him as those vibrant wings fluttered ever closer. In the next instant, powerful torrents of flame surged from the luminous cracks, hurtling straight toward the magical butterflies. Before setting off for the kingdom, the protagonist fixed a determined gaze on Leah, his voice steady as he declared that this time, it was his turn. With care, he offered her a ring, adding that this gift was meant just for her. With the power of the ring, Leus conjured a focused barrier around himself and Rumi, while simultaneously preparing to strike. Streams of magical energy surged from the shimmering band on his finger, radiating strength. Gripping his dagger poised for close combat, Leus calmly urged not to worry for him and to press on with the fight. Bada stared in disbelief as the barrier revealed itself to be a targeted obstacle. Stunned just as deeply, Sting stood frozen in shock, his eyes widened in silent astonishment. Meanwhile, with his dagger held out before him, Laius recalled that he had crafted this weapon himself. That memory affirmed what stood in front of them, a barrier directly in their path. The next moment, streams of fire burst from the protective barrier, twisting through the air as they slowly took on the forms of fantastical creatures crowned with blazing heads. With his sights set on Stina and Bada, he lunged forward. By sheer luck, the two managed to dodge the blow just in time. With wild fury blazing in his eyes, Sting jabbed a finger at Leos and shouted that no protective barrier could ever launch an attack from within. Suspicion burned in Sting's voice as he insisted Leos was hiding something. Yet Leos, completely unshaken, calmly replied that no one was aware of such a thing, and then, almost as an afterthought, reached into his cloak and retrieved a battered old scroll, its edges worn from years of handling. A sudden movement rustled behind him, prompting Sting to whirl around. Larson had sprung forward in a single leap, his sword already raised for a strike. Fury clenched Sting's jaw, casting a shadow across his face as a fresh attack began to gather swiftly in the palm of his hand. A fierce wind surges forth, whipping towards Larson and carrying with it a stern warning not to dare underestimate its power. With practiced skill, Laius wielded his long weapon, more stick than spear, and effortlessly deflected Sting's attack. In a flash, the figure closed the distance to Sting, who stood frozen in astonishment. His voice trembled with confusion as he stammered, "What was that?" Something was flying. Cornered and with no way out, Lars reacts instantly, driving a strike straight into the opponent's neck. A powerful blow sent blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed onto the floor. With perfect balance, Larsel landed softly on his feet, his body tilting slightly to the side. Only a minute earlier, his hands had carefully concealed an object wrapped in cloth. Now, uncertainty clouded his eyes as he stared at it, struggling to believe that this was truly the legendary ritual with the flaming sword. Astutely, he noted that among all he had distributed, this gear was the only one capable of truly harming the enemy. Making it clear that he had no intention of entering battle himself, he explained his reasoning. He had carefully selected only items that would ensure safety above all else. The sword entrusted to Larson by the protagonist had been crafted from blazing wood, a material known for its remarkable strength yet fleeting durability. Caution became essential, for Larson was warned he could wield this weapon only once, making every move a matter of utmost care. After offering Larson the advice to wait for the right moment and use the sword wisely, he stepped aside. With newfound resolve, Larson rose to his feet and lifted his hand high, gripping the long wooden pole tightly in his fist. Stunned into silence, Gord, Rumia, and Leah stood frozen in sheer astonishment, while Larsel. Addressing an unseen companion, the sword plunged into the earth with all its might. Sting gasped in pain as his bruised throat throbbed, unable to hold back groans or tears. Pointing indignantly at the sword lying on the floor, he demanded to know if this was truly the fire ritual. His voice rang out even louder as he declared it was nothing more than a stick, no different from a foolish prank. Confused by such a surge of anger, Laius could only shield his eyes with his hand, while Rumia and Gord silently watched Larson unleash a string of curses at the sword. Meanwhile, after clearing his throat, Sting glanced over at Bat and admitted that he had believed himself doomed. Grateful, he expressed his thanks for being saved. He recalled the crucial moment when Bat's butterfly had managed to draw away the danger just in time. The instant Sting launched his attack, he managed to soften the force of the blow just a little. Bat, however, remained perfectly still, thoughtfully resting his chin on his hand. Sting called out his companion's name, but Bat gave no response. Lost in memories of the past, Larsel relived the conversation with the protagonist. The instructions were simple yet peculiar. The sword's power would awaken only if wreathed in flames, granting 9 additional points of fire damage. When Larsel pressed for clarity, the protagonist simply smirked and sarcastically asked what was so hard to grasp. Now, scowling fiercely, Larsel shouted that the sword was already on fire and demanded further guidance. Deep down, he resolved that relying on the protagonist was useless. From now on, he would act on his own instincts. Wearing a defiant smile, Sting remarked that Larsel was welcome to come here if he cared so little for his life. He assured him that failing to kill Sting would become his greatest regret. Yet Bada, calm and composed, simply asked Sting to wait. Confusion clouded his expression as his gaze shifted to Bada, searching for answers in the quiet between them. Meanwhile, Bada remained composed, her calm eyes watching him without a flicker of emotion. When Sting was asked if he found it strange that his opponents showed no surprise at the attack, he observed that Gorda and the others were completely unfazed, not even considering the idea of running away. Moreover, it seems as though everything had been planned out long before this moment. With a sharp and attentive gaze, Bader Rumi studied the faces of Rumi, Layuz, Larson, and Gord, seeking to uncover the true intentions hidden beneath their expressions. A sudden flash of insight made him curse under his breath. With a stern expression, he suddenly spun around, shouting Starkey's name while At that very moment, the beings conjured by the power of justice and sealed within the castle walls surged in size, their forms radiating with an intense, dazzling light. In the end, everything concluded with a sudden explosion. The protective barrier shattered into pieces. Swarms of birds instantly swooped in to join the chaos, while townspeople scattered in panic, desperately dodging falling stones and debris. Amidst the turmoil, one of the girls suddenly stumbled and fell, narrowly missing a chunk of rubble that crashed down just beside her. One of the animal guides darted forward, raising his shield just in time to catch the girl and save her from falling. His eyes swept over the orderly ranks of birds, already bracing themselves for another attack. Swirling dust filled the air, making it nearly impossible to see anything beyond the thick veil. Remaining in sync with the vision of his birds, he kept his gaze fixed on the ruined section of the castle, carefully examining every small detail. A sudden rumble echoed through the air, instantly drawing the attention of Rumia, Gordilius, and Larsel. Frozen in place, they exchanged uncertain glances, quietly asking one another if the sound had truly reached every ear. The memory of being entrusted with the elimination mission flickered in his mind, prompting an immediate inquiry about the source of the explosion. Realizing he had walked straight into a trap, the Cursed One cried out in despair that they had to return to the castle at once. Gord, Larson, Lees, and Rumia spun around sharply, their eyes locked on their adversaries, filled with steely determination. Calmly regaining his composure, Bada wondered aloud if anyone had truly anticipated hearing such words. No room for doubt remained. Stackies had absolutely no need of their protection. At that very moment, sheltered beneath another defensive barrier, he sipped his tea with calm composure, openly admitting that he had no idea who dared to attack or where this assault had originated. Yet he remarked that if the assailant's goal was to destroy him, the attacker had already sealed their own fate. Soon realization dawned on him. Everything that had happened was simply a careless mistake. Calmness settled over his face, as if nothing within him stirred with unease. After a thorough examination of the defenses surrounding Starkey's, Wright identified a barrier sphere designed to repel attacks. Observing how effortlessly Starkey's reflected the strike crafted by the protagonist, Wright made a mental note. Such a system commanded respect. Word had spread that this protective barrier lasted no longer than 2 seconds. He realized that even if the first assault could be repelled, the next strike would undoubtedly shatter the defense. With this in mind, twirling the needle between my fingers to control my artifacts, I summoned the power of magic. Instantly, the birds swooped to the ground. All the while, curiosity stirred within me about Stark's plan for countering the next attack. As the birds soared through the air, their forms slowly transformed. Beaks opened wide as each creature split cleanly down the middle. Emerging from these fractures, mechanisms of gunmetal origin pushed forward. In perfect unison, the flock unleashed a dense barrage of tiny projectiles, all aimed directly at Starkus. With unwavering composure, Starkey's called upon ancient and powerful magic, summoning its force to shield him. Those words formed a protective barrier, wrapping Starkey's in a comforting embrace. Every shell launched by Pravibichny, except for the ones that had broken away, collided with it in a fierce clash. The explosion finished the castle's destruction, reducing its remnants and the body of the fallen to ashes. A column of smoke rose into the sky. On the other side, the city's residents froze in fear, unnerved by the thunderous roar. Yet the shield under Starkey's command stood unwavering, not even a hint of a crack marring its surface. Calmly sipping his tea, Stark reveals no trace of emotion on his face. Fingers brushing thoughtfully against his chin, it became clear that his opponent had unleashed a magical song. This time, he had to admit he was facing a truly formidable adversary. At the sound of another explosion, everyone turned toward the castle, their faces marked by astonishment and anxiety. Amid the uneasy silence, someone finally asked in a hesitant voice if the right flank had been defeated. A smile blossomed across the face, quickly followed by a burst of laughter, while Gord, Layuz, Rumia, and Larson fixed their opponents with intense, focused gazes. Everyone clamored at once, proclaiming that nothing could rival the power of Starkus. Shimmering magical light flowed around them, casting their figures into shadow and wrapping the scene in an air of mystery. Convinced of their own strength, the enemies believed they could not be easily defeated. Channeling the full force of their magic, they prepared for another assault, their unwavering eyes fixed on their opponents. Lunging forward, he snatched up the stapler and unleashed a spray of buckshot, sending a swirling spiral of magical attacks spinning through the air above his head. The shield rings out with each powerful blow, managing to halt the enemy's advance. With every strike, however, maintaining the defense grows more difficult. Jaw clenched tight from exertion, the force of the renewed assaults becomes almost overwhelming. Brow furrowed in concentration, the hero noticed a new crack snaking across his shield. Gray, noticing the transformation as well, laughed and tossed a challenge to Gord, wondering aloud if he could even imagine such a thing. Pride filled his words as he claimed this power for his own, declaring that everything was possible thanks only to Starkey's. Before finishing, he made it clear he was no longer the rookie Gord had once easily bested during their earlier training sessions. Some admitted that this might be true, yet someone still called out, claiming Sting was just as absent-minded as ever. These words left Sting completely bewildered, frozen in confusion. In an instant, his hand, crackling with a pulsing magical charge at the fingertips, shot forward into. Frustration flickered across Sting's face as he cursed under his breath, just as Lars prepared to charge forward. Weariness crept over Lars, casting a shadow across his features, and something strange in the air put him on edge. At the final moment, he darted aside, narrowly avoiding a swarm of large magical butterflies. A gentle smile played on his lips as he suggested that being ignored was hardly the best approach. Without shifting his gaze from Larsel, he asked if Larsel truly believed that a knight who relied on magic was unworthy to even stand as his equal. Rising into the air, Bada swept the edges of his cloak with a motion reminiscent of a butterfly's fluttering wings, setting in motion the dance of the butterfly alongside a symphony of death. Soon, even more butterflies, conjured by Bada himself, began to swirl throughout the room, swiftly filling every corner of the space. Yet despite this, without losing his resolve and with a dark, determined frown, he surged forward, deftly dodging the incoming blow. Reaching Bada in no time, he paused at a safe distance, carefully surveying the area with a keen and cautious eye. With a swift leap that swallowed the final distance, Larsel nearly reached his target, yet Bada conjured a fresh swarm of butterflies, their flurry forcing the pursuer to retreat. His magic allowed a timely defense, yet the force hurled him far back, forcing him to retrace his steps toward Bada while evading the relentless attacks of cunning butterflies. With a confident smile, he declared this to be true mastery, advising Larsel not to shy away from battle and hardship, but to face the swordsmanship of the royal court head-on. In the next instant, a sharp blow landed unexpectedly on Bada's cheek. A wave of surprise washed over him as he discovered a thin cut trickling with blood, a mark that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Turning to find answers, he asked if Larzul was truly responsible for the wound. Bada swiftly denied the idea, firmly convinced such a thing was impossible and eager to learn when Larzul could have even had the chance. Memories of that moment had already begun to resurface in his mind, just as they did when Larsel first struck Badu at the very onset of the battle. Interest peaked among the onlookers, and soon curiosity gave rise to the next question: by what trick had Larsel managed to fend off his assaults, armed with nothing more than random scraps? The shard of the sword that Larsen faced in the duel felt icy to the touch, as if forged from winter itself. Meanwhile, Larsen himself. Concentrating deeply, he swept his hand through the air several times, and behind him, a powerful surge of magical energy began to materialize. Brilliant stars, serving as the wellspring of his magic, formed a luminous tunnel through which he traveled unhindered to reach Bada. His gaze lingered on the sword in Larsel's hands, where the blade appeared to extend beyond mere metal, gleaming with a presence that surpassed ordinary steel. Bada's eyes widened with curiosity as she wondered aloud if this was truly a sword brimming with magical energy. Stunned disbelief swept over them, for Larsel had never shown any talent for combat magic. Bada, his brow furrowed and eyes clouded with confusion, kept staring intently and asked if Larsel had truly managed to infuse the sword with energy. Larsel paused for a moment, needing to rest and gather his strength. Uncertain, he asked again, wondering if Bada truly meant to suggest that he, Larsel, would not have been afraid of a knight who relied on magic. With renewed energy in his voice, he declared that everything was as it seemed, then charged forward once more, reminding everyone that this was no longer just training. This time, he promised to give it everything he had. Larsel earned his place for his brazen nature. The defiant spark in his eyes never faded, not even when shackled. As Lars prepares his attack, the hero surges forward without hesitation, maintaining a careful guard. Lars advances with unwavering confidence, skillfully turning aside every strike. Another swarm of magical butterflies fluttered toward his opponent, sent in a fit of desperation. Realization set in as he resorted to a curse, knowing that Larson had long since unraveled every trick up his sleeve and left him with no hope of victory. Scarcely had he managed to raise a barrier when he lunged forward, only to find a fresh storm of attacking butterflies swirling in the air just above his head moments later. A sharp surge of powerful energy behind his back made Lars spin around instantly. Facing him stood Bada, radiating an easy smile, casually declaring that everything just now had been nothing more than a harmless joke and a simple prank. Unleashing his whirlwind-like assault, he directed it straight at Larzl, yet every strike fell short, thwarted by the formidable barrier that shielded Larzl from any harm. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Bada's face as suspicion colored her voice, asking what that was. Lias arrived just in time to reach Lursel and shield him with his own artifact. Without delay, he cautioned his friend against rushing ahead of the others. Recognizing his mistake, Lursel offered Lias a sincere apology for his reckless behavior. Standing tall, he extended his dagger and suggested that Larson step back a little to catch his breath. The warning rang out clearly, revealing that they had been downplaying the true magnitude of what was unfolding. After sizing up the enemy, he explained that victory would be difficult without a well-coordinated offensive. Still, with the main character's weapons at their disposal, hope of triumph remained. Leos glanced over at Gord, watching him deftly fend off Stig's assaults, while at the same time noticing Rumia extending her hands forward. The fiery sword gripped firmly in Moki's hand blazed with heat and light. Larsel gazed at it in thoughtful silence, turning over Leos's words in his mind. After a moment, he quietly apologized for his earlier harshness and pointed out that if they focused solely on defending themselves, their hope of victory would slip away. After Leos's recent warning, determination surged within him as he stepped forward, fists clenched with unwavering resolve. Refusing to let Sting and Bada tarnish the name of the Massey's kingdom any longer, Larsel drew his sword and charged ahead, a fierce passion driving him through Leos's barrier. Wearing a gentle smile, he suggested to Lars that listening to liars would be the wiser choice. Leos's brow furrowed, tension flickering in his eyes at those words. In silence, Bada extended her hand behind them, pointing toward the place where an unseen threat lingered. At everyone's request to look up, a fresh wave of butterflies unfurled before their eyes, gathering in a swirling cluster right above Gord's head. Huddled together in despair, Larsal and Leos strained every nerve to warn Gore of the approaching danger behind him. Powerless to make their voices heard, they could only curse silently, frustration burning in their minds. With a protective barrier shimmering around him, Laius surged forward, determination fueling his charge. Without hesitation, Larsal darted toward Gord as well, intent on rescuing their comrade from danger. At that very moment, Bagst, an entire squad of butterflies sets off in pursuit. Lars suddenly darts forward, sprinting ahead with lightning speed. He deftly dodges their attack and even manages to outpace Leus, who had taken the lead. Noticing this, Bada laughed, genuinely impressed by such speed, yet still wondered aloud whether Larson would manage to arrive on time. With clenched jaws, Larson surged forward, determination blazing in his eyes. Thoughts of how he had let everyone down during the teleportation to the forest gnawed at him relentlessly. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly pulled his arm back, adding greater force and momentum to his strike. A vivid flash bursts through his memory, as the moment of defeat returns to the protagonist with renewed intensity. With a single sweep of Larsel's hand, shimmering magical stars ignited in the air, casting their ethereal light across the room. Lars recalled vividly the magical mark that still lingered on him. The last trial had ended in failure, leaving behind its indelible trace. Brow furrowed in concentration, Larson gathered magical energy around his sword and asked. All those grueling training sessions now seemed pointless when everything hinged on one desperate dash toward an unavoidable danger. The fabric of his clothes strained under mounting tension, threads gradually beginning to split. In these decisive moments, fragments of Lars past surfaced in his mind, each memory urging him to choose a different path this time. At last, Gord sensed the inevitable approach of the attack closing in on him, and, turning to the side, shimmering silhouettes of enchanting butterflies suddenly come into view. Yet the blow never reached Gord. Larsel managed to step between him and the attacker just in time, taking the strike himself. The breastplate on his chest cracked, droplets of blood scattered through the air, and the force sent Larsel sprawling backward. A cry escaped her lips, his name charged with anxiety and fear. With a bold grin, Bada declared his intention to be the first to take the risk. Before setting off for the Rato's estate, Gordy remarked, almost in passing, that he'd heard this place could prove useful for brewing potions and crafting magical amulets. At that very moment, the heroine. Weariness carved deep lines across his face as he rose sharply, striding over to Larsel, who stood nearby. Without a word, he seized Larsel's hand, studying his gloves with unwavering intensity. Drawing nearer, he inquired if something was amiss, and at that moment, Pravy revealed an unexpected truth. A magical mark had been placed on Larsel, allowing anyone to track his location at any time. Right before everyone's eyes, Arsenal pleaded for mercy, promising to resolve everything at once as he began to pull off his glove. Yet, with an outstretched hand, Laius commanded Larzul to halt. Leaving everything as it was, a clear understanding settled in his mind. Starkus would certainly be accompanied by his loyal aide Gada, and Starkus himself, both of whom could easily jeopardize their plans. Turning to Larsen, Laius watched him closely, intent on confirming that every word truly reached him. With final preparations complete, the protagonist departs from the capital, taking on the role of live bait, a signal meant to lure Starkus out from the fortress walls. Someone dropped to one knee and sternly warned Laius of the danger that lurked ahead. Meanwhile, Larzul, poised and watchful, interjected that Laius should not accompany him, insisting he could handle everything on his own. Arms crossed firmly over his chest, CS signaled his disapproval. With a stern reminder, he declared his position as the king of the Mesusians and insisted that it was his responsibility alone, forbidding anyone else from taking risks on his behalf. His gaze shifted to Rumia as he announced that she would be staying behind with Gord. Yet, Rumia's resolve blazed in her eyes as she firmly insisted on accompanying them. Did she truly mean it, or was it a lie? He inquired whether she truly grasped the danger of the situation. The girl replied with quiet confidence, assuring them she understood everything perfectly. For that reason, despite any obstacles, she made up her mind to go with them and immediately sought confirmation that her choice was the right one. For a few moments, Mir and Leah locked eyes in silence, sharing glances heavy with unspoken meaning. At last, Leos closed his eyes, no longer willing to argue. As Lys drew nearer to Gord, he instructed him to take Rumia away and retreat if any danger arose. Gord agreed without hesitation, while Rumia offered a deep bow, expressing her gratitude to Lys for his concern and support. Her palms lifted to her lips as she gazed thoughtfully at her hands. A sharp gaze landed on those who had spun their web of deceit. Laius, though far from thrilled, accepted the idea of traveling together. A sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ask whether the protagonist could brew another second-level potion. In response, he promised to prepare something far more valuable for them than a simple potion. C and Laius engaged in a lengthy conversation, while nearby Larzul stood quietly, keeping a watchful eye on them. Lost in thought, uncertainty creeps in while pondering why every effort has ended in failure, casting doubt on the true purpose behind all the exhausting training sessions. For the first time in ages, a moment arrived when he allowed himself to wonder what he truly desired at this very instant. At this moment, anyone who calls out to Lars risks suddenly becoming the target of his anger. A sudden coughing fit jolted him from his oblivion, his eyes snapping open wide with surprise and alarm. Rumia settled quietly by his side, while Gordon and Laius fought fiercely together, blocking the relentless onslaught from Sting and the bats. Advancing with determination, he unleashed his swarm of attacking butterflies. Leo, however, met the threat head-on, relying on the ring he had rightfully inherited and clutching a short dagger. Clenching his jaw in silent determination, he withstood Sting's relentless barrage, focusing all his energy on defense. Together with Machai, they relied on potions and a sewing needle, managing to save Larsel, at least in part, from the terrible wounds that marked his body after he sacrificed his own well-being to shield Gord from Stein's deadly blow. Despair gripped Rumia as her wide, terrified eyes fixed on Larsel's wounded body. Unable to mask the horror twisting inside her, she stood frozen. Larsel, drained and silent, let a heavy silence stretch between them. After a long pause, he finally turned to her, his voice barely more than a whisper, and gently asked her to leave him alone. No time remained for dreams of escaping with Leos. Rumia paid those words no heed, her attention fixed solely on tending to Larsel's wounds and doing everything she could to save him. Issuing a command to remain perfectly still, permission was given for Lartso to continue. In his mind's eye, the main character glimpsed a vision that suggested he truly had the power to help these people. Guilt welled up inside him, prompting a swift apology to Rumia, and annoyance welled up inside as he closed his eyes, forced to admit once again that he had tarnished the honor of the kingdom of Messes. Meanwhile, tears began to stream down Larsel's cheeks. While tears streamed down her cheeks, Rumia gently reminded Larsen that she had warned him not to move. Overwhelmed by the tension, a cry tore from her lips. At that moment, Bada stepped closer and confessed how painful it was for him to witness Rumia's futile struggle. Terror froze in her eyes, widening them as she shuddered and cast a glance toward Bada. Struck down by his opponent, Laius struggled to his feet with Gore's support and, filled with desperation, called out Rumi's name. At last, mustering every ounce of strength, and with Gord by his side, he surged forward to shield Rumia, yet the path they raced down. In a single fleeting moment, the pitiful creature's laughter merges with a sudden, violent attack bursting forth. With a wild grin lighting up his face, Sting boldly declared that he would never allow them a single chance to escape. Wearing a scowl, Laius issued the retreat order. At the same moment, an intense clash erupted between him and Gord. While fending off Stan's rapid onslaughts, Bada kept a sharp eye on both Rumia and Larson. Upon learning they were the same age, curiosity compelled him to ask why such a striking difference existed between them. Rumia stood frozen in place, unable to grasp the meaning behind Bada's words. Narrowing his eyes, Marshall studied the unfolding scene with unwavering attention. Extending his hand invitingly, the man signaled for Larson to join their ranks, noting with conviction that Larson was the perfect choice for the role of the Chosen One. With a hand pressed to his chest, Bada conceded that under Starkus's guidance, Larson's strength would multiply tenfold. In Bada's view, Rumia and Leo's were only a burden, so he urged Larsel to leave them behind and join forces with Starkus. Summoning the last of his strength, he inquired whether Bada truly spoke of both burden and power. A trembling hand rose, and at that very moment, an almost imperceptible presence seemed to stir within the castle walls. Relentlessly pelts the enemy with a steady barrage of shells. The shield stood unwavering, its impenetrable defense stirring awe in everyone who witnessed it. It turned out to be an elaborate magic song, far longer than just 5 words. Only true masters could accomplish something of this scale, and the realization lingered in his mind, prompting deep reflection. With a shift in strategy, he unlocked the third chest, a box that until now had remained untouched. From within, a powerful rocket shot out, tearing through the air with unstoppable force. The distance between them and the castle shrank rapidly as they approached. During its flight, the rocket split into several sections, causing its speed to increase significantly. Among the arsenal Wright had assembled for the kill, one magical device stood out. To be precise, there were 3 extraordinary superrockets, each crafted with a unique formula. Their weight was immense, and without a powerful booster, they could never hope to lift off. Yet at their core, they brimmed with an astonishing amount of magical powder, easily enough to propel them into a spectacular launch. These missiles possessed enough power to pierce through even the most formidable 10-word spells, initiating their assault without hesitation. Seeing the attack coming his way, Marcus froze, his brow furrowing with exhaustion. For a moment he stood in silence, offering no response. The moment a gleaming missile sped toward him, it became clear that real danger was at hand. A tiny sphere burst forth from the hero's lips, its shimmering outline adorned with enigmatic symbols. Each symbol radiated a magical energy, as if drawing power from the very fabric of the world around it. Drawing in a deep breath, a revitalizing energy seemed to surge through him, as if life itself was flooding back into his veins. Starkus released a shimmering ring of magic from his lips, letting it expand in the air. Summoning both formidable spells and the power of his god, he pleaded for them to become an unyielding shield and hurry to his aid. Once again, the magical barrier shimmered over Starhus, igniting with radiant energy that encircled the city. Observing this extraordinary sight, the protagonist turned with curiosity and wondered aloud about the number of words concealed within that enchanting spell. In the virtual world, not even the most powerful mages had managed such a feat. Everyone watched intently as Missile reached the precise spot he needed. The blow landed squarely on the shield raised by Starkus. At the moment of impact, the ground beneath their feet fractured, a web of cracks spreading rapidly outward. Sensing the looming threat, the protagonist noticed the protective shield crafted by Starkis crumbling into scorched fragments, while a thick column of black smoke began to rise steadily into the sky. However, just as the shield. The barrier crumbled to dust, revealing an astonishing sight before Radom. A cage shimmered inside, woven from dazzling bands of magical energy. At the heart of this radiant prison stood Starkus, enveloped in a brilliant aura. From a floating panel before Radom glowed the illusionary image of Starkus, and as MC stared intently at the apparition, a sudden question arose about which monsters actually served Starkus. Despite receiving such a verdict, the main character smiled and raised a hand to his face, quietly pondering whether it would truly be necessary to resort to this choice. The ring gleaming on his finger caught the light at the same moment Wright's eye flickered with a spark. Meanwhile, on the battlefield where Sting and Bada clashed, joined by Larsel, Rumia, Gord, and Laius, events unfolded with relentless speed and mounting tension. With Rumia's encouragement steadying him, Larsel hesitantly reached his hand toward Bada, his voice marked by uncertainty as he asked again if gaining strength truly meant leaving both Lies and Rumia behind. A warm smile signaled the invitation. Larsella had been welcomed to join the group. With a firm grip on his hand, she pulled away from Bada's outstretched arm and asked with quiet curiosity whom he thought Larsel might be. With a note of tension in his voice, he asked whether Bada truly believed that Larsel could betray Leos and Rumia just for the sake of power. In his eyes, a person without honor was no better than an animal. Those like him were known as royal knights. The realization that both his future and his power were bound to the royal family stunned Badu. For a moment, he stood frozen in shock, but soon regained his composure and shut his eyes tightly. Freed from this persistent notion, he openly admitted his guilt, convinced that Larsel belonged to those who are always focused on what lies ahead. It looks like you only sent the beginning of the sentence in English, 1658, since Larson did not. Please provide the full Ukrainian text for rewriting, and I will gladly fulfill your request according to your instructions. Bada eagerly tried to absorb Mazur's advice. In his eyes, Mazur appeared no different from the other puppets, simply another stepping stone on the path to the grand triumphs he and his companions hoped to achieve. Quite unexpectedly, Rumia bowed her head and softly inquired if the conversation concerned the dolls and their origin. Rising from her seat, she fixed her gaze on Badu, seeking clarification about whether he referred to the inhabitants of the kingdom ruled by Starkies. Struck by the determination in Rumia's voice as she spoke, he struggled to his feet and pleaded with her to stay away from Bada. A sudden, violent movement ripped open the freshly stitched wound, blood surged forth in a torrent, and Larsel, overwhelmed by searing pain, collapsed onto his side, groaning in anguish. Without wasting a moment, Mahia resumed stitching the wound. Meanwhile, catching the determined look in Bada's eyes, Rukia sharply asked what he expected to gain from endangering the lives of Larsel's and Leah's people. Clearly, Bada and his allies were driven by a desire for power, or perhaps cherished hopes of resurrecting the kingdom of Misses. Just as she was about to add something more, they served us a treat. A powerful blow struck Rumiai's cheek, snapping her head sharply to the side. Frozen in place, he stared in shock at his own palm. Turmoil churned inside him as he struggled to grasp why events were unfolding in this way. In a flash, memory pulled him back to his original plan, kill Rumia and persuade him to go to the hospital. The slightest tremor ran through the hand under her piercing gaze. Glancing at Badu a second time, Rumia furrowed her brows, and for a fleeting moment something truly ruthless flickered in her eyes. Rumia cast an indifferent glance past the slender trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her lips, her gaze fixed steadfastly on the bat. Paralyzed by terror, the creature found itself unable to comprehend why the small, delicate girl now appeared towering in its eyes. Behind her, the shadows seemed to take shape as two armored knights, standing ready for battle. Her fists clenched so tightly that her fingers trembled with tension. After a brief moment of relaxation, the strain crept back into her hands. Larson noticed the change and turned toward Rumi, intending to speak, but the words never left his lips. As Gordon Leo skimmed dangerously close to the wall, nearly crashing into it, both Rumia and Larsel fixed their sharp, attentive gazes on him. Turning in their direction, Rumia caught Leo's eyes just as he was getting to his feet. Noting a sudden surge of magical energy, a hand reached out toward Rumia, curiosity flickering about the state of her cheek. In the blink of an eye, Gord shielded both her and Laius with his own body, commanding them to stay behind him as a strange transformation began to overtake their enemies. As the guest drew nearer to Bada, curiosity flickered in his eyes and he inquired about Bada's current task. Without delay, he commanded Bada to kill Rumia. Suppressing his anguish, Bada turned to carry out the order and pleaded for forgiveness, his voice trembling with desperation, but mentioning that his thoughts had simply wandered off in another direction, however. In an instant, everything froze. From Stein's chest, a shadowy mass began to creep out, its form punctuated by two narrow, glowing eyes and a wide mouth stretched into a sinister grin. Brow furrowed in confusion, Bada asked what was going on. A glance from Stin's direction suggested a silent question, wondering if Bada's attention had drifted. Before long, the realization that even unwavering confidence in iron could falter caused Boda to instinctively step back, her face still creased with surprise and a hint of confusion. Hearing a familiar voice, the hero immediately recognized Starkey's and hurried to apologize. Vada was about to say something more, but Starkey's. Utilizing the magic of subjugation, a connection was forged with Bada and Sting. Without delay, a command of silence was imposed on Bada, convinced that the words of the former companion had unsettled his faith. Two vials hovered in the air, emblems of Sting and Bet, delivering a clear message, bet stood no higher than the rest of the city's outcasts. From the creature's body, a dark and mysterious substance began to seep out. Suddenly, fierce bursts of energy erupted from Sting's body and back. Witnessing this, Starkus, gripped by despair, rushed forward to ask if Sting was all right. Intent on consuming their souls and unleashing that power in a devastating magical assault, he quietly murmured an apology to Starkus. Undeterred by the chaos surrounding him, Starkis continued to trace a spiraling pattern through the air, weaving fusion magic he called Requiem. Dark smoke spilled from Beta and Sting's bodies, rising upward before merging into a single, formidable magical force. Observing this spectacle, Larzal froze, caught in a moment of confusion and bewilderment. At that moment, Starkus clenched his fist, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, wondered aloud if this was truly the limit of the Sting and Bat Soul's power. He referred to them as worthy of respect. At that very instant, both Bata and Sting convulsed with excruciating pain, their jaws clenched in a desperate attempt to withstand the torment. Through sheer agony, Sting managed to speak to Bata, admitting his pain and struggling to make sense of the chaos around them. A grim realization settled between them. They both knew this was never supposed to happen. Memories of their childhood surfaced, casting a pensive mood as they wondered how everything had come to an end this way. The day after the attack by an adult who had stolen everything from them came to mind. Sting had reached out to Buddy, wounded and beaten, and gently helped him back to his feet. Bata and Sting began to picture themselves in the future, older, more mature, and a shadow of doubt crept in. Had they made a fateful mistake along the way? Just then, something unexpected appeared before their eyes. Stackies appeared before them, and in that moment, their souls quivered and began to merge into one. The attack morphed into a colossal spiral, surging forward with relentless speed, its sharpened tip aimed directly at the boys. With unwavering resolve, he blocked the path of his enemies, raising his shield to fend off their furious advance. Overcome with excitement, Leos rushed toward him and called out his name in a loud voice. Meanwhile, Gord glanced around anxiously, urging everyone to escape and warning them about him. Jaw clenched tightly, every ounce of willpower poured into enduring a little longer. Meanwhile, Lajos raised his shield, casting a glance at Gord as he spoke. "Did you really think I would ever abandon you, Gord?" Lajos opened his mouth to protest, but before a word escaped, the focus shifted to Rumia as a firm order rang out, "Take Larson and leave at once." He was about to explain their next moves, but fell silent when he met Rumiai's gaze, unwavering and resolute. Noticing this, a frown of irritation clouded his face, as the realization struck him that such behavior seemed to run in the family for both Lias and Rumia. Lias pressed his palm to his forehead and gave a grudging nod in agreement, while Rumia shifted her gaze. Though hesitation lingered in his voice, he did not deny the truth. Warm words of gratitude were offered to Gord, who, with genuine sincerity, admitted that serving as their protector was an honor beyond measure. Yet just then, Lias called out Gord's name, insisting that it was far too soon to give up hope. With a broad smile lighting up her face, Rumiai listened as Maki, comfortably nestled against her chest, confidently assured everyone that the situation was under control and promised to protect each and every one of them. Meanwhile, Sting continuously unleashes waves of powerful magical energy, his attacks growing fiercer with every passing moment. Eager anticipation filled Elias as he awaited this very moment. In that moment, understanding dawned on him. To Starkis, even his most loyal knights held no real value. They were nothing more than pawns on his chessboard. The truth became undeniable. There was no saving them now. In a heartbeat, their lives would end, transformed into mere fuel for the cruel ruler's dark magic. In that moment, an unexpected transformation struck Gorda. His once unyielding shield became riddled with deep fractures, as if some hidden force had shattered its strength. Swift action was essential, first to neutralize the bat, then to deal with the venomous insect before disaster struck. Lias pondered how best to accomplish this, his mind swirling with uncertainty. Perhaps unleashing a more powerful weapon against their enemies would work, he considered for a moment, yet doubts lingered. The mystery of how they managed it continued to elude him. Suddenly, a beam from a blazing sword appeared within Gorg's line of sight. The shield beside him hung in hesitant suspension, its owner casting a puzzled glance at Larson, who had already risen, as if about to speak. Noticing Larsal's movements, Elias reminded him that he had only just regained consciousness after being healed, urging him to stay out of the fight. Larsal, however, shook off his warning, conviction burning in his eyes. Guilt pressed heavily on him. Because of his actions, everyone was now at risk, and he was determined to put his life on the line to save them. Still, he knew his journey could not end before settling things with Bat and Sting. The protagonist's words echoed in his mind, a reminder that the ceremony of flame was no ordinary artifact. It required ignition to truly begin. Clutching the sword and shield wreathed in Leo's fire, Larsal's resolve steeled. He called upon the flames, willing them to ignite, and a brilliant burst of light swept through the chamber. High above the battlefield, a radiant sphere burst into existence, scattering the clashes of Bada and Sting. The gleaming orb erupted from the tip of a sword, casting brilliant light across the entire scene. Its glow swept over everything, freezing even Gord, Rumia, and Laius in their tracks. Astonishment and confusion froze on everyone's faces as the wooden spear once held by Larsal had vanished, replaced by the brilliant form of a sword wreathed in flames. An unseen force rippled through the air around Larsal, tightening it in a sudden grip. Frozen in place, he gasped for breath, clutching his sword with unwavering determination. Suddenly, a surge of understanding about wielding the sword ignited in Larsen's mind. As realization dawned, he pondered the true identity of the protagonist. Yet, despite this lingering question, refusing to let his focus waver, the hero realized that this sword alone was enough to achieve victory. In that same instant, a towering pillar of flame burst from the blade, shooting skyward before gradually fading away. Bada and Sting split apart and soared swiftly into the sky, each preparing for the decisive strike. With swift leaps, they launched themselves into the air. Meanwhile, the others remained in the room. Larsal, Gord, Leos, and Rumia stayed behind. The floor groaned and shuddered, stirring disbelief among everyone present. It seemed impossible for such a thing to occur. Rumia and Leos barely managed to stay upright, nearly losing their balance. Upon witnessing the scene unfold, Gordon Larsal called out the names of his comrades with excitement. Laius, brandishing a protective artifact before him, firmly declared that Rumia was under his protection and instructed Gordon to stay focused, keeping his attention on the progress of the battle. Meanwhile, Sting resumed his efforts to merge the elements, weaving together a formidable spiral requiem. Currents of dark magical energy intertwined, forming an enormous ring in the sky. Noticing Scene's absence, Larsal turned to Gord, ready to discuss their next steps in the assault. Gord immediately picked up on Larsal's unspoken cue and promised to carry out his role flawlessly. Gord positioned the sword so that Larsal could step directly onto its blade. At this crucial moment, Gord paused and, turning to Larsal, quietly pleaded for him to end the suffering of his old friend. For a moment he stood frozen, eyes clouded with sorrow as he stared ahead. Then determination ignited in his gaze, and he vowed to bring it all to an end. Gord swung his sword with such force that Larsen was sent flying high into the air. The strike, crafted from the force of a bat, surges forward with lightning speed and closes the distance in an instant. Vivid memories surfaced of his childhood when he would timidly approach them. The sword glided from one hand to the other, as if a metal bird had found a new perch among the deft fingers of a master. A memory surfaces of the moment he handed Sting and bade a small pouch of coins, the very same one he had taken from the thief who had robbed them earlier. At first, Larsal perceived the truth as a series of disjointed fragments, fleeting glimpses strung together like scattered pieces of a larger picture. Vivid fragments of life connected to Stig and Bada surfaced in memory. There he was, walking alongside them to training with the Gord squad, a mix of excitement and anxiety filling him at the thought of the challenges ahead. In that fleeting moment, in that instant, the master's skilled hand guided the blade, deflecting the swift currents of magic. With each precise movement, dangerous spells were turned aside into the cover of the trees. His thoughts wandered back to the days of rigorous training alongside Bada and Sting, and to the grand moment when he was formally knighted. Lost in these thoughts, he found himself nearly at the heart of the attack. Memories surface of moments when Bada and Sting practiced magic with unwavering determination, perfecting each gesture and striving to create their own unique combat spells. No longer did innocent children stand before him. Instead, furious young men and women faced him, their bodies racked with the unbearable pain of a magical assault. Long ago, exhaustion from training gently pulled them into sleep, their backs pressed together in a quiet, trusting closeness. Everything had changed. Larsen advanced with deliberate steps, his focus unwavering as he suddenly swung his sword, eyes locked intently on his target. Summoning every ounce of determination within, the hero braced for the decisive strike. The memory of Bada waking up surfaced. Turning around revealed Larsal zealously, honing his skills with unwavering focus. Both were the same age, yet Bada struggled to understand why their paths in life had turned out so differently. Larsal offered a heartfelt apology to Bade, admitting that if he had recognized his feelings back then, perhaps they would now be serving Leus side by side. Driven by desperation, Larsal resorted to a secret technique known only to the royal court, a skill carefully passed down through generations. A dazzling burst from the twin stars slices through the darkness, erasing Bada from existence as a sharp stinger pierces him completely. The attack had been repelled. Larsel paused atop a small hill, once the site of a house, now illuminated by a shaft of light piercing through the dense storm clouds looming over the city. Still clinging to life, Bada bowed his head and fixed his gaze on Larson, quietly asking when everything had gone wrong. Larson took his time to reply, aware that if his strength gave out, he might never get the chance to answer at all. Bada had not been mistaken. Although their goals aligned, the beliefs driving them stemmed from entirely different convictions. The opening in the clouds kept stretching wider and wider. Meanwhile, the corsage. Bit by bit, his body faded into the air, dissolving until not a trace remained. With hope trembling in his voice, Bada pleaded for Larsel's forgiveness. Without a word, Lars silently places his hand on the scattered remains, offering no reply. A brief silence settled between them. Gordon, his gaze fixed on the brilliant break in the clouds, spoke with uncertainty, wondering aloud if it had truly ended. In response, Laius calmly rested a gentle hand nearby. Lifting his eyes to the sky, he admitted to himself that he could never have imagined the rites, inventions would one day conquer the clouds. Awe filled his heart. Struck by the protagonist's strength, Rumi spoke hopefully, wishing that Right was safe. The sense of worry spread through those around her, each person sharing in her concern. Enchanted by the sky, Rumija stood perfectly still, oblivious to the sturdy man who quietly approached her from behind. Gord caught sight of the danger and rushed to warn Rumia, but the chance to act had already slipped away forever. The moment Rumia turned to assess the possible threat, the man's arm had already swung through the air. A jagged shard of glass plunged into Rumia's chest. Pain and shock flared in her eyes. Terror flooded the girl's eyes as a shard hurtled straight toward her. Nearby stood Rumia, Gord, and Larsel. From every direction, figures surged forward, racing to cut her off. The shout rang out at full volume, shattering the silence with Rumiai's name. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the mice crafted by the protagonist, each dressed in tiny, handmade clothes, suddenly sprang out from within Rumia's body, and this. A sudden, jolting lurch hurled everyone backward. Larsel, Gord, and Leia froze on the spot, minds racing to catch up with what had just happened. Events escalated rapidly as a weapon suddenly appeared, and a volley of gunshots rang out, hurling the man even farther back. Suddenly, the artifacts slipped out from beneath Rumiai's clothing. Rumi received a reminder not to forget about them, and without wasting a moment, they unleashed several more shells toward the primary target. Oblivion consumed him entirely, and as that moment arrived, all that he was faded into nothingness. With the task finally complete and the tension fading away, approving smiles and raised thumbs passed between them. A wave of icy fear swept through the crowd, leaving most people trembling in terror. Maya broke into a run, rushed to Rumia, and embraced her warmly, her friend's name spilling from her lips with joyful excitement. Almost immediately, Gord appeared by their side. Kneeling down, Elias asked if Rumia was still just a baby. Catching a glimpse of Rumia's bare shoulder, Gord quickly turned away and pressed his hand over his eyes in embarrassment. Rumia reassured him with a gentle smile, explaining that she was fine, all thanks to Maki's help. Meanwhile, the bottle their attacker had wielded pierced through the box of supplies, and out from inside dashed a tiny mouse, armed and ready. Laias didn't fully grasp how everything worked, but chose to remain silent. A joyful smile spreads across Lars's face as he breathes a sigh of relief, but in that very moment, something unexpected interrupts the peace. His hand sensed the gradual crumbling of the sword, as it slowly broke apart into tiny fragments in his grip. His eyes settled on the broken fragment of the pole still clutched in his hand. Lars inquired whether the allotted time had already run out. Closing his eyes, he pictured Wright's face and quietly admitted to himself the deep gratitude he felt for him. Suddenly, the image of the protagonist in Larsel's mind broke into a smile, which made Larsel's expression darken with irritation. Any notion that Larsel had accepted him would be misplaced. Larsel's shout made Gord turn toward him in surprise, wondering what had happened. Facing Larsel, Gord asked him what he was planning. At that moment, Larsel Obing sprang down from his perch and landed beside Rumia, poised for decisive action. Laias gazed sorrowfully at the motionless body, reflecting on how Starkey's had driven his people to this tragic end. The master, determined to steer Laias away from his sorrowful thoughts, announced that immediate teleportation was necessary. At the same time, he plainly stated the importance of avoiding crowds and staying clear of bustling places. A sense of peace settled in his heart, but suddenly everyone witnessed an enormous pillar of light rising unexpectedly above the castle, illuminating the sky. Gordon Larsel scanned the surroundings with tense vigilance, shifting into a combat stance. Larsel, uneasy, wondered aloud about the strange glow nearby. Rumia and Laias quickly slipped behind Gordon and Larsel for protection. Catching sight of the light coming from the palace, Gordon speculated that it might be MS. Clutching the edges of her blouse in a desperate attempt to shield her bare skin, Rumia gazed ahead, her eyes alive with anticipation and hope. As the fierce clash between the protagonist and Starkey's erupted, the correct pronunciation of the name echoed in the air. Starkey's remained concealed behind his shield, while Raita relentlessly unleashed artifacts, searching for the perfect opportunity to strike a lethal blow. Once the protagonist personally crafted a fearsome monster. Racing through the city, a wave of protective shields enveloped the residents in safety. Chunks of shattered buildings plummet noisily from the sky, posing a grave threat to anyone caught beneath this deadly downpour. Meanwhile, events unfolded without pause, as though guided by an unseen hand that urged them steadily onward. Spinning through the air on a slender blade, control a flock of birds drawn by your command. At that moment, she unleashed a volley of projectiles towards Starkey's. In response, he layer on fresh waves of magical protection, steadily reinforcing your own invincibility. The protagonist pressed forward relentlessly, undeterred by his opponent's resistance. Another projectile launched by him struck the shield, creating fine cracks across its surface as the barrier absorbed the force and halted the airborne menace. An invisible thread of tension filled the air as Starkey's, his brow furrowed in determination, addressed the thief with severity, commanding a prompt emergence from hiding. Mastery of the subtle craft of surveillance depends above all on securing the right permissions. Explained that the time for their meeting had not yet come. The bird erupted in a flash, and the connection vanished in an instant. Starkest observed that any further resistance from the protagonist had lost all meaning. Upon his shoulders rested a vital mission to fulfill Mazer's deepest wish. At least a handful of new threads of submission were woven by Stackrus into fresh projectiles, each one carefully connected to the next magical trap. Ignoring every warning, the hero had no time to waste on fools like Wright. One by one, he destroyed every bird connected to Stark. What stood out most was Starhis calling upon God by the name Mazura instead of Luras, revealing that he knew the deity's true name. Suddenly, Starkey's furrowed his brow and cast an anxious glance to the side. The young one keenly senses a surge of powerful magic in the air. A mysterious figure suddenly emerged in the sky above the far side of the city. At last, the mixed magic took hold of Stig and Bet. He had always believed they were useless, but Starkey's noticed something different about these boys. With some strength left in reserve, confidence grew within them that they could finally bring an end to Leos. Next, assuming Stark had already dealt with the villain who tried to break into the castle, while also lending him assistance at the same time. It appeared that Liusu, the deity of Mazaraka, edged ever closer to the long-desired goal. As this realization crossed his mind, a sly smile curled on Stark's lips. His eyes widened in surprise as a sudden abyss tore open in the sky. The magic of Baton Sting slipped away, leaving him disconnected from its power. Curiosity stirred within him, eager to uncover what was truly happening. Sensing the right moment for another magical assault, the hero pressed a finger to the ring, awakening the dormant power within it. From that moment, the air shimmered with a shadowy gleam, and the fragments of shattered birds began to glow with an enigmatic light. Absorbing this radiance, she releases it into the air, causing the magical energy around her to intensify. The chase relentlessly climbed higher into the sky, yet Starkest merely shrugged, convinced in his mind that the effort was doomed from the start. No matter the effort, every attempt proved futile. The stones tumbling from the bird's steep wing offered not a shred of hope. The glow persisted, filling the space with enchantment and radiating a potent magical energy. As Starkey studied his own palm, he wondered quietly if such a thing could truly be possible. This was a truly unique technique, the main character's hidden trump card. Deep within a shadowy hideout, the deadliest murder magic remained hidden, reserved for contracts targeting only the most formidable adversaries. This technique became known as the Soul's Annihilation, and only now does Starkus begin to grasp its true meaning. Once more, he formed a protective barrier around himself, all the while calling upon the great god Mazura to welcome him into his embrace. Yet Wright pointed out something important. This spell was futile, for its true power lay in the resonance of magic stones. These stones generated unique waves that could obliterate the very soul. No sanctuary, no matter how well guarded, could shield its victim from such a force, and even the most powerful mage found himself helpless when it came to fortifying the very source of his existence, his soul. No spells existed that could shield the soul from harm. Though Stark pleaded with the heavens to spare and protect his soul, his body gradually began to decay. To separate flesh from bone, the protagonist invokes the Soul Shatter incantation, unleashing a surge of dark energy that erupts all around. The stream swiftly receded, converging into a dense sphere around Starkey's. At last, everything faded into the air, leaving Starkey's alone with the memories of a witness. Among the ruins, head bowed, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, draining both body and spirit. Armless and defeated, Stark slowly sank to his knees. Lifting his gaze to right, he asked in a weary voice if he truly believed this was the end. Blood-stained tears welled up in his eyes as a surge of powerful energy suddenly burst from Starkey's body. At last, the meaning behind Starkey's prayer becomes clear. The magical energy swirling here carries a strange quality, unlike any other ever encountered. After surrendering his eyes to the ominous god Mazura, he preserved the resilience of his spirit and escaped eternal destruction. The promised magic of virtual reality eluded him completely, yet he pressed his flock of birds ever closer to. In that moment, Starkus realized it was not madness gripping him, but something entirely different. Suddenly, the world around began to stir, hinting at the arrival of something unfamiliar. Time seemed to freeze as eyes landed on the sight, an overwhelming shock locking every muscle in place. Empty eye sockets, fixed directly on him, seemed to proclaim that what was needed had been found. Meanwhile, Rumia, Gord, Laius, and Larsel raced through the city's narrow streets, weaving swiftly between buildings as they pressed forward. Striding ahead with confidence, he guided Leia's and the others along the right path. Pushing the frightened Rumia ahead, Elias erupted with curses, blaming Starkus for everything. Outrage colored his demands as he rushed to ask if this was yet another ambush. Behind them all, Larson fought off the attackers with brave determination, struggling to hold the line. The throngs loyal to Starhus pressed Leus relentlessly, urging him to quicken his pace. Again and again, those whom Larson had pushed away echoed the same demand. At the sound, Rumia spun around in fright, but Laius quickly stepped between her and the oncoming danger, his voice sharp as he ordered her not to look back at those people and to run as fast as she could. Suddenly, Hordy came to an abrupt halt as the path ended in a solid wall. Turning around, he surveyed his surroundings. Stepping forward with unwavering determination, Rishu joins forces with Larson, positioning himself between Rumi and Laios, ready to defend him at all costs. One after another, the zombified people climbed upward, forming a massive mountain of bodies as they ceaselessly chanted the same word over and over. Frozen in place by fear, Rukia watched them in silence, unable to move or speak. The crowd continues to surge upward, layer upon layer, resembling waves rising steadily after one another. After issuing the order to assemble, he subtly hinted at certain threads that needed attention. Suddenly, something surged upward from within their bodies, and one by one, the villagers collapsed to the ground, drained of all strength. Bewildered, he glanced back at the scene and, with genuine surprise, asked what was actually happening. A heavy air of exhaustion hung over the town, as if every last bit of strength had been drained from its people. Wearing a scowl, Larzel approached a resident who had collapsed to the ground, overcome with weakness, and gently brushed the man's shoulder with his fingertip. A sturdy wooden staff, carefully chosen as his weapon. Life for Smith revolved around endless quests for truth amid the clamoring city. His name echoed among those who saw in him not just a surname, but a symbol of relentless pursuit for change and discovery. Once each of them possessed this power, now he draws it from them, seeking to amplify his own magic. Everyone immediately noticed the way he carried himself. Above the castle ruins, a massive surge of magic formed in the sky, its jagged, blade-like claws stretching outward in every direction. Watching this astonishing display of power, the protagonist realized that the flow of energy had already exceeded the very boundaries of the magical realm. Realizing he stood within the domain of a true god, a faint, anticipatory smile crept across his face. At the base of the swirling mass of Magicala, Starkey stood motionless. A sudden burst of energy shattered the silence, while the announcement rang out with the finality of a verdict. It was all over. Being born from pure energy and materializing out of thin air, leaned forward and surged ahead, as if preparing to break into a swift run. An unstoppable thirst for blood consumed him from head to toe, driving him to desperately search for refuge in places where hiding was out of the question. No obstacle could hold back the protagonist. After swiftly weighing every pros and cons, a clear path forward was already taking shape in his mind. In an instant, he measured everything: the speed at which the magical orb hurtled toward him, his secret advantage, the remnants of his own magical strength, and the brief gap that separated him from the relentless creature. Only 1 minute remained. The main character, eyes closed, meticulously ran through every crucial calculation. Yet, as the moment to act finally arrived, Determined eyes fixed ahead, he pushed open the door, quietly vowing to press on without hesitation. With a graceful wave of his hand, empowered by magic and guided by a slender blade, he commanded the artifacts under his control to obey his will. The countdown began. Wright, maintaining a link with the three chests he had crafted earlier, activated the sequence without hesitation. A creature of such perilous might emerged without warning, its very presence casting a shadow of menace over Mazur's existence. All around Zai, chunks of earth and scattered debris erupted into the air, transforming the surroundings into a whirlwind of chaos. Towering behind him, colossal golem apes emerged, embodying raw power itself. Time ticked away with no mercy, just 30 seconds remained, yet Wright pressed his feet even more firmly into the ground, his determination unwavering. After finding a more secure footing to continue the fight, Starkey's meanwhile, Mazur channeled a stream of magical energy directly into his assault, but the golem monkeys already stood in his way, fiercely crushing every attempt to resist. At the protagonist's command, the cluster of magical energy vanished without a trace. Stark responded with a bold promise, assuring everyone that he would see things through to the end. Only 15 seconds remained on the countdown timer. Shielding himself from the blinding flash, he swiftly raised his hand to cover his face, seeking refuge in the shadow cast by his own fingers. With every passing moment, precious time slipped away as the cluster of magical energy grew ever denser and more intense. Charging through the dense thickets of monkey golems, he brought one of them crashing down. Despite every effort, the ape-like golems remained vigilant. In a sudden burst of motion, they lunged toward the cluster of magical energy, channeling their focus with unwavering intent. Enchantment filled the scene as waves of magic shimmered through the air, radiating an effortless perfection. Bright, blinding energy erupted and then slowly faded away, dissolving as if it unraveled a tangled knot of power. The countdown crept relentlessly toward one, only a single second remained. The magic of Starhus faded away, dissolving into the air as if it had never existed. Clouds that had recently shrouded the sky quietly vanished without a trace, revealing the horizon once more. Basking in his victory, Wright raised his arms high in a proud display. Magical energy continued to surge through the air, mending the aftermath of destruction. At the same time, Starkus was swept up and hurled backward by the force. As he plunged backward into the water, determination etched in his voice. He declared that this was. No danger remained for him now, his body reduced to a battered, unrecognizable mass. Despite everything else swirling around him, Star Castus's thoughts inevitably drifted back to his god. Under the silent stars, the Cursed One watches over his loyal beasts. With a tone of quiet pride, the protagonist declared that the mission had reached a successful conclusion, and, armed with a device far more advanced than before, Gord, Rumia, Larsel, and Leos set out together on their journey. Despite some damage, the device continued to function. After introducing himself, he immediately asked whether anything had happened to the others. Hearing that familiar voice, both Laius and even Larsel couldn't hide their delight. A sense of relief brightened their faces with gentle smiles. Meanwhile, the protagonist stepped forward with quiet pride and declared the mission accomplished, the target eliminated flawlessly. Gorg, brimming with excitement, tossed Larsel up into the air, while Rukia, swept up in delight, raised her arms and joined the merriment. Still shaken by what he had witnessed, Leas thanked Rady and promised to repay the favor without fail. The main character wondered if it was safe to trust the future to Leos. His gaze settled on the people who had just been released from Starkus's enthrallment. They looked around in confusion, clearly uncertain about what had just happened. Leia assured them that from now on they could count on him. With the chaos wrought by Wright behind them, the path forward would prove far smoother. Great remarked with admiration that it was excellent and requested Laius to get in touch as soon as things had settled down a bit. The artifacts crafted for this very purpose quickly retreated, carrying their wounded comrades away with them. After disconnecting the communication channel, the protagonist closed his eyes wearily and ran a hand through his hair, lost in thought. Fewer than 6 days had passed since his arrival in this world, yet he had already encountered an enemy of overwhelming strength. Memories drifted back to when it all seemed like a simple assignment. The decisive blow came from an almost invisible needle, its diameter less than 0.2 millimeters, with a tip coated in an instant-acting poison for which no antidote existed. By locking Starkus's attention onto a series of direct strikes, he managed to divert his opponent's focus just long enough to deliver a fatal blow, the signature move known as the ACMCS Gauntlet. Utilizing one of his beasts, which silently crept up behind the wounded Starches, he struck the enemy with a slender needle. With deft movements, he guided the petals through the swirl of pure energy surrounding him, a quiet smile forming on his lips as he realized that not even a thousandfold increase in power could overcome him. From the moment the goddess Midi entrusted the protagonist with the mission concerning the evil god Mazur, life turned into a series of trials and adventures. That was the moment when an order was carried out in this world for the first time. Leus returned with his companions. As the Night Watch noticed his arrival, they dropped to their knees, showing him respect. Rumia. With joyful laughter, she ran to her familiar maids and greeted them with heartfelt embraces. In no time, a spirit of renewal swept through the city as everyone threw themselves into their tasks, eager to restore their lives to normal. The ruler acknowledged that Stakis had proven a formidable and cunning adversary, a realization destined to stay with him for a long time. A long wand infused with enigmatic power was chosen as his tool for the task. In the endless expanse of the virtual realm, not a single opponent remained who could resist the emptiness gnawing at the soul. Lost in these thoughts, the protagonist failed to notice Maki approaching Rumia, waving a gentle paw in farewell and signaling that it was time to return home. Upon hearing the news, she gathered Maki in her arms, tears blooming across her palms. Even Maki was overtaken by sadness. Quite suddenly, from some hidden fold of his apron, he produced a tiny seed. Breaking it in half, he handed the second piece of Rumia to Reidu. In that moment, Reidu realized that without the sting of the needle, Starkey's would not have survived. Still, regardless of what had happened, May offers the main character a chance to ask anything, ensuring that no confusion remains. If the goddess Mizes had not given her command, such a thrilling rival would never have crossed their path. After all the hardships they had endured, a profound sense of peace now filled the air. Satisfaction warmed the hearts of everyone present, while Rumia, her gentle smile radiant, held Maki close in a tender embrace, unwilling to ever let her go. Soon, accompanied by Leos, Gord, and Larson, she waved farewell for the last time, not only to Maki, but also to all the artifacts Wright had created. In that moment, a deep gratitude welled up within her, knowing she had been the one to grant him the chance to enter this world. A few days later, Lars Ollips quietly reappeared. After handing over the royal message, the servant announced that the castle awaited the main hero. The time for rewards had arrived, and the task he completed was about to be formally declared finished. Accepting this decision, he offered no objection. At that moment, Larsel stepped forward, and with great solemnity, announced that his time to speak had finally arrived. With a respectful bow, he openly admitted his lack of tact, and at the same time confessed his eager anticipation for another chance to work with MC. The news left the main character deeply astonished. Receiving no reply to his words, Darzel moved on without hesitation. After announcing his intention to set out for the castle, he reminded everyone that the ladies would await him directly within the kingdom. Yet, just then, the protagonist. He asked Larsel to wait a moment, then tossed him a sword, which Larsel deftly caught in midair. Drawing the sword from its scabbard, Larsel gazed in astonishment at the gleaming blade. Wright promptly explained that he had forged a new weapon for him, using those very same materials. While examining the sword, Larsel's gaze lingered on the intricate designs adorning the hilt. Pading Machai, the main protagonist, remarked with a trace of pride that he was the one who had discovered this remarkable find, suggesting that Larsel owed him a word of thanks for such an opportunity. Drawing a small pouch from the sword's hilt, he loosened its strings with care and peered inside. Resting quietly within lay an antique brooch and fragments of armor. The unexpected discovery made his eyes widen in astonishment, for he had never imagined such treasures would be hidden there. The mood dimmed slightly as memories swept over him, blending his smile with a trace of disappointment. Still, gratitude colored his thanks to Wright and Mickey, and he carefully slid his sword back into its scabbard. Meanwhile, Imsai approached the cart, where neatly wrapped bundles rested, and asked Larson if he could bring along these mattresses. After all, they had used them before. Upon learning this, he chose to give everything away for free. Larselova's story about the mattresses brought to mind the springs once forged from his sword, and with a soft word, he offered his thanks. As the cart rolled away with him, he called back over his shoulder, confessing that justice still filled him with resentment. Despite his obvious discontent, the new sword owner examined the weapon he had just received from the protagonist. Without uttering a single word, he then turned his back on him. Milling closed his eyes, undisturbed by Larson's recent confession of hatred toward him. The main character already held the secret to defeating the evil god Mazur, and with a little time left, Wright set about gathering the essential tools for the task. The moment had come to put his plan into action. Entering the house brimming with loyal assistants and enchanted artifacts, the hero summoned a chest filled with supplies and took everything needed to prepare for the challenge ahead. Some time passed before Wright finally arrived at the castle that had been chosen as his new home. The stranger gestured toward the door and offered a brief invitation for the protagonist to step inside. Before leaving, he mentioned that the king himself would be arriving shortly. Guided by her husband's words, the sea moved gracefully into the grand hall, its vast space illuminated by the radiant glow of ornate crystal chandeliers hanging majestically from the soaring ceiling. A simple idea flickered through his mind: arrange a meeting with Leos for some time in the future. Yet, to his surprise, he received an immediate agreement before he had even finished considering all the details. Upon reflection, his entire life seemed to follow a single pattern: a man among many, blending into the crowd as though he were just another reflection among thousands. Neither strength nor fame set him apart, yet in every moment there was an undeniable, quiet courage. The steadfastness to remain true to himself, regardless of the flow of time or the shifting circumstances that hovered like ghosts from the past. Stepping up to the tall window, he paused beside it and glanced out at the street, quietly noting how effortless it had been to enter the castle. From this vantage point, an entirely different panorama of the kingdom unfolded before him, and, amid the remnants of the ruins, the protagonist suddenly recalled that not long ago, he had completed a mission at this very place. Standing alone in the silent desolation, a strange sensation washed over him, as if he were the last witness to a world that had already faded away. Casting a quick glance at the ruins of the castle, the hero turned away from the window and busied himself with his next task. Surveying the room, he let his eyes wander over every detail. His hand brushed the chair beside the heavy desk, fingers noting the fine craftsmanship of solid wood, yet the magic lurking in the air felt surprisingly unremarkable to him. Before he could dwell further, a voice interrupted his inspection, calmly announcing that Leos was ready to receive his guest. Turning around, Wright noticed Leos entering the hall, flanked by a squad of knights. The knights came to a halt and lined up in 2 rows facing each other, pressing their fists firmly to their chests. Striding between them, Laius drew steadily nearer. Bowing his head respectfully, Lai apologized for arriving without arranging a time in advance. At the same moment, he gently voiced his hope. Yet never once had he caused Leos any trouble, so hearing such words come from Wright left Leos so stunned that he stood rooted to the spot. Turning aside, he gave a subtle wave of his hand, signaling the knights who accompanied him to withdraw. They silently obeyed, leaving Leos and the protagonist alone, as Leos had insisted on a private conversation. The knights frowned in concentration, struggling to find the right words, but only Gord, who had arrived in their company, spoke with certainty. He declared firmly that they would follow Leia's orders. Despite bowing their heads in a show of obedience, inwardly they wrestled with the urge to argue. In the end, however, they chose to honor Leus' request, recognizing that Harbuz offered no objections either. At last, one by one, the knights filed out of the hall, and the heavy doors closed behind them. As tension mounted and Laius held his breath, bracing for the imminent slam of the door, his hand reached out toward a small sphere perched elegantly on its stand. With a swift motion, he unleashed the magic contained within it. Powerful waves of magical energy surged through the air, radiating from the hovering sphere. Sensing the nature of Leos' manipulations, the protagonist wondered if he was casting a magical barrier to muffle sound. All of his knights understood this well. Should anyone address Eljas without the proper respect, they would not tolerate it for a moment. Hearing himself referred to as Mr. Ideal brought a faint smile to the protagonist's lips, and for a brief moment, he closed his eyes in quiet satisfaction. Almost immediately afterward, Leias appeared on the scene. They made their way to the table in the hall and settled into chairs across from each other. Once the atmosphere had grown more comfortable, the protagonist quietly asked Leos if it bothered him to take Wright without any security present, especially since no inspection had been done here. Leos answered with a calm smile, explaining that this was a gesture of trust, so any checks on Wright were essentially meaningless. After expressing his gratitude to Laius for the kind words, he watched as Laius reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and produced a sealed envelope. Without wasting any time, Laius suggested that they move straight to business and discuss the rights that had been assigned to him. Inside the envelope lay crucial information concerning. The order called for the elimination of the Mage Starkies. Upon the mission's successful completion, the agreement immediately took hold. One clause in particular guaranteed the executor's identity would remain a secret. Yet not all the promised rewards had been fulfilled. A plot of land for a personal workshop was still pending, as was the formalization of an equal partnership of mutual aid with the Kingdom of Misses. The suggestion was made to begin by focusing on the territory under Wright's control. Drawing several sheets from the envelope, the man carefully spread them out before the main character. Wasting no time, he explained that just a few days ago, amidst the declaration of a state of emergency, a vacant plot of land had become available. After examining the documents, it became clear that the plot covered 1650 square meters and lay close to the main street. A substantial house with 13 rooms stood on the property. As the review of the data continued, records of the events from that year remain preserved in the documents provided. MC leaned in and quietly asked Lowe's if the owner had really been executed. Lowe's followed MC's gesture to the man's picture outlined in a thick border, and as understanding dawned, he nodded in confirmation. It was true. The man in question was none other than Viscount Gwala. His family bore the reputation of outcasts, accused of opening the gates of the royal castle to Starkas and erecting their own manor with his wealth. Gwala possessed remarkable skill in financial matters, yet while Leos remained under the rule of Starchus, this talent went largely unnoticed. During this period, Leos introduced a new hierarchy of titles throughout the kingdom. Duke, Marquis, Margrave, Count, Viscount, Baron, Baronet, and Chevalier. Wealth among these ranks varied dramatically, each position commanding its own level of prosperity. Nevertheless, under Starchus's reign, Viscount Gwala managed to amass a fortune so immense that his riches nearly rivaled those of a duke, despite the clear disparity in their official status. Immersed in the analysis of the new site's data, the protagonist quietly noted that Laius seemed to have handled Starkey's accomplices on his own. Observing how efficiently Leos put every moment to use, Wright guessed that Gwala was hardly the only one lending Starkey's a hand. For a brief moment, the main character's attention drifted away from the documents in his hands as he fell into thought. At last, Wright decided there was no need to feel embarrassed. He placed the papers on the table, arranging them so Leah could read them clearly, and gestured toward the documents, gently encouraging her to join the conversation. Running his finger across the pages of the documents, he inquired whether he had permission to demolish the house. Laius fell silent for a moment, then stared at him in confusion, unsure if the building truly no longer held any value for the protagonist. Wright frowned upon the building's design, feeling it was entirely unsuitable for use as a workshop. Resting not just a single finger but his entire palm on the documents, the main character cast a subtle, conspiratorial smile toward Leia and quietly wondered if she, too, believed this estate ought to be destroyed completely, leaving no trace behind. Furrowed brow silently commanded that these actions must be taken to teach a lesson and set an example, an idea the writer wholeheartedly endorsed. In their minds, towering knights sprang to life, brandishing mighty swords as they shattered the grand estate built on the merchant's riches. Witnessing such devastation, any lingering supporters of Starkey's might finally begin to reconsider their loyalty. Laius Whitler. With a sly smile and a brief pause, laughter bubbled from his lips as he promised that the order would soon reach those assigned to carry it out. After that, once he had regained his composure, he offered his assistance. Did the workshop require any building materials or perhaps skilled carpenters? He promised to cover all expenses himself, since, after all, Wright had saved his life. In response, he declared his intention to tackle the construction himself, though he made it clear that the project would require a steady supply of materials, particularly stone, timber, and iron. Upon hearing the demand to defend his rights, Laius immediately cautioned that something much larger was at play. He asked if the hero would be able to handle it alone. Yet Lowe's instantly recognized the futility of his question, as his memory vividly conjured the moment when Wright, facing no real obstacles, effortlessly constructed a new workshop for himself. In the end, Leos promised to secure the finest materials for the protagonist. Bowing his head and squeezing his eyes shut, the protagonist offered Leos heartfelt thanks for his generous support. Restless thoughts lingered, refusing to grant any peace. Imagine the possibilities if a parcel of land in the very heart of the capital truly belonged to him. The realization brought a spark of joy, for this news meant that his reward, a plot meant for his own workshop, had finally become a tangible reality. In time, the need arose to build equal relationships founded on mutual assistance. Laius paused deep in thought. A thoughtful gesture traced his thumb along his chin as he pondered whether forging this partnership with Leos might prove more advantageous than with the kingdom. The main character, lost in confusion, tries to grasp the meaning of what was just said and repeats the question. Lai responds with unwavering certainty, affirming the truth of his words. To Laius, forging ties not with an individual, but with an entire nation, seemed inevitably to invite a web of diplomacy, endless negotiations, bureaucratic paperwork, and a host of complications. In his view, such an alliance offered nothing but trouble. A new era dawned with the uprising that ignited in that year. While seated at the table, he reached for the cup and poured tea from the nearby teapot. Deep inside, Laius felt certain that Wright would eventually open a dialogue with him, so he suggested moving toward direct contact. At first glance, the plan seemed promising, yet Urate soon realized there was an underlying issue. As he accepted the glass that Leos handed him, curiosity stirred within him, and he asked what would happen if the country's king were ever replaced. After taking a sip of tea, he solemnly assured everyone that as long as he lived, no troubles would arise. The protagonist remained unmoved, ignoring those words and offering no reply. Catching the intrigued look aimed his way, Leos boldly flexed his arm, putting his muscles on full display as he proclaimed in a loud voice that he took great care of his health. The sight unexpectedly swept right back into his memories. He saw a vivid recollection of Gord teasing him long ago, poking fun at his skinny arms even though he, too, had tried to show off his own strength. Memories surfaced of the day when a mage approached Leos, the very one who had teleported him out of the castle and then went so far as to attempt to take his life. Lys delves into his thoughts, unraveling them one by one. Upon hearing this objection from the protagonist, a sly smile curled on his lips. Adjusting his mustache with deliberate care, he declared that this was precisely why the main character had to make sure everything was all right with Lys. Taking a small sip from his cup, Rai closed his eyes and smiled, calling Leos a cunning fox. Yet he had to admit there was a grain of truth in those words. Rising from the chair, he seemed to emerge from the shadows of his past. A bold declaration broke the silence that year. Unless the situation improved, every magical artifact would be moved to the castle for safekeeping, since, in his eyes, security there was utterly inadequate. Lys immediately bristled at this turn of events, while the protagonist suggested not only renovating part of the castle, but also dramatically strengthening its security systems. Zane admitted that he understood what the right course of action should have been in his situation, yet still chose to follow his own instincts. Responsibility for resolving these matters fell squarely on Rumia, who oversaw the entire process. Restoring the royal palace now rested in her capable hands, while the protagonist, in turn, pledged to follow Leah's guidance. Continuing the open poem addressed to Leos, a suggestion rose from the right flank to forge an equitable agreement for mutual support based on clearly defined terms. An outstretched hand offered for a handshake became a powerful symbol of the desire for lasting cooperation. All the bounty for the killing now belonged solely to MC and Leo Shakensi, their prize claimed in full. In that year, equal and mutually supportive relations were established with the Kingdom of Misses, though some conditions shifted slightly. Leos rested his cheek thoughtfully in his hand, lost in contemplation. In 2006, he admitted that he had a favor to ask of the protagonist and wondered if Wright would be willing to listen. The main character paused, his mind immediately suspecting that this might involve a contract killing. Time slipped by as Wright followed closely behind Gord, making his way step by step through the castle's shadowy corridors. Casting a glance at MC, who strolled leisurely behind him, Gordon shared the news he had heard. From now on, the right hand would assist them in rebuilding the castle. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to MC, mentioning that Rumia had been deeply troubled by the halt in their progress. Intrigued by these words, curiosity sparked within him about what was truly hindering the restoration of the castle. With a touch of pride and a hint of awkwardness, he smoothed a strand of hair behind his ear and suggested asking Rumiu for more insight. The conversation took an unexpected turn when Gordon inquired if Wright had eaten lunch yet. This sudden question put the protagonist on edge, prompting a cautious return question, asking why Gordon was so interested in such personal details. George lifted a sandwich, carefully wrapped in special paper, and announced with quiet pride that he had secured something new. The main character immediately requested Gord to take it away and asked where he had managed to acquire such a treat. Gord could not hide his disappointment upon hearing these words. Guilt weighed heavily on his heart, especially since he had even prepared a special treat for Machai. From his pack, he pulled out a small bag containing the delicacy he made just for her, quietly admitting his mistake. As he noticed Machai's involvement with Rumia, surprise flickered across his face, but he chose to keep his thoughts to himself. At last, the group arrived before a towering set of doors, guarded closely by two watchful sentinels, and stepped into a spacious hall beyond. Upon noticing the protagonist enter the room, Rumia's voice trembled with fear as she nervously asked what had brought him there. Anxious undertones colored her words. The moment she entered the room, a sense of urgency overtook her movements. She bumped into a towering stack of books and knocked various items from her cluttered desk, where a chaotic mix of papers and novels reigned. Hidden beneath the table, Rumi grabbed a small mirror and checked her reflection, fretting over her hair. Just then, the protagonist approached her. Silent observation continued until Rumia gathered herself, excitement shimmering in her eyes while her fingers anxiously brushed her neck. At last, she settled back into her seat, unable to hide a radiant smile. An uneasy silence settled over the table until, quite suddenly, the protagonist broke it by declaring an intention to restore the castle. Rumia, caught off guard for a moment, stumbled over her initial words and the question echoed once more, lingering in the air without receiving an immediate reply. With her hand resting gently on her neck, she lowered her head and let her gaze fall sorrowfully to the floor. Removing the glasses she once wore, the girl turned a thoughtful look toward Rumia and quietly asked if everything was all right. Rumia shared that she had already managed to speak with members of the nobility about improving the security system of the royal palace. Some of the aristocrats had been persuaded by her arguments, but most still held their opposition. Placing her glasses on the table, she mentioned that she was currently preparing documents with detailed plans for the upcoming official meeting. Sliding Rumia's glasses aside, which had unintentionally covered one of the documents on the desk, the protagonist leaned in and studied the writing with a keen eye. The realization struck. He had never imagined it would be this complicated. Gradually, it became clear that the upper class dismissed Rumia entirely, leaving no doubt in his mind that she was in desperate need of support. After grabbing a few more sheets and giving them a quick glance, he requested Rumia's company. She agreed without hesitation and asked him what he was planning. Please provide the full Ukrainian text that needs to be rewritten in manga retelling format. The phrase you have provided is currently in English and is incomplete. Please send the entire fragment that needs rewriting, and I will gladly adapt it according to your requirements. Accompanied by Rumia, he made his way toward the massive hall, where nobles had elegantly assembled on either side of the grand walkway. At last, Rumia announced the conclusion of the updated plan's presentation and invited those present to share any remaining questions or suggestions. A hand rises in the hall as someone among the audience voices a question. Meanwhile, Rumia listens intently to the words of Margrave Lilgaman. With careful attention, Gilguman examined the notebook in his hands and revealed that it was the one on the right who devised the new plan. The name of the main character slipped his mind at that moment, prompting Rumi to quietly supply Lilguman with the correct answer. With a finger lightly pressed to his forehead, Lilguman nodded in agreement, though he mispronounced Wright's name and called him Gate instead. Rumia promptly corrected the mistake, and Lilguman, without missing a beat, quickly mentioned that the protagonist had been chosen by the Western King himself. Laius noted that the plan highlighted how the new strategy would allow for the construction of a security system strong enough to repel an assault similar to the one they had recently endured during Magus Starkey's attack. Such an offer struck Lilguman as far too suspicious to be genuine, leading him to suspect it was merely an excuse to smuggle something dangerous into the castle. Fixing Rummy with a searching look, he quietly asked her what she made of the situation. Curiosity sparked as he wondered whether Lilguman had been implying that Wright intended to betray them. Twirling his thick mustache, Lilguman remarked that he was merely speculating, yet his finger pointed confidently at the protagonist. By subtly rewording his statement, the hero highlighted how these people had absolutely no understanding of true righteousness. Upon turning back to Rumia, curiosity gleamed in his eyes as he asked why she placed such unwavering trust in the protagonist. With unwavering seriousness, Rumi declared her trust solely in the power of justice, acknowledging that such might could obliterate them at any moment, no matter how much they fortified the castle's defenses. With a furrowed brow, Lugum shot Rumia a brief, wary glance and asked her to clarify exactly what she meant. Rumia made it clear she spoke in complete earnest, her words carrying not the slightest hint of exaggeration. Had the protagonist only wished for it, everything could have shifted in an instant. Had he truly wished it, everyone would have perished long ago, Rumia and Leus included. That was why, in Rumia's eyes, defending the castle held no meaning at all. When these words reached Lilhuman, terror rooted her to the spot. Lost in thought over Rumia's words, the protagonist glanced at her in surprise, unprepared for such a confession. At last, Lugerman's vision returned. After recovering from his shock and abandoning any attempt to argue, he suggested a possibility. Perhaps Wright had come here with the deliberate intention of uncovering the castle's secrets. If the main character had managed to install listening devices within the walls, he could easily collect state secrets and sell them to anyone he pleased. She offered only a brief reply. Her decision stood firm, and the conversation with Lilguman continued on. In that moment of distraction, he suddenly realized just how much trust Rukia placed in him. Convincing the frightened aristocrats of anything, however, seemed like a pointless endeavor. The protagonist urged a bold approach, suggesting they sway their opponents through force. At last, raising his voice for all to hear, he declared that the true source of the aristocrats' unease had finally become clear to him. In these challenging times, placing trust in others became a true test of character. He did not seek permission through persuasive words, but instead aimed to prove his intentions through decisive actions. Confused, Rumia turned to her right, struggling to grasp the meaning behind his words, all the nobles. A chilling tension settled over the hall as the host fixed a focused gaze on the audience, urging everyone to do whatever they could to strengthen security in their own countries. Promised that if they dared to make a move, the very next meeting would prove he could take the life of any one of them. The intrigued nobles returned to the topic of the murder, persistently pressing for Wright's opinion on the matter. Extending a steady hand, the protagonist calmed the anxious aristocrats, urging them to remain composed. Speaking with confidence, he explained that this was merely an experiment and firmly assured everyone that there was no danger to any of them. With narrowed eyes, Count Laser inquired whether Wright truly believed that, even if this was just an experiment, he could single-handedly kill them all. Skepticism colored his words, doubting that the protagonist possessed such ability to finish the task in a single night. Wright admitted the evening would certainly be intense, yet insisted it was entirely within reach. One stood frozen, bewildered and uncertain how to act in such a situation, and this hesitation proved to be of little use. A deep frown settled on the person's face as they anxiously tried to unravel the main character's intentions. Everything seemed like utter madness, and the reasoning behind Wright's actions completely eluded them. Despite the protagonist's fearsome reputation as a professional killer, Lil, Human never imagined that anyone could reach someone locked behind four walls, a plan carefully formed in his mind. He would hide in a room stocked with food and water, forbid even the maids from entering, then leave the castle in a specially armored carriage, switching trains only within the estate grounds. In his imagination, every detail seemed flawless. Buoyed by this confidence, Lil, Human issued a challenge, ready to see what his opponent was truly capable of. Observing the noblemen's faces, alight with determination and admiration, the hero realized with surprise just how deeply his words had touched them. Lil Guman conveyed the news that they had accepted the offer. With a warm smile, he offered his gratitude to everyone for their teamwork and support. Arms outstretched to either side, he wished everyone a pleasant evening, confidently assuring them that their paths would cross again before morning. The following day, the nobles gathered around the table once more. Gone was the spark of confidence that had lit their eyes only yesterday. The main character's challenge to prove his strength had clearly dampened their enthusiasm. Pale and weary, Luguman released a heavy sigh, his trembling hand clutching the narrow slip of paper. With a somber tone, he quietly wondered aloud why events had unfolded in this way. Not once that evening had he taken off his shoes, so the moment Wright managed it eluded him entirely. Despair crept in as he recalled that morning, slipping into the carriage and sensing something odd inside his shoe. Removing it, he discovered a scrap of paper bearing a warning about a poisoned needle. Leaning back against the chair beside Lil Human, he finally conceded that the victory belonged to the protagonist this time. Irritation swept through the group, yet no one appeared more dejected than Lizer. His forehead pressed against the table, fingers clenched tightly in his hair, he silently urged himself to just stop, knowing it no longer mattered how well he had done. Upon waking, the first thing he noticed before him was his secret accounting ledger. Atop the table rested a note claiming that this book was truly fascinating. Moments later, as Laser went to brush his teeth, his gaze landed on a scrap of paper. Somebody had left a chilling warning about poison lurking inside the toothpaste. After finishing the mysterious book he had discovered, Laser uncovered detailed records of every bribe ever received. The realization struck him with a mounting sense of dread. Once this information became public, his family would teeter dangerously close to ruin. Swallowing his anger, he bitterly cursed his own agreement to this reckless scheme, clenching his jaw to suppress the trembling that threatened to overwhelm him. Drawing nearer, Rumia noticed the pallor on his face, and her concern growing, softly asked if he was all right. Hearing Rumia's voice, Laser forced a strained smile and assured her with confidence that he was perfectly fine and had everything under control. The unexpected composure in his reply caught the girl off guard, yet relief softened her features as she expressed how glad she was to hear good news from Laser. Seeking to steer the conversation in a new direction, Rumi announced her interest in asking about the restoration of the castle, while Lisa was already preparing her response. A sudden halt froze him in place as the protagonist stepped into view. With a burst of enthusiasm, he waved his hand and revealed an account book, which appeared as if by magic in his palm and unmistakably belonged to Laser. A smile flickered across Lizer's face as he expressed his full support for Rumia's plan, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. He went on to add that, just yesterday, he had witnessed firsthand that Wright truly was an elite assassin. The unexpected news caught Rumia off guard, yet she offered Lizer a heartfelt thank you for his trust. With a swift flick of the wrist, the book vanished from sight in an instant. Leaning to one side, Laser struggled to catch his breath, fighting to regain control over the surge of emotions coursing through him. Resting his hand on the table, Luguman finally gathered the courage to speak his question aloud. Meanwhile, the protagonist helped Rumi settle comfortably beside him, then turned his full attention to Luguman, making it clear he was ready to listen. At that moment, Lil Gummin produced a crumpled sheet of paper he had been clutching tightly in his hand. He confessed with utter certainty that he had never taken off his shoes, making it impossible for any footprints to be left in the room. With genuine astonishment, he inquired how Wright could have possibly slipped the paper into his shoe, given that he had been in a perfectly sealed room, fully convinced of his own safety. In an effort to win greater trust, he agreed to reveal one of his secrets. Rato explained that true room isolation required far more than simply closing the door. Every detail had to be accounted for, leaving nothing overlooked. With a subtle gesture, he signaled Laguman to pay attention and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a magical symbol flared to life in the air, shimmering brightly, the unmistakable mark that the spell had been cast. Sheets of paper began to materialize before Finn's eyes, one after another. They seemed to emerge from thin air nearby, gliding silently as they spread themselves across the surface of the table. Desk drawers hang open, spilling their contents as documents creep out from every corner, coming alive in the chaos. The nobility gathered in the hall dazzled with their lavish attire and exquisitely styled hair, each ensemble resembling a work of art. The crowd glanced around in astonishment, curiosity piqued by the mysterious artifact. Uncertainty lingered regarding the item's very existence, and no one had the faintest idea where it could have come from. Suddenly, Rumia sensed a shift in the atmosphere around her. Instantly, the gaze dropped beneath the table, where mice glided like shadows, obediently carrying out every command issued by the protagonist. As Raimia carefully examined the mice, delicate sheets began to emerge one after another on the table, an elegant manifestation of Wright's magic. Each sheet settled smoothly, folding itself with meticulous precision, while slender paper needles formed along the creases, as if guided by an unseen hand. At that exact moment, all the artifacts whistled through the air, launching themselves toward the vase of flowers in the center of the table. The needles struck true, piercing the ceramic right through. Everyone saw it for themselves. An ordinary artifact lay before them. The hero admitted that this was exactly what he needed, yet the aristocrats hesitated to respond. Instead, they stared in astonishment at the strange object bristling with sharp spikes. Lil Gummin, exhausted and slumped sideways, sank deep into the chair as Wright calmly explained. The artifact possessed not only the ability to hear, but also to see. These very qualities had allowed him to fully master this powerful object. At last, realization dawned on young Guman. At last, everything fell into place. Every word spoken by Rumia now made perfect sense. He realized his worries had been unfounded. The protagonist's intentions in restoring the castle truly harbored no hidden agenda. With a satisfied smile, Pravi wondered aloud if this could be taken as a sign of trust in him. Admitting it, he noted that if M happens to be, should justice ever turn its back on them, their kingdom would inevitably collapse. For this reason, all they could do was cling to hope that truth would continue to stand by their side. At those words, a spark of understanding passed silently between MC and Rumia. At that point, Rumia suggested moving forward with making a decision. She turned to the people gathered and made a request. Wright called for a show of hands from those who backed his plan to rebuild the castle, and she was the first to raise her hand with unwavering confidence. Following his lead, everyone in the room raised their hands, palms turned upward. At the same time, delicate threads spun from paper by the protagonist gently lifted the artifacts into the air. In this way, the plan received unanimous approval. Savoring the satisfaction that his forceful persuasion had finally earned him the trust of the nobility, he came to a decision at last. The moment to begin rebuilding the castle had arrived. Several days slipped by after that encounter. Garpas, joined by a handful of fellow knights, pressed on with great effort, each step a battle against fatigue. Tension hung thick in the air, pressing against clenched jaws, yet the protagonist stood firm, unwavering despite everything. The person in charge quickly directed that the cabinet be placed against one of the walls. All the knights rallied together behind Wright's order, working in unison to set the furniture exactly where it belonged. Eventually, they paused to catch their breath. As the protagonist carefully examined the work they had completed, an undeniable sense of satisfaction settled in. Every detail appeared flawless. Leaning against the massive cabinet, he asked Gordon what secrets might be hidden inside. The weight of the furniture alone hinted that it concealed something unusual. After a moment's thought, Gordy made a sharp right turn, curious about what lay beyond. The main character explained that this section held magical artifacts chosen specifically for their mission. adding that the contents inside were powerful enough to wipe out 5,000 people. The number left everyone stunned. Silence fell over the room as curious eyes turned to examine the cabinet. Meanwhile, in Gord's imagination, 5,000 mechanical mice equipped with weaponry danced before his mind's eye. In the meantime, the protagonist shared uplifting news. The main phase of the restoration was now complete. The castle ruins, once battered and broken, had regained their former glory, standing proudly rebuilt and pleasing to the eye. The conversation about the reconstruction was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected noise. Wright turned his head alertly, noticing Rumia intently inspecting the wardrobe. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered why it lacked handles. Rumia received a warning from Yemzi not to touch the wardrobe. As soon as she recognized the familiar voice, she quickly apologized for her carelessness, explaining that curiosity had gotten the better of her. Until now, she had never even noticed the wardrobe. Before the conversation could deepen, the protagonist interjected, wanting to know if Rumia had already dealt with the aristocrats. With her hand pressed to her neck, Rumia lowered her gaze and quietly admitted that everything had been settled. Still, she cautioned that a mountain of paperwork awaited her. Only today had order finally returned to the castle, which convinced her it was time to take a stroll through its corridors. The intention to discuss the events ahead was interrupted by a sudden look of frozen shock. With a quick gesture, he signaled for everyone to pause, then abruptly asked whether all the restoration work had been completed. Glancing around, she finally realized that she was standing in the newly constructed wing of the castle. With calm assurance, the protagonist confirmed her suspicion, explaining that the design was based on the old palace to help residents adjust more easily. Outwardly, little had changed, but Wright had thoroughly transformed the fortress's internal layout and fittings. Against this backdrop of revitalized walls and grandeur, the knights gazed at the castle in awe. As the main character described the reconstruction of Rumia in vivid detail, astonishment spread among the onlookers. Curiosity bubbled about who could have brought such an impressive vision to life. The crowd couldn't fathom when he had managed to prepare all of this, and even Rumia herself struggled to hide her surprise. Examining a few sheets of carefully drafted blueprints, the protagonist admitted that there was still room for improvement, but for now, these plans would more than suffice. Without missing a beat, he suggested building a garage as well. Rumia, upon hearing this new idea, responded only with a mysterious smile. She recalled the earlier warning that the reconstruction would take at least a year. In her mind, she pictured the royal architect Karl, smiling reassuringly, promising that everything would be finished within a year. Without a backward glance, the protagonist turned his back with unwavering resolve on everything he had left behind. Rumia observed that even their enemies would not hesitate to strike, urging him to press on and finish the task as swiftly as possible. As his gaze followed those disappearing to the right, he remarked that restoring the fortress in under a week was a feat only he could accomplish. Gord approached, his voice tinged with irony, reminding him that Karl had claimed the same thing just yesterday, right before collapsing from exhaustion. The main character no longer paid attention to those words, his mind focused solely on finishing the final touches. Extending an invitation to Rumia to explore the reconstruction plans, he promised to reveal every intricate detail. Rumia responded with heartfelt gratitude. As the main character strolled through the castle's corridors, he revealed the defensive mechanisms installed along the walls. For a brief moment, a tense silence settled over the hallways. Among these devices, some artifacts would emerge directly from the walls, fill the air with poisonous smoke, or transform into weapons, instantly available during a night watch. The impressive new fortifications of the castle drew astonished gazes, while a thorough inspection of every innovation demanded considerable time and attention. By the time Wright announced the completion of the main defense system, the sun that watched over his son had already begun its slow descent toward the horizon. Tried to finish the thought when suddenly, Rumilna leaned her back against the wall, closed her eyes, and let out a weary sigh. As one drew nearer to Rumia, sitting quietly on a small pedestal, it became immediately clear that the exhaustion from her grueling work in the castle had nearly overwhelmed her. With gentle care, a hand rested on Rumiai's shoulder, and the protagonist warned that, if things continued this way, she was certain to fall ill. Upon waking, she hurriedly apologized to Wright for having dozed off and asked if the protagonist had said anything earlier. Wright assured her that everything was fine and suggested that Rumi should rest a little longer, since she needed to lie down. After announcing that the meeting was over for today, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, Rumia reached out and grabbed his hand. Gripping the protagonist's clothing tightly, he urged him to stop. For a moment, Rumia stood frozen in silence, her mind stumbling as she searched for the right words. After admitting her desire to speak with him, she led him directly to her room. The protagonist settled onto the bed while Rumia approached the door. In the charged silence, while waiting for Rumia to continue speaking, his gaze wandered around the room and came to rest on a plush toy perched on the nightstand by the bed. Nearby, an array of carefully arranged trinkets and ornaments could be seen, essential treasures for any girl attentive to her appearance. With steady hands, Rumia slid the key into the door's lock. The door closes softly behind them as the companion turns back to the protagonist, asking if any assistance is required. After a long silence, Wright fixed his gaze on Rumiu, the uncertainty in his eyes clear as he quietly asked the question. The exact topic of their conversation remained a mystery. Rumia neither confirmed nor denied anything, leaving her answer shrouded in silence. Suddenly, like a whirlwind, she lunged at the protagonist, pinning him to the bed before settling herself beside him. Eyes stubbornly searched his face for any sign of emotion, hoping to catch even the faintest flicker of feeling. Yet Wright remained silent, keeping his thoughts locked away behind a calm expression. Her eyes fixed on Rukia, who hovered above, and in silence she followed Rukia's every movement with quiet intensity. A solitary bead of sweat slowly traced its way down from her chin. Eyes followed the fallen droplet, tracing its journey all the way to where it disappeared. With a swift motion, his hand rose and gently pressed against Rumia's neck. Rumi closed her eyes and let the silence wrap around her like a gentle cloak. Determined to keep her eyes open even wider, she suddenly notices something on her neck. Although the pain lingered throughout the morning, Rumi shifted to the side, making room for Wright to sit up. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Lifting the blanket from the bed, he informed the girl that he had already administered the anesthetic and muscle relaxant, assuring her that the issue had been resolved. Even so, Rumia received a stern warning to avoid any sudden movements, at least for the time being. Rumia watched the main character's actions with surprise as Wright suddenly offered to inspect her bed. He remarked that it would be wiser for her to make such requests openly, since misunderstandings could easily arise otherwise. With a gentle touch of her finger on her cheek and a subtle tilt of her head, she inquired if the main character had been speaking to her directly. Speaking of misunderstandings, a memory flickered to life. There she was, leaning over to the right side, and because of that simple gesture, everything had begun. A warm blush colored her cheeks as she wondered if she had forgotten to explain everything when they entered the room. The memory of describing the broken mattress to the protagonist drifted back, along with her request for him to check what was wrong. Turning to Wright, she politely invited him to sit, mentioning that just a single try would make the problem obvious. Sliding a hand beneath the mattress, MC tried to figure out what had happened, suspecting Rumi had strained her neck. Recently, she seemed on edge, her fingers often brushed her neck, and a quiet wariness colored her actions. The slightest tilt in her neck sharpened her gaze, lending her features a stern, almost irritable cast. At last, his search came to an end as he pulled a crumpled piece of an advertisement from beneath the mattress. In that moment, the reason behind all his troubles became unmistakably clear. At first, the sight left Rumia puzzled, unsure of what she was looking at. After a closer glance, recognition flickered in her eyes. It was Maki standing before her. The main character committed this detail to memory with great care. With genuine excitement, he remarked how perfect this was, since he had just been preparing to set out in search of Maki. A few days earlier, the notion of sending her to infiltrate the castle had come up, but unfortunately, she could not be found anywhere at the time. The tale of the princess and the pea sprang vividly to Wright's mind as he considered Rumia a true princess. She had sounded the alarm simply because Maki had hidden inside the mattress. Instantly, the main character sensed the surge of Maki's magical energy, fully aware that an ordinary person would have remained oblivious to it, even after a long while. Excitement sparkled in Mia's eyes as she turned to Matcha, her voice quick with concern, asking if everything was all right. Before Matcha could respond, Mia pressed on, eager to know if she truly felt okay. With steady confidence, the protagonist promised that everything would soon be back on track, certain that he would set things right immediately. Extending a hand and weaving a spell, Machai returned to his familiar form, much to Rumia's great delight. With a gentle smile, he offered it to Machai, but the girl reacted in a completely unexpected way. Startled, he jerked the wheel sharply to the right. Fighting back tears, Rumia quietly asked what had happened. She gently reminded everyone of her true identity, suggesting that Maki had simply forgotten about her. The protagonist studies Moki intently, realizing the situation remains discouraging, and decides to switch to reviewing the recordings in order to investigate everything firsthand. Wright's power summoned memories into the air, memories that once belonged to Maki, painting the room with echoes of the past. Rumia stood motionless, caught off guard by the sight, her eyes searching the familiar outlines before her. With barely concealed astonishment, she wondered aloud if this truly was her own room. According to him, this would be the key for them to finally uncover what happened on that fateful night when Matcha lost contact with Right. Observing Maki swiftly slip beneath the mattress, they noticed Rukia soon entering the room, her face lighting up with delight at the sight of the bedding. At the same moment, genuine satisfaction filled Maki as well. In his mind, a plan was already forming to surprise Rumi with a moment of happiness. Yet before that could happen, without wasting a single moment, Rumia dashed forward and leapt straight onto the mattress beneath which Maki was hiding on the floor. Everything flattened out into a smooth, even surface. Laughter bubbled up from Mia, her bright, musical giggles filling the air with warmth and joy. Wrapped in the embrace of plump pillows, she melted into the softness of the mattress, savoring the warmth and comfort that surrounded her. Pure delight radiated from that moment. The cover lay before me. With her head bowed in embarrassment and her hands trembling, Rumia earnestly apologized to Maki, admitting she never considered the possibility that Maki might be lying on the bed. The screen continued to flicker with chaotic images, when suddenly a memory from the past surfaced on Rumiai's face, sharpening her expression with the weight of something important. Rising from the bed, she realized she needed to close the door, or else Right might catch sight of her again. Approaching the door, she locked it with a turn of the key. In that moment, while watching with growing concern, Rumia softly suggested that they had already seen everything they needed, and perhaps it was best to stop spying. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist calmly asked, in his usual tone, whether Rumia often forgot to close the door. Although acting carelessly, Rumia scarcely registered the words themselves. Her mounting terror fixed her gaze on one thing alone. She had appeared in Maki's memories, clutching a plush toy shaped like Right, boldly declaring that she could call herself MS from now on. Unable to withstand the embarrassment, Rumia surged forward, shoved Maki from Right's palm, and pleaded desperately with MS not to look at what had just occurred. The powerful blow hurled Machai aside. An unexpected collision with the wall on his right brought his progress to an abrupt halt. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet gave way, and he found himself on the floor, managing to soften his fall at the very last moment. Instinctively, hands shot out in front to avoid crashing into Rumia. For a while, silent observation revealed the swirling rumors that drifted through the air. Meanwhile, Rumia stood in confusion, unaware of what was unfolding around her. Eyes squeezed shut. At last, remembering the most important thing, he inquired whether Rumia was free tomorrow. The unexpected invitation left her completely unprepared to respond. Blinking herself awake, she glanced at the protagonist in confusion. Agreeing with Rumia, he admitted he wouldn't mind strolling through the city and asked if Rumia would join him. Moving to sit on the bed, Rumia wondered aloud what about Gordy. The protagonist replied that, just this once, he wanted to spend time with her alone. A shroud of mystery weaves itself around Rumia Stan. With her gaze lowered, she awkwardly bowed her head toward the ground. Upon hearing those words, a genuine joy blossomed within her heart. As had become quite clear, Rumi was already overwhelmed with more work than she could handle. Laius entrusted her with so many responsibilities not due to a lack of staff, but because he wished to give her an opportunity to remain at the castle. The girl was about to explain further why she couldn't accompany the main character, but he interrupted her mid-sentence. Resting his hand gently on Rumi's head, he offered a reassuring smile and promised her there was no need to worry. A solid plan had already taken shape in his mind. Besides, with Rumi's determination, not even Laius would stand in their way. Rumia, bewildered by these words, glanced to her right with a look of surprise. Gently lifting his hand from Rumia's head, he mentioned that the meeting was scheduled for the garden tomorrow morning. Rumia accepted this arrangement without a word of protest, quietly agreeing to the plan. Approaching the door, he unlocked it with a touch of magic and offered Rumia a warm farewell, promising to see her again tomorrow. Raising her hand in farewell, Rumia offered her own gentle goodbye. The protagonist received a task expected to last until the following day. As the weight of responsibility settled in, his gaze drifted toward Machai. The emotions swirling within grew too powerful to contain any longer. Rumi's attempts to erase any trace of her own presence made it painfully clear. She was on the verge of lashing out at Maki once more. After that, everything grew even more tangled and uncertain. A desperate cry broke from her lips, her voice trembling on the verge of tears as she struggled to keep her despair at bay. Nightfall swept over the world, transforming everything in its embrace. On the playground, a man deftly juggled two shards above his palm, all the while reflecting on Starkov's insufferable arrogance. In his view, if Starkey's had kept his magical powers and escaped immediately after the attack, such a gruesome death could have been avoided. As a fellow believer like Mauser, a deep sense of shame for Starkey's weighed on him, yet he had to admit that the ending of this story turned into genuine tragedy. Uncovering Starkey's finishing blow would prove to be a real challenge, since only his remarkable skill enabled him to pull it off. Clenching his fists so tightly that the fragments within his palms crumbled into finer pieces, the man pressed on, tension straining his voice as he inquired about the true identity of the most dangerous enemy. At first, the idea of meeting this person seemed appealing, but gradually it became clear that there was no real need for it. While witnessing Wright's latest cunning move, a firm resolve took hold within him, not to follow in Starkey's footsteps, lest he share the same tragic fate. Yet this man possessed. Above all else, he yearned to find a worthy opponent. Yet, circumstances kept him from leaping into battle alone, and the pain of holding back seemed to tear his soul apart. Pulling his sword from the floor, he spun it a few times above his head before lowering the weapon with practiced calm. Resting his hands on the blade, he felt certain their meeting was now only a matter of time. In this very place lay hidden what others could never afford to lose. Casting a keen glance at the hidden artifact, the Mage Knight Relius turned to the heretics and declared in a firm, commanding tone that no matter what devious tricks they employed, it would be he, Relius, who would stand as their final judgment. Morning sunlight bathed the bustling streets in gold as Rumia and the main character strolled side by side. Suddenly, delight sparkled in Rumia's eyes. She had spotted the castle from where they stood. Unable to hold back her excitement, she began to skip along, her voice carrying above the crowd as she proudly announced that she had finally escaped the palace. A wave of happiness surged through her, but the feeling faded in an instant. Realizing her actions, Rumia shifted her gaze to the right. At first, awkwardness held him back, but soon confidence took over as he moved forward with steady steps. She confessed her complete surprise. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine Leah would let her dare to do such a thing. Interest flickered in her eyes, silently asking how it had even been possible. Fixing his gaze intently on Rumia, the young man reminded her that he was currently serving as her royal guard and requested that she address him accordingly. Suddenly, a realization dawns on her. She had not treated the main character entirely fairly in the past. After quietly asking for his forgiveness, after correcting herself, she promised to act with greater caution. Returning to their conversation, she asked why Leia's had allowed her to leave the castle. Winning this didn't come easily. Meanwhile, Rumia, flustered and shy, pictured the protagonist standing before Leia's, bravely announcing his intention to marry her and readying himself for a showdown. Doubt clouded Rumi's mind, but relief swept over her the moment he confessed it had all been a lie. Indignation flared in Rumia's eyes as her face darkened and her brows drew together in a stormy frown. A gentle tap on the hero's shoulder serves as a subtle gesture, easing tension from the body and helping posture settle into a natural, relaxed state. Their stroll continued, leading them at last to a hidden corner of the city that held a unique charm. The moment Rumia came into view, the girl lit up with a joyful cry. Seeing Myra in turn, Rumia's face blossomed with a radiant smile. She darted straight toward Myra, quickly closing the gap between them. A warm smile lit up Myra's face as she remarked how long it had been since she last saw Rumia, adding with genuine admiration that her friend seemed to grow more enchanting with every meeting. In response, Rumia gently reminded her that it hadn't actually been that long, yet confessed how truly delighted she was to see Myra again. Standing a little apart from the others, she quietly observed the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Myra, still engaged in conversation with Rumia, recalled the first time they had met, back when Rumia was just a child. Rumia responded with an awkward laugh and teased Myra for bringing up the past yet again. The crowd in the streets froze in astonishment at the sight of Rumia. Panic swept through people as fearful shouts broke out, disbelief etched on their faces. What they saw seemed impossible to comprehend. Upon taking a closer look, astonishment spread across their faces as they recognized Rumia. They hurried toward her, surrounding the girl with a flurry of concerned questions about her well-being. News of the castle's partial destruction had given rise to anxious rumors, fueling the townsfolk's worries about the future of the kingdom. Surrounded by the Rumian townsfolk, the protagonist became an unwilling human shield. At that very moment, Myra suddenly swung her arm and struck one of the men on the head with a small object. Morqua sternly ordered the townspeople to calm down, warning that any further agitation might anger Rumia. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, everyone quickly apologized. Myra, gesturing with the last piece of carrot in her hand, noted that the boy was new and suggested he make sure everything was fine with Rumia, believing the protagonist ought to stay informed about what was happening. At that moment, Rumia hurried over to Myra, thanked her for the concern, but explained that she wanted to speak with the others for now. Standing atop the nearest crate, Rumia raised her voice and called for everyone's attention, urging those present to listen to her carefully. By reminding everyone present that their kingdom had recently faced a series of ordeals, he prompted the gathering to reflect on the hardships they shared. All trials now lay in the past, and long-awaited peace once more settled across the land. With a gentle smile, Rumia assured the townspeople that their worries had come to an end, and for them. The townspeople exchanged animated whispers, striving to make sense of what they had just heard. One of the men, thoughtfully stroking his chin, noticed that Rumia was accompanied by just a single guard and wondered aloud whether that might be too risky. Another man disagreed, insisting that safety was what mattered most here. The meaning behind his words puzzled some of the others, who were preoccupied and hurried, their minds full of other concerns. The man suggested taking a moment to think for oneself. After reminding everyone that Rumia was Leos's only daughter, the man smiled and asked if anyone truly believed Leos would let Rumia leave the castle so easily. Her presence alone proved that their enemies had already been defeated, and Leos felt so certain of the safety here that he saw no danger threatening Rumia at all. Realizing the truth of the matter, he declared that Leos was, in fact, a good person. Because of this, the authorities needed to reassure the people of their safety. In troubled times, the kingdom had a responsibility to safeguard the moral peace of its citizens. Watching the children eagerly introduce Rumi to something new, the protagonist quietly noted how often her kindness and warmth were praised. People seemed drawn to her, and with growing satisfaction, he realized that everything was unfolding even better than he had hoped. Rumia gazed in fascination at the object the children revealed to her, her curiosity piqued by their discovery. All eyes are drawn to the protagonist, who stands at the center of attention. Make it clear that this was truly an enormous sphere. Inwardly, the protagonist observed that while the scene may have resembled a simple excursion from the castle, in truth, it was a delicately orchestrated act of political theater. Persuasive reasoning from Right convinced Lies to grant them permission. Meanwhile, with a contented smile and eyes closed, Rukia tasted the fruit. Settling in beside Lil Guman, Leus leaned his elbows on the table and rested his chin in his hands, quietly inquiring about Rumi's well-being. Turmoil brewed within him as uncertainty about her condition gnawed at his thoughts, despite his attempts to find solace in a glass of strong liquor. Sensing his friend's distress, Lil Guman gently suggested that perhaps it was time to grant Rumi a bit more freedom. The idea struck a nerve with Leus, who bristled and sharply demanded that Lil Guman hold his tongue. Meanwhile, Media and the protagonist wandered leisurely through the city, unhurried in their pace. Step by step, they explored the streets, with Rumia occasionally pointing out intriguing buildings and eagerly pausing to exchange a few words with the local townsfolk. As they draw near the Midsus church, nestled right in the heart of the capital, the city seems to follow in their wake. Drawing nearer, Rumia inquired about his purpose for coming to this particular place. Reito replied that explaining everything would take quite some time and mentioned that his reasons were far from simple. Stepping into the church alongside Rumia, he glanced around and found himself lost in thought, quietly wondering if this was truly the place he had pictured in his mind. The capital church turned out to be far simpler than the protagonist had imagined. A vivid image formed in his mind. Leas voiced his request, then asked if Wright was willing to listen. Instantly, the protagonist sensed that this was not just any favor but a command to kill. With his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, Leas asked if Wright had ever heard of Duke Grozzel. He admitted that the name sounded familiar, and upon learning that Grussel held the title of Duke, he immediately concluded there was royalty before him. Meanwhile, Lias gazed thoughtfully out the window. The window offered proof of the suspicion. The culprit was indeed Viscount Gwala, who had been the one to grant Starkey's entry into the capital. Yet arranging for Starkey's to join Cozy's Givalo's personal guard would have been impossible on his own. Watching the young Prince Cozy's play carelessly in the street, Lias became certain that a powerful figure supported Givalo from the shadows. Surprise washed over Menchi as the realization dawned that they were indeed speaking of the Growlsoul, a suspicion Lajos quietly confirmed. Curiosity glimmered in C's eyes as she inquired about the evidence. Lies fell silent, withholding an immediate reply. At last, with focused determination, he stated without hesitation that he had no doubt it was Grozzel himself. Then, turning directly to me, he asked if that alone was enough to prove he was right. After a long, heavy silence, the protagonist finally turned his back to Leos and declared curtly that he had enough. As someone hired to do a job, the client's sense of justice or any moral codes held no importance for him. Plucking a leaf from the bouquet resting on the table, Wright remarked that if Lei truly intended to start a purge, the plan was to set the Grouse estate ablaze right after the murder, turning it into a stark warning for all observers. To prove his point, the protagonist set fire to the leaf he had plucked earlier, watching as it instantly crumbled into ash. While the client meant nothing to him, the kingdom of Mrs. had grown into an invaluable stronghold, one too critical to endanger. Should King Leus prove unfit in the eyes of the protagonist, the thought of overthrowing Leus and claiming the throne for himself may take root. Ash remnants clenched tightly in his fist. Such was the advice whispered to him. Driven by a need for certainty, he inadvertently gave voice to his doubt, questioning whether Leos truly intended to execute Grozzel. Unmistakable distrust colored his words. The man suggested they first determine Grozzel's actual guilt and asked if Wright would be able to prove it. Leaning back with elbows resting casually on the table and arms crossed over his chest, the protagonist wore a confident smile as he declared he could easily swipe the evidence linking them to the mansion after the murder. A smile spread across the face, and with a spark of curiosity came the question of whether this was truly the reason that had prompted Leos to make such a proposal. For a long while, Laius remained silent, searching in vain for the right words. A laugh escaped him as sudden realization dawned. Ultimately, nothing can remain hidden from the truth. Once he had calmed himself, his tone grew solemn as he revealed a single reason that could have led to Grosslia's immediate execution. This very item was exactly what Leus wanted the protagonist to find. Curious about its nature, Wright inquired further. Leus explained that the hero's primary mission was to seek out the Hakaru, a relic belonging to the kingdom's guardian. The name echoed repeatedly, weaving through the silence like an incantation that refused to fade. Blinking in surprise, it reacts to the unexpected question from the protagonist. Evidently, the notion that Wright had never heard about that child leaves it genuinely puzzled. Among the defenders of the Kakara kingdom, this event became a memory destined to last forever. The main character gently reminded everyone of his mountain dwelling, prompting Leus to recall, with sudden clarity, that this was indeed true. He explains that the kingdom's guardians stand steadfast, always ready to shield their homeland from any threat. The Kakaru, a sacred artifact of the church of the goddess Mage and a gift bestowed by the goddess herself, vanished under mysterious circumstances. A cunning criminal slipped past every guard, murdered 8 sentinels with poisonous gas, and stole the precious relic. No trace of the perpetrator remained, yet the Royal Secret Service identified their prime suspect, Duke Grozzel. The secret lay in the fact that only Duke Grozzel possessed the rare skill to craft such a poison. Laius found it odd that Wright had never heard of this before. Instead of replying, the protagonist fell silent, his thoughts drifting to the divine artifact known as Mrs. In Wright's mind, the artifact appeared only as the shadowy outline of a faceless woman. Lost in contemplation over the artifact's composition, the protagonist weighed the possibilities. Could it be gold or perhaps silver? At last, curiosity overcame restraint, and a question escaped his lips. What, he wondered aloud, truly sets this mysterious item apart? Laius explained that this blessing touched every resident of Masasu, enhancing their strength by nearly 20%. The artifact astonished everyone by instantly boosting the strength of every inhabitant in the country by a full 20%. Within the virtual world, artifacts also existed, exceptionally rare items that bestowed their owner with unique powers, provided they were left in specific locations. Even the main character himself had witnessed this only once in his entire life. In the real world, artifacts like these had crossed my path more than once, yet even the most powerful relics in virtual realms could boost no more than 200 people at a time, and by a mere 3%. An artifact capable of raising the strength of an entire nation by 20% at once would shatter the game's very foundations. Snapping out of his thoughts, he wondered aloud if all artifacts functioned in a similar way. Laius immediately responded. The tale speaks of the kingdom's defender, an artifact renowned as the most powerful in the entire world. Legends whisper of its unmatched strength and the awe it inspires across the lands. In the wake of numerous thefts, the Church of the Goddess Mage saw its influence wane, diminished almost to nothing. Laius reasoned that Strakas had managed to evade earlier attacks precisely because others feared the formidable power of the artifacts. At last, understanding dawns. This is what drives Starkey's to his actions, just as it guides Laius to make his own choices. Wright's line of thinking suggested that, in that case, the theft of the defenders of the Kakara kingdom would no longer seem like a mere coincidence. While pondering the artifact of the goddess Midsis and the mysterious assistant, he concluded that every answer awaited him in Grolsilla. After promising to get to the bottom of the matter, he turned to Laius, wondering if Wright would agree to join them. Wearing a smile, the hero assured everyone of his willingness to carry out the task, quietly admitting his curiosity about Duke Grozzel and the kingdom's protectors, the Hakaru. With the object in hand, he drifted back into conversation with Rumia, gradually closing the distance separating them. Rumi made her way toward the statue of the goddess Mrs. Numerous passers-by paused in admiration, quietly discussing the extraordinary wisdom and kindness of the goddess Mids. Many emphasized how she embodied love and hope for every inhabitant. Just a single glance at her statue was enough. An extraordinary calm washed over Rumia's soul, and upon noticing this, the protagonist shifted his gaze to the statue with curiosity, quietly asking if she truly felt such emotions when looking at it. The statue of the goddess Midges immediately caught the eye, one hand grasping a staff that likely represented Hakaru, the legendary weapon of the kingdom's defender, though in truth, the staff was only a replica. Suddenly, Rumia's voice called out to him, breaking through his thoughts. Those kneeling in prayer were invited to take advantage of the moment and join in the act of devotion. Curious, Rumia remarked that for the protagonist, this could turn into an entirely new and unique experience. Stepping slightly to the side, he lowered himself to his knees, preparing to pray. To his right, his companion followed suit, pondering that if one must dwell among wolves, one must learn to live as they do. Something darted just past my eyes, and in that instant, the sound of footsteps reached my ears. Realization suddenly lit up their minds as they finally managed to establish contact with the protagonist. Miz expressed his gratitude to Wright, acknowledging her success in overcoming Starkies. The consequences would have been unimaginable if the main character had not intervened and put a stop to Starkies' actions. A familiar voice breaks the silence, asking, "This is the middle of Z, right?" This became clear when the main character asked if it would be possible to reach her through prayer. Without waiting for an answer, Wright immediately asked if Miz would be able to handle it. In her position, discovering Starkies' existence would have prompted her to reach out to him much sooner. Miz admitted her intention to help the main character, but confessed she simply lacked the strength to do so. Rita, persistent in her curiosity, continued to probe what exactly Mids meant by offering assistance. Mids, reaffirming her earlier words, revealed her plan. She wanted to prepare everything in a safer, quieter place, but fate led the hero straight into the forest. Mids requests that attention remain fixed on her, with head held upright and eyes never straying. In the hero's mind, an image appeared, a box brimming with adorable puppies, each one gazing up with soulful eyes as if pleading to be taken home. Brief silence settled between them before the protagonist reassured Midza there was no need for worry, promising to carry out the task as asked. Recalling that Midza had sent him into such a fascinating world, genuine gratitude welled up inside him. Midza thanked Wright warmly for agreeing. In the main character's mind, imaginary puppies suddenly sprang to life, their cheerful barking ringing out like chimes. Suddenly, everything around dimmed, and the connection vanished in an instant, as if swept away by a strong gust of wind. Inside the stable, Mids offers a heartfelt apology to the protagonist for what he has done. Suspecting that her strength still hadn't fully returned, Wright pondered whether this weakness might be tied to the dwindling number of followers. Eventually, he announced that there was one more question he wanted to ask Mizu. Wondering whether the kingdom's defenders remained at Duke Gralsel's side, curiosity lingered in the air. Miz confirmed this information as well, admitting that after that moment. When Gragsel stole the staff, Miz's trust in her wavered. Outrage at such audacity nearly overwhelmed her, but she managed to steady herself, drawing in a deep breath to calm her rising emotions. The truth was clear to her. The protagonist listened as the goddess confessed with a gentle smile that once her name was known across the entire world, her fame unrivaled among the gods. For centuries, she had gathered divine power, and with that amassed energy, she forged something extraordinary, the Kakura. Once Mizura began hunting down the other insects, Mitsis, if her suspicions proved true, survived only with Kakura's help. It certainly gave her pause for thought. While Miz immersed herself in crafting a brand new staff, Mazura quietly brought the entire world under her control. Those words struck Mids like a painful blow to the chest. She quietly asked the protagonist not to say things like that anymore, as she understood the situation perfectly well. Just then, a fitting thought flashed through her mind. If she truly possessed such overwhelming power as a goddess, she could have easily defended herself against Mazura instead of concerning herself with Kakara. At this moment, the protagonist set aside any deeper thoughts. Returning the staff and earning back trust took precedence. Ms. firmly insisted on acting without delay, about to offer another remark regarding the staff, when the experts abruptly cut him off. The connection was abruptly severed, prompting Wright to spring to his feet and fall deep into thought. Could this truly be the end? Yet the essential truth had already reached him. Satisfied that this would suffice, he swiftly set off with Rumia in tow. After casting one final glance at the scene behind them, he turned and began the journey back. Amid the expanse and quiet, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Rumia's face. At Rumia's worried inquiry, she admitted that Wright had been deep in prayer for quite some time. She guessed he might be confiding his troubles to the goddess Midza. The protagonist clarified that together they were searching for answers to solve a certain problem. Still puzzled, Rumia pressed for an explanation. Wright confirmed her suspicion and added that they were trying to find a way to recover something lost. Once again, confusion flickered across Rumia's face, but in that moment, a spark of realization about the main character suddenly flashed through her mind. A playful remark slipped from his lips, earning him a gentle nudge from her hip. Still, Wright insisted that he would never make fun of Rumia. At first, irritation flickered across Rumi's face, but soon a gentle smile spread over her lips as a moment of realization dawned upon her. No doubt lingered in her mind that he had tried to help them. Firm conviction filled her heart, certain that his actions were guided purely by kindness. The memory lingered of how ruthlessly he had destroyed that torn page. Rumia learned that compassion had never been a trait of killers. He was simply carrying out the task that fate had assigned to him. The main character advanced without hesitation, while Rumia lingered behind, uncertain for a few moments before finally gathering her courage and following after him. After a brief pause, she finally addressed him. The protagonist came to an abrupt halt and spun around, his eyes scanning behind him with sharp intensity. With a gentle smile, she handed him the fruit and expressed heartfelt gratitude for allowing her to leave the castle. Thanks to the protagonist, she was finally able to find a moment of rest. While he hesitated over whether to take the fruit, Rumia swiftly selected one for herself, matching his choice. Shifting slightly to the side, she gazed out over the city, her thoughts turning inward as she admitted to herself that the idea of all this, these familiar streets and the steady rhythm of daily life, suddenly vanishing had never once crossed her mind. Accustomed to taking everything for granted, she remained unaware of the harsh trials that lay ahead. Only now did she realize the formidable strength of the enemies who would block her path if she wished to defend her homeland. And so Rumia arrived at a clear conclusion. It made no difference whether the savior was kind or cruel. To rescue people, what truly mattered was the presence of a hero. A gentle smile played on her lips as Rumia. Casting a glance to the right, he declared that his presence was absolutely essential here. The main character froze in confusion, words failing to come as a heavy silence stretched between them for several long moments. A ripple of anxiety swept through Rumia, tension tightening with every passing moment. For this reason, barely suppressing her anxiety, she silently asked herself what she had just uttered. The weight of her own answer caught her by surprise, sending a wave of embarrassment through her. Color drained from her face, while a new worry took hold. Now Rumia likely had no idea how Wright would see her. Accepting the fruit from Rumia's hands, the protagonist bit into it and immediately noticed the flavor exceeded all expectations. The fruit's sweetness was far greater than imagined. What surprised him even more was Rumia herself, who turned out to be full of unexpected qualities. A warm, smiling voice from the right pulled the girl away from her anxious thoughts, gently reminding her to reach out without hesitation if she ever needed guidance. After pledging immediate help to Rumia, a bright, joyful smile lit up her face, quickly followed by an excited exclamation. The possibility of offering a discount never even crossed his mind, which left Rumia slightly annoyed and prompted her to call him stingy. From a distance, Gord and another knight watched the exchange with keen interest. After some time had passed, a horse-drawn carriage finally rolled through the city gates. Here began the lands belonging to Viscount Gavar, though now the sign once announcing this had been crossed out with thick, deliberate lines. The cart pressed onward with purpose, guided skillfully by Pumpkin and Larzel as they steered in perfect harmony along the road ahead. Leaning forward, her face half hidden beneath her hood, Rumia quietly admitted she had never even suspected a place like this existed within the city. Gordon Larzel frowned when he noticed Rumia peering out the window and sternly asked her to step away. Disbelief lingered in Rada's mind as she struggled to accept that it was really Rumia. Concealed in the depths of the carriage, he set off in their company, entirely unaware of the consequences he might face should Leos uncover the truth. Meanwhile, with her eyes gently lowered, Rumia offered Gordon Larson a heartfelt apology, admitting that she had only overheard talk of a delivery of writing supplies and decided on a whim to join the errand. Larzel pointed out that Rumia had only just met the protagonist, but the girl insisted an entire week had already passed. Words caught in Larsel's throat, but before the heavy silence could swallow them all, Gord smoothly steered the conversation in a new direction. He suggested handing over the package quickly and heading back at once. Rumia agreed, and in that instant, Gord froze where he stood. His gaze suddenly falls upon a colossal structure looming ahead. The sheer scale of it is truly remarkable. Fresh landscape unfurled beyond the carriage windows, marking the successful acquisition of the Alchemy workshop rights. Rumia eagerly leaned out, her face aglow with excitement, and inquired if this was the protagonist's new workshop. Rumia listened in astonishment as she learned that Wright had crafted this creation in just a single week, and Gord immediately confirmed her amazement by pointing out that only 3 days ago, this spot had been nothing more than an empty field. A hint of greed sparkles in their eyes as the group halts the carriage and steps outside. Ahead stands a sturdy building, its walls echoing with the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith at work and the gentle murmur of a weaving workshop nestled within. The workshop, the storage area filled with raw materials and finished goods, and the living quarters all found their place beneath a single roof. After listing everything, Gordy turned to Carl and inquired about the number of workers he would require for such a task. Lars, however, asked Gordy to avoid such questions, and with that, their meeting came to an end until next time. The sudden appearance of a model mouse broke the concentration. It approached quietly and gave a little wave with its paw. Upon realizing the artifact belonged to the protagonist, a sudden sound caught my attention as the mouse began to speak. Although Steve Wright listened intently to everything, his presence felt divided. His body remained in the room, yet his mind wandered far from home. Dressed in casual clothes instead of his usual suit, the protagonist strolled leisurely through the city streets. Memories of his recent encounter with Lias replayed in his mind, recalling the moment Lias had reported with quiet pride that all the essential data on the Grozel case had been gathered. In addition, Wright had requested a detailed map of the area surrounding the manor, and without hesitation, Lias had promised to prepare it. Although the protagonist was ready to begin carrying out the task, Lias did not have the map with him at the moment. At that moment, inside the office of the Royal Secret Service, Leia's handed over the responsibility to Wright. Reaching out with an envelope, Leia's quietly explained that. The envelope contained an address, and although the protagonist took it, an irritated sigh escaped, yet another place to visit. Noticing Wright's displeasure, Leos quickly offered reassurance, explaining that the destination lay just around the corner. As Lias drew closer to the protagonist, a sense of trust began to blossom toward these people. They hardly seemed the type to be involved in contract killings, yet perhaps they possessed the skills to assist him with his writing. The protagonist responded with a brief nod and moved ahead in silence, accepting Leos's wish for good luck at that moment. Arriving at the entrance of the Rumiaren Café, Wright paused for a brief moment, granting himself a rare instant of quiet reflection. Taking a few steps to the side, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. The thought lingered in his mind, nudging him to consider meeting someone new. The moment he crossed the threshold, his eyes instantly caught sight of. Only 2 people remained inside the building. Upon spotting him, he instantly greeted the main character, recognition flickering in his eyes as he identified an old acquaintance. Descending to where the 2 men stood, they declared with quiet resolve that, despite everything, their intentions remained unchanged. Due to their carelessness, an intruder managed to slip into the palace, nearly costing Leos his life. Even so, the group implores the protagonist to let them shoulder the blame and allow justice to take its course. The hero assured them there was no need for concern, as the pay he received was more than generous. One of the men assured him they were already aware of this and pleaded for a chance to make amends, asking to be allowed to help this time. Wearing a grave expression, the protagonist declared his sole purpose for arriving was to obtain the map, then asked if anyone present was unaware that Wright had planned to undertake this mission alone. The men replied that they had already been informed of everything. Still, they assured that if the main character ever needed assistance, all he had to do was speak up, and they would do everything in their power to help. Suggest stepping aside for a moment before continuing on our way. Settling into his seat, Wright finally grasped the true nature of the situation before him, and clarity dawned as to why the men appeared so anxious. The protagonist intended to assassinate someone from the upper echelons of society. With a quiet apology, Wright remarked that all he needed for the task was a map. His calm conviction won them over, and he managed to assure everyone that he would handle the mission alone. One of the men, after offering a polite apology, cautiously inquired if he might learn the reason. The protagonist observed that such a killing could only be carried out by a true professional, since eliminating the target was only half the task. Gathering crucial information was just as essential. The men announced that the court's elite special unit had dispatched its top 3 agents for this mission, counting the protagonist among them. One of the group then wondered aloud whether such a selection meant they truly were the elite of the elite. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he wondered if they truly were a trio. The man fixed a steady gaze on the protagonist, silently waiting for his reply. Rising from his chair, he removed the cap he had been wearing. After offering an apology to his companion, he closed his eyes and explained that he could not risk endangering their lives. The men exchanged glances, and one of them ventured a suggestion that, at the very least, forging a magical contract would provide some semblance of security, especially given such deep-seated mistrust. Yet, Rate observed that the real issue lay elsewhere. Place your trust wisely, yet remain vigilant in overseeing how things unfold. After uttering those words, he tore away a section of the wall, revealing a man whose anxious eyes betrayed his fear of being discovered. The other two couldn't hide their astonishment as the main character revealed the secret of the hidden spirit art. His companion, a worldly man, fully understood the value of such knowledge. A voice called out from behind the wall, inquiring how long Wright had been aware of it. The protagonist admitted that he had noticed it even before stepping inside. With audacious confidence, the man requested permission for his actions, all while declaring that, as a Secret Service agent, he had a duty to polish his combat skills. Gripping the dagger's handle tightly and settling into a battle stance, the man asked whether the protagonist could become his mentor. Without waiting for a reply, he suddenly turned and fled. Poised to attack, Cald suddenly froze in place, a faint tremor running through his body. The second man took notice and asked why Cald was no longer moving. At first, he remained silent. Eventually, he confessed he had no idea what was happening and admitted that, quite suddenly, he had lost the ability to move. The dagger slipped from his grasp. Exhaling softly, he asked everyone to lift their eyes to the ceiling. The men stood frozen in uneasy silence as someone cautiously inquired whether a trap might be concealed there. With an irritated squeeze of his eyelids, C protested and motioned upward, signaling the men to lift their eyes. All three glanced upward, their eyes catching on a peculiar device mounted to the ceiling. Curiosity piqued, they immediately asked about its purpose. A sudden surge of energy courses through him, revealing that his ability to move has returned at this very moment, likely as a result of some magical force at work. A deadly device had already been fastened to the ceiling, long before the hero set foot in the room. With a swift flick of his wrist, the protagonist commanded his artifact. The relic flashed, releasing a needle that shot downward with tremendous force, piercing straight through the floor. All three stood frozen in place, stunned by what they saw. None of them could recall exactly how Wright had left the tool there. If Wright had truly been their enemy, not one of these men would have escaped unscathed. Returning to the cap he had earlier left on the table, the man inquired whether his words now made sense. He insisted that before offering help to others, one should first learn to at least protect their own head. Writers, with just a simple request, a card slipped into his hand, and a brand new cap rested proudly on his head. Meanwhile, one of the men gently lifted the lid. At one of the tables, the host ceremoniously handed the protagonist a sealed envelope containing a map and shared some news. According to their information, Grossel would be leaving the estate in 4 days. Officially, his departure was for business, but reality suggested otherwise. Grossel often contemplated abandoning the country for good and escaping to the Archbishopric of Rondel. The men suspected he planned to take the kingdom's protectors, the Hakahara, with him. In order to foil Grossel's schemes, they confiscated the map, solemnly promising to keep it safe. Suddenly, one of the men announced that he had an important question. Openly declaring himself an undercover agent, he even used an artifact to hold his breath. Yet, apart from the protagonist, everyone else seemed oblivious. When asked about the source of his certainty regarding the man's whereabouts, he turned to the jug perched high on the shelf and admitted he had long yearned to take action. Concern flickered in their voices as they wondered if this was some kind of joke. One of the men, clearly unsettled, asked the main character to clarify his words. The main character explained calmly that the sign was a warning about the presence of explosives, meant to deal with any unwelcome intruders. Was that correct or not? Upon grasping the situation, he recommended not only concealing the outward appearance of the artifacts, but also diligently disguising their magical energy. The level of caution taken to conceal the trap made little difference, for magical energy radiated so intensely that its presence could be sensed even from outside the building. The same applied to the cloak beneath which the man lay in wait. The essence of the trap was that. The search began for a flawless hiding place, one that would offer safety and solitude. Beyond that, a deadly, unexpected strike mirrored the methods of seasoned assassins. After these words, the protagonist raised his hand, allowing his artifact to gently settle into Wright's palm. Cloaked in mystery, the man in the cape wondered aloud if the protagonist could sense this energy even through solid walls. He speculated that Wright might possess some extraordinary devices, but Wright quickly reassured him. Just a single glance at this place was all it took to understand everything. In this world, people lack the magical ability to sense the location of artifacts. As a parting gesture, he did more than issue an order. He handed these men a real challenge by tossing them his artifact, entrusting them with the task of mastering it and carrying out a unique assignment. Yet their wishes did not stop there. Reito went on to explain that within the hideout rested artifacts, powerful enough to pave the way for their journey ahead. Martial arts and the measurement of magic seemed to him like surefire topics that would instantly capture the interest of any man. Captivated by this notion, the protagonist's gaze settled on the artifact. The men nearby inquired if he was truly certain about his choice. They cautioned him, warning that a day might come when their paths would diverge and their alliance would be merely a memory. Yet the protagonist spoke openly, admitting that he did not believe these men were capable of betraying him. A deep frown creased the man's face as he remarked that their next meeting would reveal whether the protagonist could truly discern it. With a gentle smile, he admitted he would wait patiently for the day when these men transformed into true powerhouses. After leaving the mission behind, he closed his eyes. With a smile, he expressed his hope that the next time he visited, he would encounter far more cunning traps. The moment the protagonist slipped out of sight, the men immediately set about scrutinizing the artifact with keen attention. Almost at the very same moment, mid-laughter, one of the guests remarked that it was now perfectly clear why the king held Right in such high regard. Another quickly encouraged everyone not to fall behind the master of ceremonies, while a third reminded the group of their responsibility to meet expectations, emphasizing that they were the very pillars upon which everything depended. As the investigation into the artifact continued, the researchers found themselves increasingly fascinated by its mysteries. Caldo admitted that he had never encountered anything quite like it before. A wave of déjà vu swept over him as he manipulated the artifact with strands of magic, the motion echoing the old tricks once favored by Starhis. The man inquired whether Koldo was suggesting that the protagonist and Starkey's had reached the same level of skill. Koldo pressed his hand thoughtfully to his chin, admitting he didn't truly know the answer, and suggesting he might have only imagined such a possibility. Around the same time, a candle began to flicker to life in the room, its trembling flame casting delicate shadows along the walls. Disaster was narrowly averted. The house came dangerously close to burning to the ground. Now, let us move forward. With an exasperated sigh, Rumia warned that if the hero failed to return before the candle burned out, they would simply head home. Glancing around in astonishment, he wondered about the abundance of candles. The flickering lights scattered throughout the room and out in the yard quickly captured his attention. Noticing the darkness around, he surmised that what illuminated the space couldn't have been ordinary candles. Curiosity drew him closer. He leaned in, studying one intently to unravel its secret. Leaning in closer to the candle, Rumia noticed a curious detail. Its surface resembled some sort of fabric more than it did wax. Yet, almost immediately, she reconsidered, deciding that it actually looked more like a thread. Gord, a bit taken aback, wondered aloud if that could truly be the case. He admitted he hadn't noticed anything of the sort, and questioned whether candles could even be made out of thread. Annoyed by their debate, Larsel suggested they simply touch the candles themselves and settle the matter at once. Just as Larsel reached out his hand toward the candle, so close he could almost touch it, a stern command suddenly rang out, ordering him to keep his hands away from the GG samples. The hero's sudden arrival caught Larsel off guard, rendering him awkward and uneasy. He had never expected such a familiar face to appear without warning. Meanwhile, Rumia's face lit up with pure delight, her joy at his return unmistakable. She also mentioned how unusual it felt to see him dressed in new attire. All the while, the protagonist offered a calm greeting to everyone present. Larsel observed him in silence, unable to tear his gaze away. With a furrowed brow and a finger pointing to the right, he asked again if anything had really been said about samples, looking completely unaware of the matter. He guessed that the main character was likely focused on something entirely different, and suggested shifting attention to refining combat skills instead. The artifact landed directly on his shoulder, prompting him to think that someone would surely find it useful. Yet for him, the true value lay in the artifacts themselves and in the intricate process of crafting new materials. The conversation drifted back to that familiar topic. Curiosity rose about whether it was usual for Gordu and Larsel to stay out so late with Rumia. A gentle inquiry followed, wondering if Laius might start to worry about Rumia's whereabouts. A tense silence settled over the room, no one daring to answer the unexpected question. Suddenly, Rumia broke the hush with a bright smile, cheerfully announcing that she was the one who had invited Gord and Larsel. She explained her purpose clearly, to deliver the heroes a reward from the king himself. With a hint of surprise, he asked again, reminding them that he had already received both the land and the materials. With the wealth of materials collected by Starkies for the shrine's construction, the protagonist quickly completed building his own workshop without any delays. The conversation focused on a reward, one entirely unrelated to the construction of the workshop. Approaching the chest, Gord asked Wright to examine it. Upon opening the lid, Wright's eyes were immediately drawn to the magical stones hidden within. The significance of the discovery became even more apparent when Gord invited Wright to assess the chest's contents. The board hurtles closer with alarming speed. Curiosity arose as they wondered if it was true that during the previous order, magical elixirs had been shared with them. According to Larsel, even such generosity could hardly repay the protagonist's kindness. Still, Leia's decided to send those enchanted stones as a token of gratitude. Everyone earnestly hoped these magical stones would prove genuinely useful. After voicing this sentiment, Lars turned his gaze aside in annoyance, addressing the protagonist formally clearly grated on him. As his eyes flickered across the stones, he quietly noted their potential value for construction projects. At last, he admitted his gratitude for the stones he received in exchange for the elixirs, explaining that he desperately lacked various tools at the moment. After Gord was asked to pass on thanks to Lace, he agreed to fulfill the request. Then, turning to Rumia, he gently reminded her that it was time to return home. With her head bowed low in quiet resignation, Rumia softly admitted she had no desire to leave. Her eyes flickered toward the trembling candle flames, and then noticed a map clutched in Wright's hands. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered whether the protagonist had accepted a perilous assignment. Genuine surprise and confusion settled over everyone as Rumia posed her question. Lowering her gaze, she seemed ready to reveal her thoughts, but instead, she sighed softly and responded with a mysterious smile. As a farewell, they offered Wright a brief wish for greater caution, keeping their words concise and to the point. Thus, Rumia and Gordon Larson climbed into the carriage and set off on their journey. Rita saw them off with a gentle wave, her eyes lingering on the departing carriage until it finally disappeared from view. Upon entering his workshop, the protagonist made his way to the fourth artifact and eagerly sought the results of his latest experiment. Channeling his magic, he dissolved the door before him, opening a passage into the unknown. After examining the fourth artifact in the room, he remarked that it had left a remarkable impression on him. He then mentioned his intention to collect the artifacts numbered from 7 to 47 and continue his research. Descending the stairs into the room below, Wright announced his intention to discuss the next assignment. Eyes sweep across the bustling room, where work never ceases and new artifacts are being crafted everywhere. All the preparations for the next artifact were already complete. In his mind, the image of Rumiai's gentle smile surfaced, a warm expression she had given him just before saying goodbye and making her call. The request to fabricate materials for the artifact was directed to number 4. A hopeful promise followed in return, assuring that a single day would be enough to complete the task. The main character, captivated by this news, made up his mind to visit Duke Gralsel's manor the very next night. For a considerable time, Wright devoted himself tirelessly to his research, and by the end of the video, the results of his efforts began to emerge. A new resident arrived at the estate of Duke Russell, a young man known for his fiery temperament. With eyes closed, acceptance settled over him. Everything had found its rightful place. From that moment onward, Laius grew wary of Gralsel, silently reminding himself that suspicion did not mean treating him like a helpless child or guiding him everywhere, even to the restroom. Grosel, once renowned as hidden away in the restroom, Grosel snapped at his companion to be quiet, his irritation fueled by the belief that the other man found it easy to talk only because of his own special talents. Meanwhile, Grosel now found himself hunted by none other than Starkey's killer. Nervously gnawing at his finger, he caught Gralsel's words. Tomorrow, departure from the country awaited him. Trusting that once the danger had faded, the path home would reopen. In that hope, certainty anchored his thoughts. The opportunity to claim the throne would come again, and if the young man truly intended to fulfill his duty as an apostle, he needed to listen closely to Grossel's words and ensure the man's safety. Without warning, the apostle steps onto the stage. A thunderous blow echoed through the house, splitting it with a jagged crack. Chunks of the wall crumbled into ruins, showering debris onto the floor. The apostle, wide-eyed and clearly unsettled, turned to Gralsel, questioning if this was truly a threat. In response, Gralsel drew his sword and leveled its point at the guest, his sharp gaze filled with intent as he demanded an answer. A look of satisfaction played across the face, since when did Grosel decide what was best for them? Meanwhile, Grosel watched the mirrored surface of the blade with a sense of wonder. A suspicious rumble caught the attention of the guards, prompting them to rush closer. They immediately surrounded Greltzel, bombarding him with questions in their attempt to uncover what had just transpired. With a commanding gesture, Grossel extended his hand to the side, halting the guards in their tracks and assuring them of his well-being. His gaze locked intently onto Relias. Admitting his own mistake, he openly acknowledged that fear had clouded his judgment. Elias listened to Grossel's request for forgiveness, studying him intently for several moments. After a sly wink, Elias sheathed his sword and at last gave his word to spare him. As Relias withdrew, he noted that the throne still required an heir, which meant Grosel must remain alive. Even so, Relias advised Grosel to choose his words carefully. Grosel agreed and expressed his gratitude for being spared. Relias locked eyes with Grosel and assured him of his safety with unwavering confidence. Emphasizing his deep knowledge of assassins' tactics, he promised that as long as he remained close, Grosel would have nothing to fear. A joyful smile lit up the face, while Realist added with genuine enthusiasm that, if Grosel truly feared the protagonist, surely he could have simply hired additional bodyguards. Grasso kept a vigilant watch on the retreating darkness, noting just how perilous the situation had become. A significant threat lingered, as an assassin could easily slip in among the guards. Had an attack on Grosel occurred beyond the estate's grounds, he would have wasted no time slipping away through a secret passage. Allowing an assassin to cross his threshold, however, remained unthinkable. This place housed so many artifacts that Grosel felt even the most cunning killer would struggle to break inside. Ideals and trust drifted apart, each choosing a different direction. Upon realizing the estate was guarded with remarkable thoroughness, he reluctantly admitted to himself that Starkey's security measures had surpassed all possible expectations. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Grausel's mind, prompting him to ask about Kakura, the protector of the kingdom, and how he was holding up. Doubt crept over him, making him question whether everything was truly right with this item. Relias, reminding them that Kakuru was under his protection, inquired calmly whether Grausel truly doubted his word. Grausel, visibly unsettled, hastened to clarify such doubts had never crossed his mind. He explained hurriedly that the Rondel diocese would indeed grant him sanctuary after his escape from Assis, but only if he arrived with Kakuru by his side. Lost in contemplation, Relias allowed his thoughts to wander deeply. The vault lay shielded behind the most formidable magical seal, crafted by Starhis. If any sorcery existed in the world powerful enough to break it, Relias would welcome the chance to witness such a marvel. Only minutes earlier, amid the rugged cliffs 10 kilometers from the manor, that very same guardian had already begun his vigilant watch over the borders. Emerging from the water, he slipped on a special mask before retreating behind a rock, where he leisurely smoothed out the strands of his hair. Brushing damp strands of hair from his face, he quietly acknowledged the unexpectedly warm welcome he had received. Nearby waters bristled with mines, while magical bombs lay in wait, hidden among the rocks. No one had warned the protagonist about this, so upon his return, he resolved to share everything weighing on his heart with the Royal Secret Department. Once free from the burdensome swimwear, the hero extended a commanding hand and summoned the fourth artifact to furnish him with fresh attire. Without a moment's hesitation, the assistant slipped into a set of dry clothes as soon as they were handed to him. While glancing over the map one final time before stepping into the manor, the protagonist felt his assistant nimbly climb onto his shoulders and briskly rub his still damp hair with a towel. As Wright studied the map, the day's daunting tasks crystallized before him, reclaiming Hakhar, the kingdom's guardian, and removing Duke Grosel as an obstacle on his path. Too much time had slipped away while tracking movements and setting up artifacts, leaving no opportunity to unravel what was actually unfolding inside. The Duke planned to leave the country and set off for the Randall diocese the following day, so it came as no surprise that on the eve of his departure, the guard's vigilance reached its highest level. The moment to act had arrived. Hesitation now would mean losing everything. While studying the map, he leaned in with curiosity and inquired about the specific location marked at that point. Rugged cliffs stretched on one side, while a shadowy forest teeming with monsters loomed on the other. In this very spot, Grosel found the perfect location. Defense became effortless, while any assault proved nearly impossible. Even if someone managed to break through the sea defenses, the jagged cliffs ruthlessly severed the estate from the shore, making entry from this side an impossibility. The only way to reach the estate was from the outside, yet a host of unexpected obstacles appeared along the path. One of his treasured artifacts allowed the main character to notice armed figures stealthily weaving their way through the dense forest thicket. The manor operated under the watchful eyes of nearly 200 night guards at any given time. Given that the shifts changed 3 times a day, it was easy to estimate that at least 600 people stood watch. The gravity of the words left little room for disagreement, and Wright found himself silently conceding their truth. Sliding the map back into his pocket, he realized his training and combat experience would soon prove invaluable. In that moment, selfless was the only word that truly described her. For this reason, he preferred to avoid open confrontation. Holy artifacts were renowned for their incredible durability. Even if the entire manor were to erupt in a furious explosion, Kakar would remain completely unscathed. At least, that was usually the case. Normally, he would have reached for his artifacts without a second thought. This time, however, he chose a different approach. Strolling along the shoreline, his gaze settled on the manor in the distance. Then he stopped abruptly, just as something unexpected began to unfold. While patrolling the outskirts, the soldiers exchanged wary glances as unusual sounds echoed nearby. Instinctively, they suspected the source of the commotion lay within the bounds of their own estate. A mysterious panel materialized before Wright's eyes, and in that moment, it felt as if events were unfolding just as he had envisioned. To make matters even more complicated, another of Mazur's apostles had surfaced within the estate. The mention of the apostle prompted Wright to ask the question once more. Those who, like Starkies, were graced by divine favor came to be known by that very name. Concerning the sip of tea, Laius remarked that all information about the apostles remained classified, so his own knowledge only scratched the surface. Still, there was one thing he could state with certainty. Duke Grozel possessed the Kakar, the artifact entrusted to the kingdom's guardian. Laius also speculated that this Kakar was probably protected by someone powerful enough to rival Strakis. Displeasure flickered in Deucen's mind as he realized Mids could easily have warned him about such a crucial detail. After a brief pause for thought, Deucen voiced his curiosity and asked if Mids had any apostles. Maya pointed out that it was impossible to confirm whether apostles existed in the past, but in today's world, such individuals have certainly disappeared. According to him, an apostle can emerge only when a deity possesses genuine, colossal power. Laius immediately noticed a subtle change in the atmosphere. The Church of Luris Mers had shown little strength, making it unlikely they could pull off such a feat, let alone target two apostles at once. Suspecting something was amiss, Laius urged everyone to exercise the utmost caution. After carefully analyzing the surging currents of magical energy emanating from the mansion, it became clear that the second apostle was counted among the Knights of Magic. Every event seemed shrouded in mystery, but the young man realized at once that facing such a monster on his own estate, artifacts alone would not be enough to save him. Despite all the obstacles, Wright refused to back down. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a hidden passageway. Pausing for a moment, he studied the object intently and activated the magic detector. Within his imagination, the space inside the centrist unfolded. Deep within the cavern, at the bottom of a steep ladder, rested a vessel. Eyes traced its contours, and a thought emerged. Was this truly an enchanted boat? There could be no doubt. Designers had focused intently on its jet engine, while the hull gleamed with magical artifacts designed to neutralize underwater mines. The conclusion became clear. This was their secret escape route. Realizing the folly of attempting to enter the manor through this passage, the overwhelming risk of immediate discovery upon arrival quickly became clear. Nevertheless, Wright chose to leave Count Grozel a few modest gifts and set about arranging things here himself. A few of his artifacts found their way here. As Wright began to climb the steep rock, fragments of conversation floated to his ears. A hurried summons from security headquarters had gone out, ordering all units to report their situation immediately. One of the sentries, upon receiving the message, responded calmly that the southwest sector remained quiet with no unusual activity detected. Reaching the summit, Wright quickly slipped behind a warrior, staying hidden as he scrutinized every sound and movement in his surroundings. A stern voice crackled through the phone, ordering every soldier to return to their original positions immediately. Soon it became clear that an unexpected explosion was the reason behind the sudden command. Despite the earlier unsettling noises, the current situation posed no real danger. Orders soon arrived to maintain patrols along the assigned routes. Knights cloaked in enchantment stubbornly insisted that nothing had changed in the southwest. The main character sensed with unwavering confidence that every event was unfolding exactly as intended. Under the designation 747, the experimenter executed the task flawlessly. A unique poison spreads through the air as the experimental magical artifact springs to life, its effects quietly unfolding. Toxic fibers run through its composition, yet even with direct contact, this poison cannot claim a person's life or cast them into sleep, but relief arrives as consciousness proves susceptible to influence. Obediently, it follows directions, saturating the air with hazardous and toxic fumes. For instance, this method proves perfectly suited for slipping unnoticed into enemy territory, its poisonous spores are completely invisible to the naked eye. As for their effect on the body, the toxin. The flow of thought remains unimpeded, allowing everyone to keep a clear mind. Reports from the guards arrive promptly, keeping suspicions at bay. Without delay, the protagonist presses the start button. Some, caught in the grip of the poison, remain entirely unaware of its presence, but today fortune smiled on him in an extraordinary way. In this place, people like that simply do not exist. Those thoughts briefly crossed his mind. The estate sits just a short walk away. Before you realize it, you find yourself standing before its gates. This is the final one. The defensive line stood firm, while the Duke's predicament became the talk of the battlefield. 15 valiant knights stand proudly in formation. It was immediately clear that these soldiers were nothing like ordinary guards. Moreover, the hero feels certain that success is inevitable. The boys quickly spot each other from afar, so I blend in, pretending to be part of their group. Doing that would be like signing your own death warrant. Suddenly, several guards collapsed to the ground. One of them cried out, astonishment in his voice, trying to grasp what was happening and why everyone was succumbing so unexpectedly. One of the guards noted that everything remained calm and undisturbed. Nothing unusual had happened, leaving him puzzled about what could possibly go wrong. Suddenly, a wave of illness washed over him, yet at that very instant, Wardy was discovered with an arrow lodged in his chest. Without hesitation, the man relayed an urgent alert over the radio. An attack had begun. The order to move to combat positions was delivered with icy authority by the Baron. A relentless rain of enemy arrows descended upon the manor. Hurry inside, the estate is under attack from the sky, and an enemy arrow is flying toward us. Everyone, get ready. The protagonist pondered intensely, searching for a way to pinpoint the enemy's exact hiding place. The invasion ended in triumph. Advancing with determination, he moved forward. The guard's body lay perfectly still, his silent presence unsettling anyone bold enough to step forward. The magical energy that sustains the guardians of the Kakara kingdom is concentrated there, making it essential for them to hurry to that location. 2 guards blocked the path ahead of the protagonist. Without hesitation, one of those present discreetly signaled to his companion. Yet the words remained caught in his throat, never making their way past his lips. With a brief utterance, the main character swiftly incapacitated them both. At last, the long-awaited kingdom appeared before them, though it now stood stolen from its rightful rulers. Hidden in the shadows, Kakara stayed out of sight, unnoticed by passers-by. The protagonist quietly observed, noting that a level 4 map guarded this area. Much like an ordinary lock, a master key would have easily done the trick, yet everything changed due to one unexpected detail, a small but striking feature that immediately drew attention. Crafting a magical seal of this caliber is no simple feat. The barrier remains nearly imperceptible, offering almost no trace of tampering to the apostle within the manor. The arrogant fool clung to the belief that no one could break his seal. Thanks to this overconfidence, the main character figured he still had a little time left. Forged from enchanted metal, the safe boasts walls a meter thick. Yet, through the clever use of magic and transformation artistry, it can alter the very shape of its formidable defenses. The main obstacle is the seal. Hakara remains securely hidden behind a heavy lock and a formidable magical barrier. Mastering the methods to bypass this double protection demands true artistry. Picking an ordinary lock poses little challenge. The real difficulty arises when a magical seal blocks the way. To unlock such a barrier, one must first identify the type of magical defense and determine the material used in its binding component. This task proves far from simple, yet remains entirely possible with enough skill and patience. The entire lock mechanism stood sheathed in a thick layer of orichalcum, an exceptionally strong material that shrugged off every blow, whether forged by magic or muscle. Attaching the connector to the back of the orichalcum panel eliminates the only weak point in the defense mechanism. Orichalcum resists even the strongest transformation magic, ensuring that any valuables remain completely secure within its protective lock. A guest imagined by Starkus for the main company arrived unexpectedly, casting the unfolding events in vibrant new colors. Only he conceived of bringing such an idea to life, yet transformation marks just the beginning of the protagonist's capabilities. Mastery of smithing, alchemy, and the 5 primary crafting arts paves the way to extraordinary magic. True transformation becomes attainable solely for one who has mastered all these disciplines. Some time passed, and a quiet transformation began to stir within the protagonist. As the seal shattered, a subtle shift caught the hero's attention. Something unexpected had emerged. As steadfast as a stone wall, the kingdom's guardian watched over order and peace, embodying hope for all the people. A single glance reveals everything, I can see straight through a person and understand them completely." A true miracle unfolded as the goddess reached out and touched with her hand. The energy radiating from this car is so intense that overlooking it becomes nearly impossible. Even those celebrated for their perfect harmony can sometimes lose their balance. Struggling to regain his balance, the young man gathers his thoughts. Steely focus becomes his anchor, and with determination, success feels within reach. Careless actions allow this power to swiftly cloud the mind. Gripping the staff tightly in his hand, the main character felt an overwhelming surge of mysterious power coursing through him. The suspicion crept in. Perhaps this man had something he wished to reveal. Balance is not what this is about. It seemed as though a weight had been lifted from his heart. Perhaps this was the assistance promised by the goddess. Akira was beginning to change for his sake. With this realization settling in, the protagonist knew his journey here had reached its end. With purpose and precision, the hero activated the manometer skill, setting it into motion immediately after. A familiar presence lingers nearby, unmistakable and close. It's time to switch to Plan B. Tireless knights scoured the surrounding lands in pursuit of their elusive foe. Amid their search, one among them called out, wondering aloud if every rocky outcrop had truly been examined. The thought lingered that their quarry, the rat, must still be hiding somewhere nearby. Relias directed his question to the Duke, curious if the man understood what was unfolding around them. The time had come to confront their unexpected visitor, yet it would have been proper for the Duke to finally release his hold on Relias's leg. Instead, his grip only tightened, suspicion evident in every tense muscle, as if he expected a trap at any moment. The intention behind Honest's actions was clear. He aimed to lure him away, leaving the Duke defenseless. With the apostle gone, who would remain to offer protection? Relias made up his mind to check the safe and requested that he step back. Despite everything, the Duke assured that the safe was guarded by the mightiest spell, leaving it untouched by any harm. The enemy, relying solely on magical artifacts like a cowardly rat, would never dare lay a hand on a weapon. Within the castle walls, the apostle realized that magical artifacts would offer no help here. Suddenly, the sharp cry of the guards sliced through the air. At last, the enemy had been discovered. Accept the power of Kakari, a true realist never backs down. His moment to shine had finally arrived as the guards grew distracted and turned their attention elsewhere. The protagonist cried out in despair, unable to comprehend how the safe had been opened. With a keen gaze fixed on Relay, he pondered deeply. Here stood the apostle, someone truly extraordinary. He reported that his mission was complete, and now requested permission to take a leave of absence. In the next instant, a flashbang grenade erupted in the air, its blinding light leaving every knight instantly sightless. The apostle noticed something truly intriguing in this situation. At first glance, this seemed like an ordinary flashbang, yet in reality, the soldier had aimed not at the hero, but at the tiny creature attached to his belt, releasing needles laced with a powerful paralyzing toxin. Admittedly, this method proves remarkably effective. In addition, it slips by almost unnoticed by those around. The task has been carried out flawlessly. Casting a glance at the protagonist, he wondered aloud whether the magical seal of Starkey's had been erased, yet it seemed the protagonist's powers reached far beyond that. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself into the attack with breathtaking speed. With admiration, S marked his agility, a swiftness truly worthy of a magical knight. This young man might even surpass what those legendary warriors can achieve. Faster than Larzel, the movement left the Count completely unguarded. With a swift swing of his sword, the main character sent his birds soaring into the sky. Without warning, the apostle struck one of them, bringing the opponent to the ground in an instant. In an instant, they vanished from sight. The hero's speed struck him deep in his heart, leaving him awestruck. Despite everything, the protagonist couldn't help but notice that his opponent still refused to reveal any weaknesses. Stopping a missile barehanded as it hurtles at supersonic speed, and even taking down one's own fighter in the process, defied all reason. Only a true monster could accomplish something so impossible. The realist approached the stranger and offered a welcoming nod in greeting. Curiosity led him to ask how Kakara had ended up in his possession. Reflecting on the matter, the protagonist realized with certainty that this young man stood apart from the other magical knights not just in his bearing, but also in his striking height. He towered a head above most of them. A surge of surprise swept through him. Perhaps he truly is searching for an escape route. An attack from behind could make sense. Relias observes his slow movements and quickly realizes the enemy may have hidden more traps than anyone suspects. Caution then becomes his best defense. A sudden realization swept through the protagonist's mind. a truly formidable adversary now stood before him. His magical energy dwarfed that of the protagonist, measuring 1,000 times greater, yet not for a second did he allow himself to grow complacent. Clearly, his adversary had prepared in advance, carefully analyzing the main techniques and attack patterns of his opponent. The apostle watched his every move with keen interest, determined to unravel the intentions behind this man's actions. The moment his foot struck the ground, a powerful explosion erupted. The main character silently noted to himself that a single frontal assault would not suffice. Any hope of victory had slipped beyond his grasp. The outcome was being decided somewhere far from where he stood. For this very reason, he lured him into this place. Relius charges forward, launching his attack at a breakneck speed. Velocity surges as the protagonist launches forward in a sudden burst, slicing through the air with the brilliance of lightning. His movement creates a flash so swift, it becomes nearly invisible to the naked eye. The apostle advanced straight toward him, unwavering in his approach. The sword stood ready, yet the protagonist had anticipated the attack and prepared in advance. A special surprise waited just for him, meticulously prepared with care. This phenomenon is commonly referred to as the splitting of the soul. With quick reflexes, Possible darted away from the attack, spotting the traps left behind by the main character just in time. The thought of what he had done to those guards wouldn't leave Kanu alone. The idea lingered in her mind, pressing with curiosity. Could it be that he really? The soul splitter, this trap stood unrivaled as the most dependable of all those ever set. Crafted from whatever materials were available, it was considered the pinnacle of ingenuity. The mechanism triggered in the blink of an eye, yet even this failed to halt the adversary. With extraordinary skill, danger was deftly sidestepped. Perhaps an uncanny gift or a touch of supernatural intuition enabled such a narrow escape from certain doom. Elias stood bewildered, struggling to comprehend what he was witnessing. It appeared to be spiritual magic, the very same force shrouded in countless rumors and enigmatic tales. No one would have guessed that the trap concealed such astonishing sorcery. Countless other secrets might still lurk within these ancient walls. At last, Apostle hurled his weapon to the ground and broke into laughter, extending an offer of truce. A flash of surprise flickered through the mind. Why had he thrown away his weapon? Perhaps he hoped to gain a few precious seconds. The unspoken question lingered. Had he lost his senses? All around, battle raged with relentless fury. No signs suggested the possibility of a truce in the chaos. The apostle replied in a calm and measured tone. This memory remained etched in his mind. At first, the hero intended to eliminate him without hesitation, but suddenly he reconsidered. How could the world lose such a master of deadly arts? An unexpected thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he even hoped to win the assassin over to his own cause. The apostle nodded in firm agreement. Why gamble with his life for a worthless woman when, with their backing, boundless opportunities lay ahead? To be honest, they had been suffering from a dire shortage of skilled assassins lately. The main character skips the formalities and dives straight into bold declarations, bypassing any introductions. It might be more sensible to introduce oneself before tackling weighty matters. The apostle introduced himself as Larius. In turn, the main character shared his own name. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she pressed on, determined to hear him finally admit what he truly desired. Perhaps a hunger for wealth, the allure of women, or a thirst for fame lies at the heart of it all. A brief pause settled over him as the main character tuned into his own thoughts, searching quietly for what he truly desired. Without warning, a blade swept toward him in a flash. Instantly sensing the danger, he understood the situation at once. Yes, this was it. The soaring sword represents a unique skill possessed only by magical knights. This ability allows one to control weapons from a distance. That was precisely the outcome he intended when he tossed aside his sword. Suddenly, everything became clear. Larius realized that if someone weaker or more ordinary had stood before him, he would have welcomed them into his ranks without hesitation. Yet the first sign of resistance proved that this hero was not driven by malice. The realization struck with an almost unreal force. Someone so dangerous could not be allowed to exist anywhere. There was simply no place for such a person among ordinary people. In the world of Miser Zula, only a handful possess qualities like his. In that very moment, he launched a sudden assault. Amidst the countless nights spent within the castle walls, even the sea appeared unusually calm. Could the enemy truly be so formidable that a second night has already slipped by? Still, panic holds no place here when Larius stands beside him. Everything remains securely under control. No matter what punishment awaits Ritunaka ahead, Larius will deal with it without a moment's hesitation. The Duke erupted, his voice echoing through the hall as he demanded answers, desperate to understand the nature of their conversation. To him, it seemed as if their own lives held no worth at all. An uneasy tension suddenly filled the estate. Suspicion gripped Horta as he glanced around, unsure of the source. Was the ground trembling beneath his feet due to an earthquake, or could the sound and movement mean that troops were passing nearby? From behind the rocks, something began to emerge. Larson glanced over at his companion, searching his face for any sign that he, too, had caught that suspicious noise. With absolute certainty, Larson declared that Wright was clearly involved. The city, gripped by unease, now wondered what was unfolding beyond those rocky cliffs. Princess Rumia appeared suddenly, catching everyone off guard. With a gentle call for calm, she endeavored to soothe everyone in the room. Assigned the task of gathering every knight of the royal guard and carrying out her father's orders. Issuing swift orders, she directed the other knights to descend into the city and focus all their strength on protecting its inhabitants. The threat of another earthquake loomed over everyone. The true nature of what was happening remained a mystery, yet. In this situation, the responsibility fell to them to exhaust every possible option. Their strength stands as a shield, guarding their homeland. With a quiet, meaningful gaze, she looked at Wright, silently urging him to be careful. Frustration and shame burned within Larius after his failed attack, driving him to desperately search for another way to outmaneuver his opponent. Catching a hired assassin off guard proved to be no simple task. The protagonist glanced back at him, silently noting that calling the act of distracting the enemy a mere serious conversation was quite the understatement. It was a skillful display of strategy. Yet his attempt to use the weapon proved pointless. In an instant, the whole truth revealed itself before him. Had he carefully disposed of one dagger and then, later on, discreetly tossed away the smaller one, perhaps his plan might have succeeded. It is worth noting that the creature adorning his belt emanated a steady pulse of magical energy and possessed an acute sense for danger. No threat, not even the slightest dagger, could escape its vigilant awareness. What could have possibly inspired such a thought? Could this really be what they teach in the Lady's Kingdom? Yet suddenly Despite the distance and his own doubts, a powerful surge of magical energy radiated from the palace. Reinforcements might have arrived. At what moment did he manage to call for reinforcements? Without warning, the protagonist launched a swift and determined assault against him. Fury lit his eyes as the truth dawned on him. What had appeared to be a mere distraction was, in fact, a direct advance toward the manor, with reinforcements already following close behind. The flurry of activity surrounding him revealed itself as nothing more than a cleverly set trap, a realization quietly recorded in the depths of the hero's mind. All of this became possible solely because of the enchanted communication artifact. With unwavering determination and formidable strength, the hero surged forward into a fresh assault. The journey back brought them right to the edge of the fractured earth, where only their thoughts remained to accompany them. A magical artifact, its enchantment absolutely unbreakable. As Larry pondered, something caught his attention. Artifacts took on the form of ravens. A lingering suspicion crept in. Was he truly planning to send them off to the estate? A fleeting thought surfaced, suggesting the possibility of using spatial magic. Should he choose to lock him inside, all paths to the outside will vanish completely. No time remained for reflection. Gathering every bit of focus, he moved forward with clear purpose and unwavering determination. Violet lightning crackled in his hand, while nearby his grip tightened around the oathblade. In an instant, the clash of battle began. Enthralled by the radiance of the twin lights, he cried out in astonishment. Even daylight itself seemed to dim and fade away. In a flash of realization, it became clear this was the signature strike of the Royal Knight. To his surprise, the hero discovered that his inventory refused to open. This was something that simply could not happen. Indeed, Larry is in a league of his own, demanding respect from everyone around him. He and his companions found themselves in a realm where the brilliance of two Colosseum stars had converged, weaving an impenetrable barrier that shut out the outside world. Not even a speck of dust could slip through, let alone a spark of magical energy. In this place, the very notion of impossibility dared not be spoken. To save him, only the victor would survive here. He made a single request, urging them to remember one thing: he would never again allow what happened with Starkus to repeat itself. This determination lingered in the hero's mind. Trapped as if caged, he found himself ensnared by magic forbidden in VLO, spells strictly outlawed by the rules. Even the power of ancient artifacts proved useless here. The situation seemed to have reached a point where things could not possibly worsen. Yet the twin-starred expanse of the Colosseum still held him captive, its allure refusing to release his mind. Mastering the highest forms of magic, he could have become truly invincible. Still, time slipped away, leaving no chance for a true transformation. With his inventory out of reach, every artifact he owned remained frustratingly beyond his grasp. Deciding to take the stage alone felt like delivering his own sentence. Larius couldn't shake the persistent thought, why did he remain so anxiously silent? Could it be that he truly fights without his artifacts? Yet warriors of his caliber always keep a hidden ace up their sleeve. A mysterious artifact, potent with mind-altering magic, shimmered with untold possibilities. Within its grasp, the boundaries of imagination vanished, his intentions no longer hindered. On the two-star arena floor of the Colosseum, no rules held sway, only strength determined victory. Suddenly, the main character confronts him with a direct question: was he truly an apostle? Yet their confrontation resembles a chilling experiment. It seems more advantageous for him to unleash every dirty trick at his disposal and finish off his opponent as swiftly as possible. Starkey's fit that description perfectly. Larius turned to him and asked if he truly believed that. Not every apostle is bound to blindly obey their masters. Only a select few, like Starkus, have chosen absolute submission to their superiors. A single goal drives him forward, an unquenchable thirst for unlimited power. At last, outrage erupted as everyone bristled at the comparison the hero had made. The protagonist quickly noticed that this person was not one to hide anything intentionally. Yet a lingering sense of incompleteness remains. Something crucial is missing from this puzzle. The true key to victory lies close at hand, concealed just out of sight. Something mysterious is unfolding nearby. Larius, stop. Their conversation draws to a quiet close. Strike first, or your opponent will seize the advantage. Astonishment flashed across the hero's face as he exclaimed in disbelief at the possibility of encountering true spatial magic. Compressing the space around him, he unleashed a swift, decisive strike. Steel flashed in Larius's grip as his sword swept down and struck its target. A lightning-shaped cross sliced through the air, yet the protagonist swiftly dodged the attack with agile precision. A fleeting thought crossed Larius' mind, wondering if he had truly managed to evade the blow. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed forward and unleashed a daring assault, Lightning Fang. Following this, the protagonist unleashed a triumphant move. Diving headlong into the chaos of battle, he launches a fierce and relentless assault. With a blazing sword, he carves a path through the surrounding darkness. In the aftermath of the attack, Larius found himself surrounded by the burned and wounded. The edge of the protagonist's garment flickered through the air like a fleeting shadow, barely leaving a trace behind. The very fabric of his clothing stands out on its own. There seemed no reason for him to want any of this. Sensing the movements of magical energy, or even fragments of its flow, becomes a true art, unlocking a new dimension of power. Instead of doing anything else, he simply walked away and abandoned it all. The world shattered into fragments, and now, with nothing left but scattered pieces, there is no use searching for meaning within it. Yet the question remains, what can truly be called real? Most important of all, his swordsmanship clearly falls short. The young man moves with unexpected agility, surpassing even his own expectations. The protagonist inquired with a spark of curiosity. A cold wave of fear seemed to grip him as he faced the Mage Knight, a warrior renowned even among the King's Guard for unmatched skill. Perhaps regret had begun to creep in over becoming entangled in this confrontation, or perhaps the opponent's strength simply proved overwhelming. Soon he might call for reinforcements waiting just beyond the doors. Yet on this day, Larius displayed an unexpected kindness, offering to explain three crucial things. The Colosseum stands as the symbol of justice, making it the perfect arena for their duel to unfold. His signature move goes by the name Noble Knight. At his side rides the Royal Knight, proudly mounted on a magnificent steed. In his notes, Larius referred to Starkey's as an ally, yet doubts lingered beneath the surface, and his thoughts continued to churn. Thirdly, any attempts to stall for time are utterly futile. No matter what strategies he tries, the royal army will never settle things quickly in these parts. All that frantic scrambling and dodging the blows only leads to wasted effort. Foolish haste pushed this idiot to charge forward without thinking. Still, as a guest, he must respond. Very well, his questions will not go unanswered. Rather than a friend, he was a mentor, a master of magic who once journeyed across distant lands, regarding himself as a wise teacher. Nearly a decade ago, he took both him and his elder brother Locke as apprentices. Locke immediately stood out, displaying an extraordinary talent for sorcery, and within just a few years, earned a place among the Imperial Order of Knights. A young prodigy, shining like a bright star, approached the main character and posed an unexpected question. Did the words "ban on worship" mean anything to him? Serving the emperor demanded strict obedience, completely forbidding any worship of the gods. Within the empire's borders, religion had been eradicated. In such a place without faith, neither gods nor apostles would ever emerge. As a real threat loomed from the neighboring country, the imperial family lifted the long-standing ban on religion. It was during this moment of change that Lackey was born into the world. Crafted by human hands, the apostle lingered in the depths of the long night. Memories of that night would remain etched in his mind forever. Imperial knights rose in rebellion against the apostle, who had lost control of himself, but their efforts proved futile against his overwhelming might. The twin stars of the Colosseum consumed the empire, burying it beneath mountains of bodies in the fierce glow of hellfire. All these sacrifices were made for Masul. With his comrade by his side, he spared nothing in their desperate struggle to prove themselves. An even brighter radiance flooded everything nearby. At that very moment, before Larry could finish his thought, the hero offered a sincere apology for the unexpected interruption. A sudden commotion arose near the rocks, hinting that something unexpected might be about to unfold there. Perhaps it's worth attempting to break through these rocks. By the way, any news on the Count's situation? A curious notion surfaced. Hidden within the rocks was a secret emergency exit from the manor. Perhaps the teleportation magic had not been used to summon reinforcements after all, but rather to lure the Count straight to the sea's edge. The main character turned to face him. The Count had already fallen. Now the choice remained for them alone whether to continue the struggle. To be honest, the protagonist had run out of every artifact. Larius noted to himself that this man was far too dangerous to be allowed to live. Survival had not been something he truly expected. Fate had not granted the Count a longer life, yet this debt remained his to pay. With a fierce burst of lightning, he lunged straight at the protagonist. The main character crashed down onto the ground. At last, with everything settled, he returned to him. Waiting for him would have been pointless, as he had warned in advance. Time slips away without mercy. Each breath grows more laborious as the world blurs into a strange, shifting kaleidoscope before my eyes. It is important to note that the Colosseum remains completely cut off from the outside world. Not only is magical energy unable to enter, but even oxygen itself cannot penetrate its boundaries. The more vigorously a person moves, the faster and heavier their breathing becomes. In a confined space, the supply of oxygen rapidly dwindles with each passing minute. Even he begins to feel its effects, yet unlike most, he possesses the strength to endure. It's remarkable how a small detail can decide everything. The outcome of this clash had been sealed long ago, and yet he remained completely unaware. No cause for concern lies here. His soul, much like Lockheed's, will remain eternally within the radiance of the Colosseum's twin stars, casting its unwavering light across this place. The decisive moment arrived as the twin stars drew closer, merging into a single radiant point. Suddenly, the protagonist sprang into motion. Larius was. Apparently, strength still lingered within him. Suddenly, someone took notice. That familiar sense of unease crept into his soul once more. The artifacts appeared to have vanished, and no trace of magical energy lingered in the air, yet an unsettling lightness refused to leave his heart. Each strike finds itself effortlessly anticipated by this mysterious adversary, even those hidden entirely from human sight. Above all, every one of my attacks seems predicted before I can even make a move. The figure darted by with such speed, more like a shadow than a person. The protagonist unleashed a fresh attack. The storm-tossed boat rode high on the waves, and disbelief clouded Larry's vision as he struggled to accept what lay before him. The protagonist turned his gaze in his direction. A cold, genuine fear gripped him from within, leaving him frozen as he wondered if anything had escaped the man's notice. This skill draws upon magical energy, granting the ability to dodge incoming attacks with remarkable agility. However, it cannot be used to strike back. Mastering this technique demanded a significant investment of time. What an incredible advantage to have on the battlefield. Even Strakasu himself would be envious, muttered Larius through clenched teeth as pain twisted his features. His tainted, corrupted spirit had defiled their noble duel, leaving a heavy stain upon their honor. Such a transgression weighed like a grave sin. The light of dotation, too, felt like a cruel mockery of divine intention. Both his gift and Stark's power were blessings from the heavens, never meant for such unworthy hands. Someone so undeserving should never lay claim to them. Larius turned to Monsieur Azul, seeking forgiveness for what had transpired. In that moment, only one thing was clear. The hero had to disappear. With a single, devastating blow, Larius prepared to put an end to their conflict once and for all. That unsettling sense of foreboding stems from here. Ordinary people stand no chance against an apostle. Facing him is like a swarm of mice challenging an elephant. No wonder he was sacrificed in the name of justice. It felt as if the world itself was warping, reality bending and shifting in subtle, uncanny ways. In its earliest conception, the Colosseum stood as a site of blood offerings to a dark deity. The grandeur of its spectacles merely masked the truth, creating an artful illusion that concealed the brutal reality behind the battles. Such is the truth, yet it was his own fury that carved out the opportunity for victory. Larry. Any thought of escape vanished from the hero's mind. The enemy left no room for endless retreat, intent on erasing him from existence. The earth remained motionless until a crystalline shard suddenly pierced straight through the heart of Larius like an arrow. A thought emerged, quietly wondering where they might have come from. What could this be? The air before me shimmers with spatial magic. Yet Wright stood firm, unmoving from his spot. Could it be that he still possessed more artifacts? Suddenly, his gaze lingered on his companion, drawn in by some intriguing detail that caught his attention. The whereabouts of his cloak remained a mystery. Realization dawned that a paralytic poison had taken effect, gradually numbing and immobilizing the body. According to his theory, the paralytic phase-type poison is stored in crystalline form. As soon as this poison enters the body, its molecules instantly solidify into crystals. Once enough of these toxic crystals accumulate within the victim, paralysis sets in. The lethal dose for a human is a mere 12 milligrams. Sensing that the apostle possessed an uncanny resistance to poisons, the protagonist prepared an enormous amount, nearly enough to frighten even the bravest soul. Such a staggering dose could induce horror in anyone. Had he chosen to use an ordinary poisonous gas instead, the apostle would have likely recognized the danger long before the poison could take effect. The choice of the phased paralytic poisonous gas blend proved exceptionally precise. The size of the crystal only confirmed the accuracy of this decision. Another question was raised about how the poisonous gas was connected to his cloak. The protagonist offered a detailed explanation. As soon as he activated the puppet, a hidden mechanism draped the cloak over his shoulders, cleverly concealing a special valve that released the gas. Among the bounty, numerous fascinating artifacts remained, including rare materials that enabled him to further expand his abilities. Poison seeps into the air, its presence woven into the very fabric of the cloak. Astonishment flickers across the apostle's face. The thought lingers that if he had truly unleashed poisonous gas, he would have fallen victim to it before anyone else. Pulling the oxygen mask from his face, the protagonist suggested a moment of reflection. According to him, the gas had entered the air long before anyone noticed. For how long has he been without breath now? As this thought drifted by, the apostle pondered, almost absent-mindedly, how many more grimy trials like this awaited him on his path. What hidden tricks might he be concealing up his sleeve? It is hard to fathom how such a monstrous being could ever come into existence. With those words hanging in the air, the protagonist delivers a decisive blow. Afterward, turn your attention to the apostle. Memories of his younger brother, now a royal knight, bring a bitterly ironic curiosity. What must it feel like for your body to tear apart from within? It turns out that his so-called invincible armor is worth little more than a broken coin. The true Trojan horse, he altered this poison until even 1,000th of a gram would be enough to instantly end a life. Yet his body has already amassed a full 50 grams, exceeding the deadly dose by 50,000 times. Holding out for even one more minute seems all but impossible. The apostle's battle reached its peak, teetering on the edge of life and death. Mazar Zultz's nightmare came dangerously close to becoming real. A wretched heretic nearly brought him down. Starkey's wielding ferocious strength accomplished what few could imagine, overpowering the apostle and sending him crashing to the ground. A shadow flickered in his eyes as loud proclamations of Mazar Zul's glory echoed through the room. Another attack left Apostle's mind swirling with a storm of thoughts. Could it be that he actually managed to stop the sword with his bare hands? The protagonist suggested taking a closer look at the details. Driven by the desire to impress, he casts a spell. Purple blood fuses with infernal flames, ruthlessly incinerating everything in its path. Such a thing seemed impossible, for only he possessed knowledge of that spell. Relentlessly weaving his magic, the hero pressed on, and in that moment, the gates of the devil's quadrature slowly dissolved before him. Suddenly, God himself appeared before the apostle, and the overwhelming majesty of this vision instantly captured his gaze. In hushed tones, MT Skretno revealed the source of the deadly gas. The hallucinations stem from the toxin of Gallic frogs, an ingredient blended into the mixture. Savages first allow their prey to glimpse what they most desire, only to mercilessly destroy them afterward. A farewell gift, the apostle's face glows with pure happiness. Everyone wonders what words he shared. A sudden realization dawned on the protagonist as the memories pieced together. In the moment when all hope had vanished and fate seemed sealed, It was the heavenly forces, Dal, that saved him from certain doom. What remarkable luck it was. Although the progressive paralytic poison should have completely immobilized him, he remained capable of attacking. Apostles truly were foes of extraordinary power. By a stroke of luck, a random artifact shielded him from danger. The credit, perhaps, belonged to the princess and the heartfelt prayers she offered for his safety. After accepting the sword, the protagonist vowed to watch over his loyal companion, the knight. As you bid farewell, cast your gaze toward the sky. Perhaps something will reveal itself there. In an instant, his form shattered into tiny fragments, scattering as if carried away by the wind.